The Hacker Crackdown, Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier ***** Literary freeware, not for commercial use. The Hacker Crackdown, Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier by Bruce Sterling. Copyright 1992. By Bruce Sterling. Contents: Preface to the electronic release of the Hacker Crackdown. Chronology of the Hacker Crackdown. Introduction. Part 1. Crashing the System. A brief history of telephony bells. Golden Vaporwire. Universal Service. Wild Boys and Wire Women. The electronic communities. The Ungentle Giant. The breakup in defense of the system. The crash. Post-mortem. Landslides in cyberspace. Part 2. The digital underground. Steal this phone. Freaking and hacking. The view from under the floorboards. Core of the underground. Filefin. The rakes. Progress. Strongholds of the elite. Stingboards. Hot potatoes. War on the Legion. Terminus. File 9-1-1. War Games. Real Cyberpunk. Part 3. Law and Order. Crooked Boards. The world's biggest hacker bust. Teach them a lesson. The U.S. Secret Service. The Secret Service battles the Boodless. A walk downtown. FSIC. The cutting-edge mess. Cyberspace Rangers. FLETC. Training the Hacker Trackers. Part 4. The Civil Libertarians. New Prometheus plus FBI equals Grateful Dead. Whole Earth plus Computer Revolution equals Well. Fibber runs underground and acid spikes the well. The Trial of Night. Lightning. Shadow Orc plummets to Earth. Kyrie in the Confessional. $79,499. A scholar investigates computers, freedom, and privacy. Electronic afterword to the Hacker Crackdown. Halloween 1993. The Hacker Crackdown. Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier by Bruce Sterling. Preface to the electronic release of the Hacker Crackdown. January 1, 1994. Austin, Texas. Hi, I'm Bruce Sterling, the author of this electronic book. Out in the traditional world of print, the Hacker Crackdown is ISBN 0-553-08058-X, and is formally catalogued by the Library of Congress as 1. Computer Crimes, United States. 2. Telephone, United States, Corrupt Practices. 3. Programming, Electronic Computers, United States, Corrupt Practices. Corrupt Practices. I always get a kick out of that description. Librarians are very ingenious people. The paperback is ISBN 0-553-56370-X. If you go and buy a print version of the Hacker Crackdown, an action I encourage heartily, you may notice that in the front of the book, beneath the copyright notice, Copyright, C. 1992 by Bruce Sterling, it has this little block of printed legal boilerplate from the publisher. It says, and I quote, "No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without permission in writing from the publisher." For information address, Bantam Books. This is a pretty good disclaimer, as such disclaimers go. I collect intellectual property disclaimers, and I've seen dozens of them, and this one is at least pretty straightforward. In this narrow and particular case, however, it isn't quite accurate. Bantam Books puts that disclaimer on every book they publish, but Bantam Books does not, in fact, own the electronic rights to this book. I do, because of certain extensive contract maneuverings my agent and I went through before this book was written. I want to give those electronic publishing rights away through certain not-for-profit channels, and I've convinced Bantam that this is a good idea. Since Bantam has seen fit to peaceably agree to this scheme of mine, Bantam Books is not going to fuss about this. Provided you don't try to sell the book, they are not going to bother you for what you do with the electronic copy of this book. If you want to check this out personally, you can ask them. They are at 1540 Broadway, NY 10036. However, if you were so foolish as to print this book and start retailing it for money in violation of my copyright and the commercial interests of Bantam Books, then Bantam, a part of the gigantic Bertelsmann multinational publishing combine, would roost some of their heavy-duty attorneys out of hibernation and crush you like a bug. This is only to be expected. I didn't write this book so that you could make money out of it. If anybody is gonna make money out of this book, it's gonna be me and my publisher. My publisher deserves to make money out of this book. Not only did the folks at Bantam Books commission me to write the book, and pay me a hefty sum to do so, but they bravely printed, in text, an electronic document the reproduction of which was once alleged to be a federal felony. Bantam Books and their numerous attorneys were very brave and forthright about this book. Furthermore, my former editor at Bantam Books, Betsy Mitchell, genuinely cared about this project, and worked hard on it, and had a lot of wise things to say about the manuscript. Betsy deserves genuine credit for this book, credit that editors too rarely get. The critics were very kind to the hacker Crackdown, and commercially the book has done well. On the other hand, I didn't write this book in order to squeeze every last nickel and dime out of the midst of impoverished 16-year-old cyberpunk high school students. Teenagers don't have any money, no, not even enough for the $6 Hacker Crackdown paperback, with its attractive bright red cover and useful index. That's a major reason why teenagers sometimes succumb to the temptation to do things they shouldn't, such as swiping my books out of libraries. Kids, this one is all yours, all right. Go give the print version back. *8. Well-meaning, public-spirited civil libertarians don't have much money, either. And it seems almost criminal to snatch cash out of the hands of America's direly underpaid electronic law enforcement community. If you're a computer cop, a hacker, or an electronic civil liberties activist, you are the target audience for this book. I wrote this book because I wanted to help you, and help other people understand you and your unique, problems. I wrote this book to aid your activities, and to contribute to the public discussion of important political issues. In giving the text away in this fashion, I am directly contributing to the book's ultimate aim, to help civilize cyberspace. Information wants to be free. And the information inside this book longs for freedom with a peculiar intensity. I genuinely believe that the natural habitat of this book is inside an electronic network. That may not be the easiest direct method to generate revenue for the book's author, but that doesn't matter. This is where this book belongs by its nature. I've written other books, plenty of other books, and I'll write more, and I am writing more, but this one is special. I am making the Hacker Crackdown available electronically as widely as I can conveniently manage, and if you like the book, and think it is useful, then I urge you to do the same with it. You can copy this electronic book. Copy the heck out of it, be my guest, and give those copies to anybody who wants them. The nascent world of cyberspace is full of sysadmins, teachers, trainers, cybrarians, net gurus, and various species of cybernetic activist. If you're one of those people, I know about you, and I know the hassle you go through to try to help people learn about the electronic frontier. I hope that possessing this book in electronic form will lessen your troubles. Granted, this treatment of our electronic social spectrum is not the ultimate in academic rigor. And politically, it has something to offend and trouble almost everyone. But hey, I'm told it's readable, and at least the price is right. You can upload the book onto bulletin board systems, or internet nodes, or electronic discussion groups. Go right ahead and do that. I am giving you express permission right now. Enjoy yourself. You can put the book on discs and give the discs away, as long as you don't take any money for it. But this book is not public domain. You can't copyright it in your own name. I own the copyright. Attempts to pirate this book and make money from selling it may involve you in a serious litigative snarl. Believe me, for the pittance you might wring out of such an action, it's really not worth it. This book don't belong to you. In an odd but very genuine way, I feel it doesn't belong to me, either. It's a book about the people of cyberspace, and distributing it in this way is the best way I know to actually make this information available, freely and easily, to all the people of cyberspace, including people far outside the borders of the United States, who otherwise may never have a chance to see any edition of the book, and who may perhaps learn something useful from this strange story of distant, obscure, but portentous events in so-called American cyberspace. This electronic book is now literary freeware. It now belongs to the emergent realm of alternative information economics. You have no right to make this electronic book part of the conventional flow of commerce. Let it be part of the flow of knowledge. There's a difference. I've divided the book into 4 sections, so that it is less ungainly for upload and download. If there's a section of particular relevance to you and your colleagues, feel free to reproduce that one and skip the rest. Project Gutenberg has reassembled the file, with Sterling's permission. Just make more when you need them, and give them to whoever might want them. Now have fun. Bruce Sterling. Bruce is at well.sf.ca.us. The Hacker Crackdown, Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier by Bruce Sterling. Chronology of the Hacker Crackdown. 1865 U.S. Secret Service, USSS, founded. 1876 Alexander Graham Bell invents telephone. 1878 First teenage males flung off phone system by enraged authorities. 1939 Futurian science fiction group raided by Secret Service. 1971 Yippee phone freaks start Yippel/Tap magazine. 1972 Ramparts magazine seized in Blue Box ripoff scandal. 1978 Ward Christensen and Randy Suess create first personal computer bulletin board system. 1982 William Gibson coins term cyberspace. 1982 414 gang raided. 1983 to 1983 AT&T dismantled in divestiture. 1984 Congress passes Comprehensive Crime Control Act giving USSS jurisdiction over credit card fraud and computer fraud. 1984 Legion of Doom formed. 1984 2600 The Hacker Quarterly founded. 1984 Whole Earth Software Catalog published. 1985 First Police Sting Bulletin Board Systems established. 1985 Whole Earth Electronic Link Computer Conference, goes online. 1986 Computer Fraud and Abuse Act passed. 1986 Electronic Communications Privacy Act passed. 1987 Chicago prosecutors form Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force. 1988 July. Secret Service covertly videotapes SummerCon hacker convention. September. Prophet cracks Bell South Ames's computer network and downloads E911 document to his own computer and to Jolnet. September. AT&T Corporate Information Security informed of Prophet's action. October. Bellcore Security informed of Prophet's action. 1989 January. Prophet uploads E911 document to Night Lightning. The 25th of February. Night Lightning publishes E911 document in Frack Electronic Newsletter. May. Chicago Task Force raids and arrests Kyrie. June. New Prometheus League distributes Apple Computer proprietary software. The 13th of June. Florida Probation Office crossed with phone sex line in switching station stunt. July. Fry Guy raided by USSS and Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force. July. Secret Service raids Prophet leftist and Ervil in Georgia. January 15, 1990. Martin Luther King Day crash strikes AT&T long-distance network nationwide. January 18 to 19. Chicago Task Force raids Night Lightning in St. Louis. The 24th of January. USSS and New York State Police raid fiber optic acid freak and Scorpion in New York City. February 1st. USSS raids Terminus in Maryland. February 3rd. Chicago Task Force raids Richard Andrews' home. February 6th. Chicago Task Force raids Richard Andrews' business. February 6th. USSS arrests Terminus, Prophet, leftist, and Erville. February the 9th. Chicago Task Force arrests Night Lightning. The 20th of February. AT&T Security shuts down public access at computer in Dallas. The 21st of February. Chicago Task Force raids Robert Eisenberg in Austin. March the 1st. Chicago Task Force raids Steve Jackson Games, Inc., Mentor and Eric Bloodaxe in Austin. May 7 8,9. USSS and Arizona Organized Crime and Racketeering Bureau conduct Operation Sun Devil raids in Cincinnati, Detroit, Los Angeles, Miami, Newark, Phoenix, Pittsburgh, Richmond, Tucson, San Diego, San Jose, and San Francisco. May. FBI interviews John Perry Barlow renew Prometheus case. June. Midge Caper and Barlow found Electronic Frontier Foundation. Barlow publishes Crime and Puzzlement Manifesto. July 24 to 27. Trial of Night Lightning. 1991 February. CPSR Roundtable in Washington, D.C. March 25 to 28. Computers, Freedom and Privacy Conference in San Francisco. May the 1st. Electronic Frontier Foundation, Steve Jackson, and others file suit against members of Chicago Task Force. July 1 to 2. Switching station phone software crash affects Washington, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, San Francisco. The 17th of September. AT&T phone crash affects New York City and 3 airports. Introduction: This is a book about cops, and wild teenage whiz kids, and lawyers, and hairy-eyed anarchists, and industrial technicians, and hippies, and high-tech millionaires, and game hobbyists, and computer security experts, and Secret Service agents, and grifters, and thieves. This book is about the electronic frontier of the 1990s. It concerns activities that take place inside computers and over telephone lines. A science fiction writer coined the useful term cyberspace in 1982, but the territory in question, the electronic frontier, is about 130 years old. Cyberspace is the place where a telephone conversation appears to occur. Not inside your actual phone, the plastic device on your desk. Not inside the other person's phone, in some other city. The place between the phones. The indefinite place out there, where the two of you, two human beings, actually meet and communicate. Although it is not exactly real, cyberspace is a genuine place. Things happen there that have very genuine consequences. This place is not real, but it is serious, it is earnest. Tens of thousands of people have dedicated their lives to it, to the public service of public communication by wire and electronics. People have worked on this frontier for generations now. Some people became rich and famous from their efforts there. Some just played in it, as hobbyists. Others soberly pondered it, and wrote about it, and regulated it, and negotiated over it in international forums, and sued one another about it, in gigantic, epic court battles that lasted for years. And almost since the beginning, some people have committed crimes in this place. But in the past 20 years, this electrical space, which was once thin and dark and one-dimensional, little more than a narrow speaking tube, stretching from phone to phone, has flung itself open like a gigantic jack-in-the-box. Light has flooded upon it, the eerie light of the glowing computer screen. This dark electric netherworld has become a vast flowering electronic landscape. Since the 1960s, the world of the telephone has crossbred itself with computers and television, and though there is still no substance to cyberspace, nothing you can handle, it has a strange kind of physicality now. It makes good sense today to talk of cyberspace as a place all its own. Because people live in it now. Not just a few people, not just a few technicians and eccentrics, but thousands of people, quite normal people. And not just for a little while, either, but for hours straight, over weeks, and months, and years. Cyberspace today is a matrix international in scope and growing swiftly and steadily. It's growing in size, and wealth, and political importance. People are making entire careers in modern cyberspace. Scientists and technicians, of course, they've been there for 20 years now. But increasingly, cyberspace is filling with journalists and doctors and lawyers and artists and clerks. Civil servants make their careers there now, online in vast government databanks, and so do spies, industrial, political, and just plain snoops, and so do police, at least a few of them. And there are children living there now. People have met there and been married there. There are entire living communities in cyberspace today, chattering, gossiping, planning, conferring and scheming, leaving one another voicemail and electronic mail, giving one another big weightless chunks of valuable data, both legitimate and illegitimate. They busily pass one another computer software and the occasional festering computer virus. We do not really understand how to live in cyberspace yet. We are feeling our way into it, blundering about. That is not surprising. Our lives in the physical world, the real world, are also far from perfect, despite a lot more practice. Human lives, real lives, are imperfect by their nature, and there are human beings in cyberspace. The way we live in cyberspace is a funhouse mirror of the way we live in the real world. We take both our advantages and our troubles with us. This book is about trouble in cyberspace. Specifically, this book is about certain strange events in the year 1990, an unprecedented and startling year for the growing world of computerized communications. In 1990 there came a nationwide crackdown on illicit computer hackers, with arrests, criminal charges, one dramatic show trial, several guilty pleas, and huge confiscations of data and equipment all over the USA. The hacker crackdown of 1990 was larger, better organized, more deliberate, and more resolute than any previous effort in the brave new world of computer crime. The U.S. Secret Service, private telephone security, and state and local law enforcement groups across the country all joined forces in a determined attempt to break the back of America's electronic underground. It was a fascinating effort, with very mixed results. The hacker crackdown had another unprecedented effect. It spurred the creation, within the computer community, of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, a new and very odd interest group, fiercely dedicated to the establishment and preservation of electronic civil liberties. The crackdown, remarkable in itself, has created a melee of debate over electronic crime, punishment, freedom of the press, and issues of search and seizure. Politics has entered cyberspace. Where people go, politics follow. This is the story of the people of cyberspace. Part 1. Crashing the system. On the 15th of January 1990, AT&T's long-distance telephone switching system crashed. This was a strange, dire, huge event. 60,000 people lost their telephone service completely. During the 9 long hours of frantic effort that it took to restore service, some 70 million telephone calls went uncompleted. Losses of service, known as outages in the telco trade, are a known and accepted hazard of the telephone business. Hurricanes hit, and phone cables get snapped by the thousands. Earthquakes wrench through buried fiber optic lines. Switching stations catch fire and burn to the ground. These things do happen. There are contingency plans for them, and decades of experience in dealing with them. But the crash of the 15th of January was unprecedented. It was unbelievably huge, and it occurred for no apparent physical reason. The crash started on a Monday afternoon in a single switching station in Manhattan. But, unlike any merely physical damage, it spread and spread. Station after station across America collapsed in a chain reaction, until fully half of AT&T's network had gone haywire and the remaining half was hard put to handle the overflow. Within 9 hours, AT&T software engineers more or less understood what had caused the crash. Replicating the problem exactly, poring over software line by line, took them a couple of weeks. But because it was hard to understand technically, the full truth of the matter and its implications were not widely and thoroughly aired and explained. The root cause of the crash remained obscure, surrounded by rumor and fear. The crash was a grave corporate embarrassment. The culprit was a bug in AT&T's own software, not the sort of admission the telecommunications giant wanted to make, especially in the face of increasing competition. Still, the truth was told, in the baffling technical terms necessary to explain it. Somehow the explanation failed to persuade American law enforcement officials and even telephone corporate security personnel. These people were not technical experts or software wizards, and they had their own suspicions about the cause of this disaster. The police and telco security had important sources of information denied to mere software engineers. They had informants in the computer underground and years of experience in dealing with high-tech rascality that seemed to grow ever more sophisticated. For years they had been expecting a direct and savage attack against the American national telephone system. And with the crash of January 15, the first month of a new, high-tech decade, their predictions, fears, and suspicions seemed at last to have entered the real world. A world where the telephone system had not merely crashed, but, quite likely, been crashed by hackers. The crash created a large dark cloud of suspicion that would color certain people's assumptions and actions for months. The fact that it took place in the realm of software was suspicious on its face. The fact that it occurred on Martin Luther King Day, still the most politically touchy of American holidays, made it more suspicious yet. The crash of the 15th of January gave the hacker crackdown its sense of edge and its sweaty urgency. It made people, powerful people in positions of public authority, willing to believe the worst. And, most fatally, it helped to give investigators a willingness to take extreme measures and the determination to preserve almost total secrecy. An obscure software fault in an aging switching system in New York was to lead to a chain reaction of legal and constitutional trouble all across the country. Like the crash in the telephone system, this chain reaction was ready and waiting to happen. During the 1980s, the American legal system was extensively patched to deal with the novel issues of computer crime. There was, for instance, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act of 1986, eloquently described as a stinking mess by a prominent law enforcement official. And there was the draconian Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986, passed unanimously by the United States Senate, which later would reveal a large number of flaws. Extensive, well-meant efforts had been made to keep the legal system up to date. But in the day-to-day grind of the real world, even the most elegant software tends to crumble and suddenly reveal its hidden bugs. Like the advancing telephone system, the American legal system was certainly not ruined by its temporary crash, but for those caught under the weight of the collapsing system, life became a series of blackouts and anomalies. In order to understand why these weird events occurred, both in the world of technology and in the world of law, it's not enough to understand the merely technical problems. We will get to those, but first and foremost, we must try to understand the telephone, and the business of telephones, and the community of human beings that telephones have created. Technologies have life cycles, like cities do, like institutions do, like laws and governments do. The first stage of any technology is the question mark, often known as the golden vaporware stage. At this early point, the technology is only a phantom, a mere gleam in the inventor's eye. One such inventor was a speech teacher and electrical tinkerer named Alexander Graham Bell. Bell's early inventions, while ingenious, failed to move the world. In 1863, the teenage Bell and his brother Melville made an artificial talking mechanism out of wood, rubber, gutta percha, and tin. This weird device had a rubber-covered tongue made of movable wooden segments, with vibrating rubber vocal cords and rubber lips and cheeks. While Melville puffed a bellows into a tin tube, imitating the lungs. Young Alec Bell would manipulate the lips, teeth and tongue, causing the thing to emit high-pitched falsetto gibberish. Another would-be technical breakthrough was the Bell phonautograph of 1874, actually made out of a human cadaver's ear. Clamped into place on a tripod, this grisly gadget drew sound wave images on smoked glass through a thin straw glued to its vibrating ear bones. By 1875, Bell had learned to produce audible sounds, ugly shrieks and squawks, by using magnets, diaphragms, and electrical current. Most golden vapor or air technologies go nowhere. But the second stage of technology is the rising star, or the goofy prototype stage. The telephone, Bell's most ambitious gadget yet, reached this stage on the 10th of March, 1876. On that great day, Alexander Graham Bell became the first person to transmit intelligible human speech electrically. As it happened, young Professor Bell, industriously tinkering in his Boston lab, had spattered his trousers with acid. His assistant, Mr. Watson, heard his cry for help over Bell's experimental audio telegraph. This was an event without precedent. Technologies in their goofy prototype stage rarely work very well. They're experimental, and therefore half-baked and rather frazzled. The prototype may be attractive and novel, and it does look as if it ought to be good for something or other. But nobody, including the inventor, is quite sure what. Inventors, and speculators, and pundits may have very firm ideas about its potential use, but those ideas are often very wrong. The natural habitat of the goofy prototype is in trade shows and in the popular press. Infant technologies need publicity and investment money like a tottering calf need milk. This was very true of Bell's machine. To raise research and development money, Bell toured with his device as a stage attraction. Contemporary press reports of the stage debut of the telephone showed pleased astonishment mixed with considerable dread. Bell's stage telephone was a large wooden box with a crude speaker nozzle, the whole contraption about the size and shape of an overgrown Brownie camera. Its buzzing steel sound plate, pumped up by powerful electromagnets, was loud enough to fill an auditorium. Bell's assistant Mr. Watson, who could manage on the keyboards fairly well, kicked in by playing the organ from distant rooms, and, later, distant cities. This feat was considered marvelous, but very eerie indeed. Bell's original notion for the telephone, an idea promoted for a couple of years, was that it would become a mass medium. We might recognize Bell's idea today as something close to modern cable radio. Telephones at a central source would transmit music, Sunday sermons, and important public speeches to a paying network of wired-up subscribers. At the time, most people thought this notion made good sense. In fact, Bell's idea was workable. In Hungary, this philosophy of the telephone was successfully put into everyday practice. In Budapest, for decades, from 1893 until after World War I, there was a government-run information service called Telefonhomando. Hermando was a centralized source of news and entertainment and culture, including stock reports, plays, concerts, and novels read aloud. At certain hours of the day, the phone would ring, you would plug in a loudspeaker for the use of the family, and telephone Hermando would be on the air, or rather, on the phone. Hermando is dead tech today, but Hermando might be considered a spiritual ancestor of the modern telephone-accessed computer data services, such as CompuServe, Genie or Prodigy. The principle behind Hermando is also not too far from computer bulletin board systems or BBSs, which arrived in the late 1970s, spread rapidly across America, and will figure largely in this book. We are used to using telephones for individual person-to-person speech, because we are used to the bell system. But this was just one possibility among many. Communication networks are very flexible and protean, especially when their hardware becomes sufficiently advanced. They can be put to all kinds of uses. And they have been, and they will be. Bell's telephone was bound for glory. But this was a combination of political decisions, canny infighting in court, inspired industrial leadership, receptive local conditions and outright good luck. Much the same is true of communications systems today. As Bell and his backers struggled to install their newfangled system in the real world of 19th century New England, they had to fight against skepticism and industrial rivalry. There was already a strong electrical communications network present in America, the telegraph. The head of the Western Union telegraph system dismissed Bell's prototype as an electrical toy and refused to buy the rights to Bell's patent. The telephone, it seemed, might be all right as a parlor entertainment, but not for serious business. Telegrams, unlike mere telephones, left a permanent physical record of their messages. Telegrams, unlike telephones, could be answered whenever the recipient had time and convenience. And the telegram had a much longer distance range than Bell's early telephone. These factors made telegraphy seem a much more sound and businesslike technology, at least to some. The telegraph system was huge, and well entrenched. In 1876, the United States had 214,000 miles of telegraph wire, and 8,500 telegraph offices. There were specialized telegraphs for businesses and stock traders, government, police and fire departments. And Bell's toy was best known as a stage magic musical device. The third stage of technology is known as the cash cow stage. In the cash cow stage, a technology finds its place in the world, and matures, and becomes settled and productive. After a year or so, Alexander Graham Bell and his capitalist backers concluded that eerie music piped from 19th-century cyberspace was not the real selling point of his invention. Instead, the telephone was about speech, individual, personal speech, the human voice, human conversation and human interaction. The telephone was not to be managed from any centralized broadcast center. It was to be a personal, intimate technology. When you picked up a telephone, You were not absorbing the cold output of a machine, you were speaking to another human being. Once people realized this, their instinctive dread of the telephone as an eerie, unnatural device swiftly vanished. A telephone call was not a call from a telephone itself, but a call from another human being, someone you would generally know and recognize. The real point was not what the machine could do for you, or to you, but what you yourself, a person and citizen, could do through the machine. This decision on the part of the young Bell Company was absolutely vital. The first telephone networks went up around Boston, mostly among the technically curious and the well-to-do, much the same segment of the American populace that, 100 years later, would be buying personal computers. Entrenched backers of the telegraph continued to scoff. But in January 1878, a disaster made the telephone famous. A train crashed in Tariffville, Connecticut. Forward-looking doctors in the nearby city of Hartford had had Bell's speaking telephone installed. An alert local druggist was able to telephone an entire community of local doctors, who rushed to the site to give aid. The disaster, as disasters do, aroused intense press coverage. The phone had proven its usefulness in the real world. After Tariffville, the telephone network spread like crabgrass. By 1890 it was all over New England. By 93, out to Chicago. By 97, into Minnesota, Nebraska and Texas. By 1904 it was all over the continent. The telephone had become a mature technology. Professor Bell, now generally known as Dr. Bell despite his lack of a formal degree, became quite wealthy. He lost interest in the tedious day-to-day business muddle of the booming telephone network, and gratefully returned his attention to creatively hacking around in his various laboratories, which were now much larger, better ventilated, and gratifyingly better equipped. Bell was never to have another great inventive success, though his speculations and prototypes anticipated fiber optic transmission, manned flight, sonar, hydrofoil ships, tetrahedral construction, and Montessori education. The decibel, the standard scientific measure of sound intensity, was named after Bell. Not all Bell's vaporwire notions were inspired. He was fascinated by human eugenics. He also spent many years developing a weird personal system of astrophysics in which gravity did not exist. Bell was a definite eccentric. He was something of a hypochondriac, and throughout his life he habitually stayed up until 4 a.m., refusing to rise before noon. But Bell had accomplished a great feat. He was an idol of millions, and his influence, wealth, and great personal charm, combined with his eccentricity, made him something of a loose cannon on deck. Bell maintained a thriving scientific salon in his winter mansion in Washington, D.C., which gave him considerable backstage influence in governmental and scientific circles. He was a major financial backer of the magazines Science and National Geographic, both still flourishing today as important organs of the American scientific establishment. Bell's companion Thomas Watson, similarly wealthy and similarly odd, became the ardent political disciple of a 19th-century science fiction writer and would-be social reformer, Edward Bellamy. Watson also trod the boards briefly as a Shakespearean actor. There would never be another Alexander Graham Bell, but in years to come there would be surprising numbers of people like him. Bell was a prototype of the high-tech entrepreneur. High-tech entrepreneurs will play a very prominent role in this book, not merely as technicians and businessmen, but as pioneers of the technical frontier, who can carry the power and prestige they derive from high technology into the political and social arena. Like later entrepreneurs, Bell was fierce in defense of his own technological territory. As the telephone began to flourish, Bell was soon involved in violent lawsuits in the defense of his patents. Bell's Boston lawyers were excellent, however, and Bell himself, as an elocution teacher and gifted public speaker, was a devastatingly effective legal witness. In the 18 years of Bell's patents, the Bell Company was involved in 600 separate lawsuits. The legal records printed filled 149 volumes. The Bell Company won every single suit. After Bell's exclusive patents expired, rival telephone companies sprang up all over America. Bell's company, American Bell Telephone, was soon in deep trouble. In 1907, American Bell Telephone fell into the hands of the rather sinister J.P. Morgan financial cartel, robber baron speculators who dominated Wall Street. At this point, history might have taken a different turn. American might well have been served forever by a patchwork of locally owned telephone companies. Many state politicians and local businessmen considered this an excellent solution. But the new Bell Holding Company, American Telephone and Telegraph or AT&T, put in a new man at the helm, a visionary industrialist named Theodore Vail. Vail, a former post office manager, understood large organizations and had an innate feeling for the nature of large-scale communications. Vail quickly saw to it that AT&T seized the technological edge once again. The Pupin and Campbell loading coil and the DeForest Audion are both extinct technology today, but in 1913 they gave Vail's company the best long-distance lines ever built. By controlling long distance, the links between, and over, and above the smaller local phone companies, AT&T swiftly gained the whip hand over them, and was soon devouring them right and left. Vail plowed the profits back into research and development, starting the Bell tradition of huge-scale and brilliant industrial research. Technically and financially, AT&T gradually steamrolled the opposition. Independent telephone companies never became entirely extinct, and hundreds of them flourish today. But Vail's AT&T became the supreme communications company. At one point, Vail's AT&T bought Western Union itself, the very company that had derided Bell's telephone as a toy. Vail thoroughly reformed Western Union's hidebound business along his modern principles, but when the federal government grew anxious at this centralization of power, Vail politely gave Western Union back. This centralizing process was not unique. Very similar events had happened in American steel, oil, and railroads. But AT&T, unlike the other companies, was to remain supreme. The monopoly robber barons of those other industries were humbled and shattered by government trust busting. Vail, the former post office official, was quite willing to accommodate the U.S. government. In fact, he would forge an active alliance with it. AT&T would become almost a wing of the American government, almost another post office, though not quite. AT&T would willingly submit to federal regulation, but in return, it would use the government's regulators as its own police, who would keep out competitors and assure the Bell system's profits and preeminence. This was the second birth, the political birth, of the American telephone system. Vail's arrangement was to persist, with vast success, for many decades, until 1982. His system was an odd kind of American industrial socialism. It was born at about the same time as Leninist communism, and it lasted almost as long, and, it must be admitted, to considerably better effect. Vail's system worked. Except perhaps for aerospace, there has been no technology more thoroughly dominated by Americans than the telephone. The telephone was seen from the beginning as a quintessentially American technology. Bell's policy, and the policy of Theodore Vail, was a profoundly democratic policy of universal access. Vail's famous corporate slogan, "One Policy, One System, Universal Service," was a political slogan, with a very American ring to it. The American telephone was not to become the specialized tool of government or business, but a general public utility. At first, it was true, only the wealthy could afford private telephones, and Bell's company pursued the business markets primarily. The American phone system was a capitalist effort, meant to make money. It was not a charity. But from the first, almost all communities with telephone service had public telephones. And many stores, especially drugstores, offered public use of their phones. You might not own a telephone, but you could always get into the system, if you really needed to. There was nothing inevitable about this decision to make telephones public and universal. Vail's system involved a profound act of trust in the public. This decision was a political one, informed by the basic values of the American Republic. The situation might have been very different, and in other countries, under other systems, it certainly was. Joseph Stalin, for instance, vetoed plans for a Soviet phone system soon after the Bolshevik Revolution. Stalin was certain that publicly accessible telephones would become instruments of anti-Soviet counter-revolution and conspiracy. He was probably right. When telephones did arrive in the Soviet Union, they would be instruments of party authority, and always heavily tapped. Alexander Solzhenitsyn's prison camp novel The First Circle describes efforts to develop a phone system more suited to Stalinist purposes. France, with its tradition of rational centralized government, had fought bitterly even against the electric telegraph, which seemed to the French entirely too anarchical and frivolous. For decades, 19th century France communicated via the visual telegraph, a nation-spanning, government-owned semaphore system of huge stone towers that signaled from hilltops, across vast distances, with big windmill-like arms. In 1846, one Dr. Barbet, a semaphore enthusiast, memorably uttered an early version of what might be called the security expert's argument against the open media. No, the electric telegraph is not a sound invention. It will always be at the mercy of the slightest disruption, wild youths, drunkards, bums, etc. The electric telegraph meets those destructive elements with only a few meters of wire over which supervision is impossible. A single man could, without being seen, cut the telegraph wires leading to Paris, and in 24 hours cut in 10 different places the wires of the same line, without being arrested. The visual telegraph, on the contrary, has its towers, its high walls, its gates well guarded from inside by strong-armed men. Yes, I declare, substitution of the electric telegraph for the visual one is a dreadful measure, a truly idiotic act. Dr. Barbet and his high-security stone machines were eventually unsuccessful, but his argument, that communication exists for the safety and convenience of the state, and must be carefully protected from the wild boys and the gutter rabble who might want to crash the system, would be heard again and again. When the French telephone system finally did arrive, its snarled inadequacy was to be notorious. Devotees of the American Bell system often recommended a trip to France, for skeptics. In Edwardian Britain, issues of class and privacy were a ball and chain for telephonic progress. It was considered outrageous that anyone, any wild fool off the street, could simply barge bellowing into one's office or home, preceded only by the ringing of a telephone bell. In Britain, phones were tolerated for the use of business, but private phones tended to be stuffed away into closets, smoking rooms, or servants' quarters. Telephone operators were resented in Britain because they did not seem to know their place. And no one of breeding would print a telephone number on a business card. This seemed a crass attempt to make the acquaintance of strangers. But phone access in America was to become a popular right, something like universal suffrage, only more so. American women could not yet vote when the phone system came through, yet from the beginning American women doted on the telephone. This feminization of the American telephone was often commented on by foreigners. Phones in America were not censored or stiff or formalized, they were social, private, intimate, and domestic. In America, Mother's Day is by far the busiest day of the year for the phone network. The early telephone companies, and especially AT&T, were among the foremost employers of American women. They employed the daughters of the American middle class in great armies. In 1891, 8,000 women. By 1946, almost 250,000. Women seemed to enjoy telephone work. It was respectable, it was steady, it paid fairly well as women's work went, and, not least, it seemed a genuine contribution to the social good of the community. Women found Vail's ideal of public service attractive. This was especially true in rural areas, where women operators, running extensive rural party lines, enjoyed considerable social power. The operator knew everyone on the party line, and everyone knew her. Although Bell himself was an ardent suffragist, the telephone company did not employ women for the sake of advancing female liberation. AT&T did this for sound commercial reasons. The first telephone operators of the Bell system were not women, but teenage American boys. They were telegraphic messenger boys, a group about to be rendered technically obsolescent, who swept up around the phone office, dunned customers for bills, and made phone connections on the switchboard, all on the cheap. Within the very first year of operation, 1878, Bell's company learned a sharp lesson about combining teenage boys and telephone switchboards. Putting teenage boys in charge of the phone system brought swift and consistent disaster. Bell's chief engineer described them as wild Indians. The boys were openly rude to customers. They talked back to subscribers, sourcing off, uttering facetious remarks, and generally giving lip. The rascals took St. Patrick's Day off without permission. And worst of all, they played clever tricks with the switchboard plugs, disconnecting calls, crossing lines so that customers found themselves talking to strangers, and so forth. This combination of power, technical mastery, and effective anonymity seemed to act like catnip on teenage boys. This wild kid on the wires phenomenon was not confined to the USA. From the beginning, the same was true of the British phone system. An early British commentator kindly remarked, "No doubt boys in their teens found the work not a little irksome, and it is also highly probable that under the early conditions of employment the adventurous and inquisitive spirits of which the average healthy boy of that age is possessed, were not always conducive to the best attention being given to the wants of the telephone subscribers. So the boys were flung off the system, or at least, deprived of control of the switchboard. But the adventurous and inquisitive spirits of the teenage boys would be heard from in the world of telephony, again and again. The fourth stage in the technological life cycle is death, the dog-dead tech. The telephone has so far avoided this fate. On the contrary, it is thriving, still spreading, still evolving, and at increasing speed. The telephone has achieved a rare and exalted state for a technological artifact. It has become a household object. The telephone, like the clock, like pen and paper, like kitchen utensils and running water, has become a technology that is visible only by its absence. The telephone is technologically transparent. The global telephone system is the largest and most complex machine in the world, yet it is easy to use. More remarkable yet, the telephone is almost entirely physically safe for the user. For the average citizen in the 1870s, the telephone was weirder, more shocking, more high-tech and harder to comprehend, than the most outrageous stunts of advanced computing for us Americans in the 1990s. In trying to understand what is happening to us today, with our bulletin board systems, direct overseas dialing, fiber optic transmissions, computer viruses, hacking stunts, and a vivid tangle of new laws and new crimes, it is important to realize that our society has been through a similar challenge before, and that, all in all, we did rather well by it. Bell's stage telephone seemed bizarre at first. But the sensations of weirdness vanished quickly, once people began to hear the familiar voices of relatives and friends, in their own homes on their own telephones. The telephone changed from a fearsome high-tech totem to an everyday pillar of human community. This has also happened, and is still happening, to computer networks. Computer networks such as NSFNet, BINet, Usenet, Janet, are technically advanced, intimidating, and much harder to use than telephones. Even the popular, commercial computer networks, such as Genie, Prodigy, and CompuServe, cause much head-scratching and have been described as user-hateful. Nevertheless, they too are changing from fancy high-tech items into everyday sources of human community. The words community and communication have the same root. Wherever you put a communications network, you put a community as well. And whenever you take away that network, confiscate it, outlaw it, crash it, raise its price beyond affordability, then you hurt that community. Communities will fight to defend themselves. People will fight harder and more bitterly to defend their communities, than they will fight to defend their own individual selves. And this is very true of the electronic community that arose around computer networks in the 1980s, or rather, the various electronic communities, in telephony, law enforcement, computing, and the digital underground that, by the year 1990, were raiding, rallying, arresting, suing, jailing, fining and issuing angry manifestos. None of the events of 1990 were entirely new. Nothing happened in 1990 that did not have some kind of earlier and more understandable precedent. What gave the hacker crackdown its new sense of gravity and importance was the feeling, the community feeling, that the political stakes had been raised, that trouble in cyberspace was no longer mere mischief or inconclusive skirmishing, but a genuine fight over genuine issues, a fight for community survival and the shape of the future. These electronic communities, having flourished throughout the 1980s, were becoming aware of themselves, and increasingly, becoming aware of other, rival communities. Worries were sprouting up right and left, with complaints, rumors, uneasy speculations. But it would take a catalyst, a shock, to make the new world evident. Like Bell's great publicity break, the Tariffville rail disaster of January 1878, it would take a cause célèbre. That cause was the AT&T crash of the 15th of January 1990. After the crash, the wounded and anxious telephone community would come out fighting hard. The community of telephone technicians, engineers, operators and researchers is the oldest community in cyberspace. These are the veterans, the most developed group, the richest, the most respectable, in most ways the most powerful. Whole generations have come and gone since Alexander Graham Bell's day, but the community he founded survives. People work for the phone system today whose great-grandparents worked for the phone system. Its specialty magazines, such as Telephony, AT&T Technical Journal, Telephone Engineer and Management, are decades old. They make computer publications like Macworld and PC Week look like amateur Johnny-come-latelys. And the phone companies take no back seat in high technology, either. Other companies' industrial researchers may have won new markets, but the researchers of Bell Labs have won 7 Nobel Prizes. One potent device that Bell Labs originated, the transistor, has created entire groups of industries. Bell Labs are world famous for generating a patent a day and have even made vital discoveries in astronomy, physics and cosmology. Throughout its 70-year history, Bell was not so much a company as a way of life. Until the cataclysmic divestiture of the 1980s, Bell was perhaps the ultimate maternalist mega-employer. The AT&T corporate image was the gentle giant, the voice with a smile, a vaguely socialist realist world of clean-shaven linemen in shiny helmets and blandly pretty phone girls in headsets and nylons. Bell System employees were famous as rock-ribbed Kiwanis and Rotary members, Little League enthusiasts, school board people. During the long heyday of Bell, the Bell employee corps were nurtured top to bottom on a corporate ethos of public service. There was good money in Bell, but Bell was not about money. Bell used public relations, but never mere marketeering. People went into the Bell system for a good life, and they had a good life. But it was not mere money that led Bell people out in the midst of storms and earthquakes to fight with toppled phone poles, to wade in flooded manholes, to pull the red-eyed graveyard shift over collapsing switching systems. The Bell ethic was the electrical equivalent of the postman's. Neither rain, nor snow, nor gloom of night would stop these couriers. It is easy to be cynical about this, as it is easy to be cynical about any political or social system, but cynicism does not change the fact that thousands of people took these ideals very seriously. And some still do. The Bell ethos was about public service, and that was gratifying, but it was also about private power, and that was gratifying too. As a corporation, Bell was very special. Bell was privileged. Bell had snuggled up close to the state. In fact, Bell was as close to government as you could get in America and still make a whole lot of legitimate money. But unlike other companies, Bell was above and beyond the vulgar commercial fray. Through its regional operating companies, Bell was omnipresent, local, and intimate, all over America, but the central ivory towers at its corporate heart were the tallest and the ivoriest around. There were other phone companies in America, to be sure, the so-called independents. Rural cooperatives, mostly, small fry, mostly tolerated, sometimes warred upon. For many decades, independent American phone companies lived in fear and loathing of the official Bell monopoly, or the Bell octopus as Ma Bell's 19th-century enemies described her in many angry newspaper manifestos. Some few of these independent entrepreneurs, while legally in the wrong, fought so bitterly against the octopus that their illegal phone networks were cast into the street by Bell agents and publicly burned. The pure technical sweetness of the Bell system gave its operators, inventors and engineers a deeply satisfying sense of power and mastery. They had devoted their lives to improving this vast nation-spanning machine. Over years, whole human lives, they had watched it improve and grow. It was like a great technological temple. They were an elite, and they knew it, even if others did not. In fact, they felt even more powerful because others did not understand. The deep attraction of this sensation of elite technical power should never be underestimated. Technical power is not for everybody. For many people it simply has no charm at all. But for some people, it becomes the core of their lives. For a few, it is overwhelming, obsessive, it becomes something close to an addiction. People, especially clever teenage boys whose lives are otherwise mostly powerless and put upon, love this sensation of secret power, and are willing to do all sorts of amazing things to achieve it. The technical power of electronics has motivated many strange acts detailed in this book, which would otherwise be inexplicable. So Bell had power beyond mere capitalism. The Bell service ethos worked, and was often propagandized, in a rather saccharine fashion. Over the decades, people slowly grew tired of this. And then, openly impatient with it. By the early 1980s, Ma Bell was to find herself with scarcely a real friend in the world. Vail's industrial socialism had become hopelessly out of fashion politically. Bell would be punished for that. And that punishment would fall harshly upon the people of the telephone community. In 1983, Ma Bell was dismantled by federal court action. The pieces of Bell are now separate corporate entities. The core of the company became AT&T Communications, and also AT&T Industries, formerly Western Electric, Bell's manufacturing arm. AT&T Bell Labs became Bell Communications Research, Bellcore. Then there are the regional Bell operating companies, or RBOCs, pronounced RBOCs. Bell was a titan, and even these regional chunks are gigantic enterprises, Fortune 50 companies with plenty of wealth and power behind them. But the clean lines of one policy, one system, universal service have been shattered, apparently forever. The one policy of the early Reagan administration was to shatter a system that smacked of non-competitive socialism. Since that time, there has been no real telephone policy on the federal level. Despite the breakup, the remnants of Bell have never been set free to compete in the open marketplace. The RBOCs are still very heavily regulated, but not from the top. Instead, they struggle politically, economically and legally, in what seems an endless turmoil, in a patchwork of overlapping federal and state jurisdictions. Increasingly, like other major American corporations, the RBOCs are becoming multinational, acquiring important commercial interests in Europe, Latin America, and the Pacific Rim. But this, too, adds to their legal and political predicament. The people of what used to be Marbella are not happy about their fate. They feel ill-used. They might have been grudgingly willing to make a full transition to the free market, to become just companies amid other companies. But this never happened. Instead, AT&T and the Abox, the Baby Bells, feel themselves wrenched from side to side by state regulators, by Congress, by the FCC, and especially by the Federal Court of Judge Harold Green, the magistrate who ordered the Bell breakup and who has been the de facto chair of American telecommunications ever since 1983. Bell people feel that they exist in a kind of paralegal limbo today. They don't understand what's demanded of them. If it's service, why aren't they treated like a public service? And if it's money, then why aren't they free to compete for it? No one seems to know, really. Those who claim to know keep changing their minds. Nobody in authority seems willing to grasp the nettle for once and all. Telephone people from other countries are amazed by the American telephone system today. Not that it works so well, for nowadays even the French telephone system works, more or less. They are amazed that the American telephone system still works at all, under these strange conditions. Bell's one system of long-distance service is now only about 80% of a system, with the remainder held by Sprint, MCI, and the midget long-distance companies. Ugly wars over dubious corporate practices such as slamming, an underhand method of snitching clients from rivals, break out with some regularity in the realm of long-distance service. The battle to break Bell's long-distance monopoly was long and ugly, and since the breakup the battlefield has not become much prettier. AT&T's famous shame and blame advertisements, which emphasized the shoddy work and purported ethical shadiness of their competitors, were much remarked on for their studied psychological cruelty. There is much bad blood in this industry, and much long-treasured resentment. AT&T's post-breakup corporate logo, a striped sphere, is known in the industry as the Death Star, a reference from the movie Star Wars, in which the Death Star was the spherical high-tech fortress of the harsh-breathing Imperial ultra-baddie, Darth Vader. Even AT&T employees are less than thrilled by the Death Star. A popular, though banned, T-shirt among AT&T employees bears the old-fashioned Bell logo of the Bell system, plus the newfangled striped sphere, with the before and after comments, "This is your brain, this is your brain on drugs." AT&T made a very well-financed and determined effort to break into the personal computer market. It was disastrous, and telco computer experts are derisively known by their competitors as the pole climbers. AT&T and the Baby Bell Arbucks still seem to have few friends. Under conditions of sharp commercial competition, a crash like that of the 15th of January 1990 was a major embarrassment to AT&T. It was a direct blow against their much-treasured reputation for reliability. Within days of the crash, AT&T's chief executive officer, Bob Allen, officially apologized. In terms of deeply pained humility, AT&T had a major service disruption last Monday. We didn't live up to our own standards of quality, and we didn't live up to yours. It's as simple as that. And that's not acceptable to us. Or to you. We understand how much people have come to depend upon AT&T service, so our AT&T Bell Laboratories scientists and our network engineers are doing everything possible to guard against a recurrence. We know there's no way to make up for the inconvenience this problem may have caused you. Mr. Allen's open letter to customers was printed in lavish ads all over the country, in the Wall Street Journal, USA Today, New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Chicago Tribune, Philadelphia Inquirer, San Francisco Chronicle Examiner, Boston Globe, Dallas Morning News, Detroit Free Press, Washington Post, Houston Chronicle, Cleveland Plain Dealer, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Minneapolis Star-Tribune, St. Paul Pioneer-Press-Dispatch, Seattle Times/Post-Intelligencer, Tacoma News-Tribune, Miami Herald, Pittsburgh Press, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Denver Post, Phoenix Republic Gazette and Tampa Tribune. In another press release, AT&T went to some pains to suggest that this software glitch might have happened just as easily to MCI, although, in fact, it hadn't. MCI's switching software was quite different from AT&T's, though not necessarily any safer. AT&T also announced their plans to offer a rebate of service on Valentine's Day to make up for the loss during the crash. Every technical resource available, including Bell Labs scientists and engineers, has been devoted to assuring it will not occur again, the public was told. They were further assured that the chances of a recurrence are small. A problem of this magnitude never occurred before. In the meantime, however, police and corporate security maintained their own suspicions about the chances of recurrence and the real reason why a problem of this magnitude had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Police and security knew for a fact that hackers of unprecedented sophistication were illegally entering, and reprogramming, certain digital switching stations. Rumors of hidden viruses and secret logic bombs in the switches ran rampant in the underground, with much chortling over AT&T's predicament, and idle speculation over what unsung hacker genius was responsible for it. Some hackers, including police informants, were trying hard to finger one another as the true culprits of the crash. Telco people found little comfort in objectivity when they contemplated these possibilities. It was just too close to the bone for them. It was embarrassing, it hurt so much, it was hard even to talk about. There has always been thieving and misbehavior in the phone system. There has always been trouble with the rival independents, and in the local loops. But to have such trouble in the core of the system, the long-distance switching stations, is a horrifying affair. To telco people, this is all the difference between finding roaches in your kitchen and big horrid surats in your bedroom. From the outside, to the average citizen, the telcos still seem gigantic and impersonal. The American public seems to regard them as something akin to Soviet apparats. Even when the telcos do their best corporate citizen routine, subsidizing magnet high schools and sponsoring news shows on public television, they seem to win little except public suspicion. But from the inside, all this looks very different. There's harsh competition. A legal and political system that seems baffled and bored, when not actively hostile to telco interests. There's a loss of morale, a deep sensation of having somehow lost the upper hand. Technological change has caused a loss of data and revenue to other, newer forms of transmission. There's theft, and new forms of theft, of growing scale and boldness and sophistication. With all these factors, it was no surprise to see the telcos, large and small, break out in a litany of bitter complaint. In late '88 and throughout 1989, telco representatives grew shrill in their complaints to those few American law enforcement officials who make it their business to try to understand what telephone people are talking about. Telco security officials had discovered the computer hacker underground, infiltrated it thoroughly, and become deeply alarmed at its growing expertise. Here they had found a target that was not only loathsome on its face, but clearly ripe for counterattack. Those bitter rivals, AT&T, MCI and Sprint, and a crowd of Baby Bells, Pac Bell, Bell South, Southwestern Bell, 9X, US West, as well as the Bell Research Consortium Bellcore, and the independent long-distance carrier Mid-American, all were to have their role in the great hacker dragnet of 1990. After years of being battered and pushed around, the telcos had, at least in a small way, seized the initiative again. After years of turmoil, telcos and government officials were once again to work smoothly in concert in defense of the system. Optimism blossomed, enthusiasm grew on all sides, the prospective taste of vengeance was sweet. From the beginning, even before the crackdown had a name, secrecy was a big problem. There were many good reasons for secrecy in the hacker crackdown. Hackers and code thieves were wily prey, slinking back to their bedrooms and basements and destroying vital incriminating evidence at the first hint of trouble. Furthermore, the crimes themselves were heavily technical and difficult to describe, even to police, much less to the general public. When such crimes had been described intelligibly to the public, in the past, that very publicity had tended to increase the crimes enormously. Telco officials, while painfully aware of the vulnerabilities of their systems, were anxious not to publicize those weaknesses. Experience showed them that those weaknesses, once discovered, would be pitilessly exploited by tens of thousands of people, not only by professional grifters and by underground hackers and phone freaks, but by many otherwise more or less honest everyday folks, who regarded stealing service from the faceless, soulless phone company as a kind of harmless indoor sport. When it came to protecting their interests, telcos had long since given up on general public sympathy for the voice with a smile. Nowadays the telco's voice was very likely to be a computer's, and the American public showed much less of the proper respect and gratitude due the fine public service bequeathed them by Dr. Bell and Mr. Vail. The more efficient, high-tech, computerized, and impersonal the telcos became, it seemed, the more they were met by sullen public resentment and immoral greed. Telco officials wanted to punish the phone freak underground, in as public and exemplary a manner as possible. They wanted to make dire examples of the worst offenders, to seize the ringleaders and intimidate the small fry, to discourage and frighten the wacky hobbyists, and send the professional grifters to jail. To do all this, publicity was vital. Yet operational secrecy was even more so. If word got out that a nationwide crackdown was coming, the hackers might simply vanish, destroy the evidence, hide their computers, go to Earth, and wait for the campaign to blow over. Even the young hackers were crafty and suspicious, and as for the professional grifters, they tended to split for the nearest state line at the first sign of trouble. For the crackdown to work well, they would all have to be caught red-handed, swept upon suddenly, out of the blue, from every corner of the compass. And there was another strong motive for secrecy. In the worst-case scenario, a blown campaign might leave the telcos open to a devastating hacker counterattack. If there were indeed hackers loose in America who had caused the 15th of January crash, if there were truly gifted hackers, loose in the nation's long-distance switching systems, and enraged or frightened by the crackdown, then they might react unpredictably to an attempt to collar them. Even if caught, they might have talented and vengeful friends still running around loose. Conceivably, it could turn ugly. Very ugly. In fact, it was hard to imagine just how ugly things might turn, given that possibility. Counterattack from hackers was a genuine concern for the telcos. In point of fact, they would never suffer any such counterattack. But in months to come, they would be at some pains to publicize this notion and to utter grim warnings about it. Still, that risk seemed well worth running. Better to run the risk of vengeful attacks, than to live at the mercy of potential crashers. Any cop would tell you that a protection racket had no real future. And publicity was such a useful thing. Corporate security officers, including telco security, generally work under conditions of great discretion. And corporate security officials do not make money for their companies. Their job is to prevent the loss of money, which is much less glamorous than actually winning profits. If you are a corporate security official, and you do your job brilliantly, then nothing bad happens to your company at all. Because of this, you appear completely superfluous. This is one of the many unattractive aspects of security work. It's rare that these folks have the chance to draw some healthy attention to their own efforts. Publicity also served the interest of their friends in law enforcement. Public officials, including law enforcement officials, thrive by attracting favorable public interest. A brilliant prosecution in a matter of vital public interest can make the career of a prosecuting attorney. And for a police officer, good publicity opens the purses of the legislature, it may bring a citation, or a promotion, or at least a rise in status and the respect of one's peers. But to have both publicity and secrecy is to have one's cake and eat it too. In months to come, as we will show, this impossible act was to cause great pain to the agents of the crackdown. But early on, it seemed possible, maybe even likely, that the crackdown could successfully combine the best of both worlds. The arrest of hackers would be heavily publicized. The actual deeds of the hackers, which were technically hard to explain and also a security risk, would be left decently obscured. The threat hackers posed would be heavily trumpeted. The likelihood of their actually committing such fearsome crimes would be left to the public's imagination. The spread of the computer underground, and its growing technical sophistication, would be heavily promoted. The actual hackers themselves, mostly bespectacled middle-class white suburban teenagers, would be denied any personal publicity. It does not seem to have occurred to any telco official that the hackers accused would demand a day in court, that journalists would smile upon the hackers as good copy, that wealthy high-tech entrepreneurs would offer moral and financial support to crackdown victims, that constitutional lawyers would show up with briefcases, frowning mightily. This possibility does not seem to have ever entered the game plan. And even if it had, it probably would not have slowed the ferocious pursuit of a stolen phone company document, mellifluously known as Control Office Administration of Enhanced 911 Services for Special Services and Major Account Centers. In the chapters to follow, we will explore the worlds of police and the computer underground, and the large shadowy area where they overlap. But first, we must explore the battleground. Before we leave the world of the telcos, we must understand what a switching system actually is and how your telephone actually works. To the average citizen, the idea of the telephone is represented by, well, a telephone, a device that you talk into. To a telco professional, however, the telephone itself is known, in lordly fashion, as a subset. The subset in your house is a mere adjunct, a distant nerve ending, of the central switching stations, which are ranked in levels of hierarchy, up to the long-distance electronic switching stations, which are some of the largest computers on Earth. Let us imagine that it is, say, 1925, before the introduction of computers, when the phone system was simpler and somewhat easier to grasp. Let's further imagine that you are Miss Letitia Luther, a fictional operator for Marbell in New York City of the 20s. Basically, you, Miss Luther, are the switching system. You are sitting in front of a large vertical switchboard, known as a cordboard made of shiny wooden panels, with 10,000 metal-rimmed holes punched in them, known as jacks. The engineers would have put more holes into your switchboard, but 10,000 is as many as you can reach without actually having to get up out of your chair. Each of these 10,000 holes has its own little electric light bulb, known as a lamp, and its own neatly printed number code. With the ease of long habit, you are scanning your board for lit-up bulbs. This is what you do most of the time, so you are used to it. A lamp lights up. This means that the phone at the end of that line has been taken off the hook. Whenever a handset is taken off the hook, that closes a circuit inside the phone which then signals the local office, i.e. you, automatically. There might be somebody calling, or then again the phone might be simply off the hook, but this does not matter to you yet. The first thing you do is record that number in your logbook, in your fine American public school handwriting. This comes first, naturally, since it is done for billing purposes. You now take the plug of your answering cord, which goes directly to your headset, and plug it into the lit-up hole. Operator, you announce. In operators' classes, before taking this job, you have been issued a large pamphlet full of canned operators' responses for all kinds of contingencies, which you had to memorize. You have also been trained in a proper non-regional, non-ethnic pronunciation and tone of voice. You rarely have the occasion to make any spontaneous remark to a customer, and in fact this is frowned upon, except out on the rural lines where people have time on their hands and get up to all kinds of mischief. A tough-sounding user's voice at the end of the line gives you a number. Immediately, you write that number down in your logbook, next to the caller's number, which you just wrote earlier. You then look and see if the number this guy wants is in fact on your switchboard, which it generally is, since it's generally a local call. Long distance costs so much that people use it sparingly. Only then do you pick up a calling cord from a shelf at the base of the switchboard. This is a long elastic cord mounted on a kind of reel so that it will zip back in when you unplug it. There are a lot of cords down there, and when a bunch of them are out at once they look like a nest of snakes. Some of the girls think there are bugs living in those cable holes. They're called cable mites and are supposed to bite your hands and give you rashes. You don't believe this, yourself. Gripping the head of your calling cord, you slip the tip of it deftly into the sleeve of the jack for the called person. Not all the way in, though. You just touch it. If you hear a clicking sound, that means the line is busy and you can't put the call through. If the line is busy, you have to stick the calling cord into a busy-tone jack which will give the guy a busy tone. This way you don't have to talk to him yourself and absorb his natural human frustration. But the line isn't busy. So you pop the cord all the way in. Relay circuits in your board make the distant phone ring, and if somebody picks it up off the hook, then a phone conversation starts. You can hear this conversation on your answering cord, until you unplug it. In fact, you could listen to the whole conversation if you wanted, but this is sternly frowned upon by management, and frankly, when you've overheard one, you've pretty much heard them all. You can tell how long the conversation lasts by the glow of the calling cord's lamp, down on the calling cord's shelf. When it's over, you unplug and the calling cord zips back into place. Having done this stuff a few 100,000 times, you become quite good at it. In fact, you're plugging, and connecting, and disconnecting, 10, 20, 40 cords at a time. It's a manual handicraft, really, quite satisfying in a way, rather like weaving on an upright loom. Should a long-distance call come up, it would be different, but not all that different. Instead of connecting the call through your own local switchboard, you have to go up the hierarchy, onto the long-distance lines, known as trunk lines. Depending on how far the call goes, it may have to work its way through a whole series of operators, which can take quite a while. The caller doesn't wait on the line while this complex process is negotiated across the country by the gaggle of operators. Instead, the caller hangs up, and you call him back yourself when the call has finally worked its way through. After 4 or 5 years of this work, you get married, and you have to quit your job, this being the natural order of womanhood in the American 1920s. The phone company has to train somebody else, maybe 2 people, since the phone system has grown somewhat in the meantime. And this costs money. In fact, to use any kind of human being as a switching system is a very expensive proposition. 8,000 Letitia Luthers would be bad enough, but 250,000 of them is a military-scale proposition and makes drastic measures in automation financially worthwhile. Although the phone system continues to grow today, the number of human beings employed by telcos has been dropping steadily for years. Phone operators now deal with nothing but unusual contingencies, all routine operations having been shrugged off onto machines. Consequently, telephone operators are considerably less machine-like nowadays, and have been known to have accents and actual character in their voices. When you reach a human operator today, the operators are rather more human than they were in Letitia's day, but on the other hand, human beings in the phone system are much harder to reach in the first place. Over the first half of the 20th century, electromechanical switching systems of growing complexity were cautiously introduced into the phone system. In certain backwaters, some of these hybrid systems are still in use. But after 1965, the phone system began to go completely electronic, and this is by far the dominant mode today. Electromechanical systems have crossbars and brushes and other large moving mechanical parts, which, while faster and cheaper than Letitia, are still slow, and tend to wear out fairly quickly. But fully electronic systems are inscribed on silicon chips, and are lightning fast, very cheap, and quite durable. They are much cheaper to maintain than even the best electromechanical systems, and they fit into half the space. And with every year, the silicon chip grows smaller, faster, and cheaper yet. Best of all, automated electronics work around the clock and don't have salaries or health insurance. There are, however, quite serious drawbacks to the use of computer chips. When they do break down, it is a daunting challenge to figure out what the heck has gone wrong with them. A broken cordboard generally had a problem in it big enough to see. A broken chip has invisible, microscopic faults. And the faults in bad software can be so subtle as to be practically theological. If you want a mechanical system to do something new, then you must travel to where it is, and pull pieces out of it, and wire in new pieces. This costs money. However, if you want a chip to do something new, all you have to do is change its software, which is easy, fast and dirt cheap. You don't even have to see the chip to change its program. Even if you did see the chip, it wouldn't look like much. A chip with program X doesn't look one whit different from a chip with program Y. With the proper codes and sequences, and access to specialized phone lines, you can change electronic switching systems all over America from anywhere you please. And so can other people. If they know how, and if they want to, they can sneak into a microchip via the special fenellins and diddle with it, leaving no physical trace at all. If they broke into the operator's station and held Letitia at gunpoint, that would be very obvious. If they broke into a telco building and went after an electromechanical switch with a tool belt, that would at least leave many traces. But people can do all manner of amazing things to computer switches just by typing on a keyboard, and keyboards are everywhere today. The extent of this vulnerability is deep, dark, broad, almost mind-boggling, and yet this is a basic, primal fact of life about any computer on a network. Security experts over the past 20 years have insisted, with growing urgency, that this basic vulnerability of computers represents an entirely new level of risk, of unknown but obviously dire potential to society. And they are right. An electronic switching station does pretty much everything Letitia did, except in nanoseconds and on a much larger scale. Compared to Miss Luther's 10,000 jacks, even a primitive 1S switching computer, 60s vintage, has a 128,000 lines. And the current AT&T system of choice is the monstrous 5th generation 5S. An electronic switching station can scan every line on its board in 1/10 of a second, and it does this over and over, tirelessly, around the clock. Instead of eyes, it uses Farad scanners to check the condition of local lines and trunks. Instead of hands, it has signal distributors, central pulse distributors, magnetic latching relays and reed switches which complete and break the calls. Instead of a brain, it has a central processor. Instead of an instruction manual, it has a program. Instead of a handwritten logbook for recording and billing calls, it has magnetic tapes. And it never has to talk to anybody. Everything a customer might say to it is done by punching the direct dial tone buttons on your subset. Although an electronic switching station can't talk, it does need an interface, some way to relate to its employers. This interface is known as the Master Control Center. This interface might be better known simply as the interface since it doesn't actually control phone calls directly. However, a term like Master Control Center is just the kind of rhetoric that telco maintenance engineers, and hackers, find particularly satisfying. Using the Master Control Center, a phone engineer can test local and trunk lines for malfunctions. He, rarely she, can check various alarm displays, measure traffic on the lines, examine the records of telephone usage and the charges for those calls, and change the programming. And, of course, anybody else who gets into the master control center by remote control can also do these things, if he, rarely she, has managed to figure them out, or, more likely, has somehow swiped the knowledge from people who already know. In 1989 and 1990, one particular book, Bell South, which felt particularly troubled, spent a purported $1.2 million on computer security. Some think it spent as much as $2 million, if you count all the associated costs. $2 million is still very little compared to the great cost-saving utility of telephonic computer systems. Unfortunately, computers are also stupid. Unlike human beings, computers possess the truly profound stupidity of the inanimate. In the 1960s, in the first shocks of spreading computerization, there was much easy talk about the stupidity of computers, how they could only follow the program and were rigidly required to do only what they were told. There has been rather less talk about the stupidity of computers since they began to achieve grandmaster status in chess tournaments, and to manifest many other impressive forms of apparent cleverness. Nevertheless, computers still are profoundly brittle and stupid. They are simply vastly more subtle in their stupidity and brittleness. The computers of the 1990s are much more reliable in their components than earlier computer systems, but they are also called upon to do far more complex things, under far more challenging conditions. On a basic mathematical level, every single line of a software program offers a chance for some possible screw-up. Software does not sit still when it works, it runs, it interacts with itself and with its own inputs and outputs. By analogy, it stretches like putty into millions of possible shapes and conditions, so many shapes that they can never all be successfully tested, not even in the lifespan of the universe. Sometimes the putty snaps. The stuff we call software is not like anything that human society is used to thinking about. Software is something like a machine, and something like mathematics, and something like language, and something like thought, and art, and information. But software is not in fact any of those other things. The protean quality of software is one of the great sources of its fascination. It also makes software very powerful, very subtle, very unpredictable, and very risky. Some software is bad and buggy. Some is robust, even bulletproof. The best software is that which has been tested by thousands of users under thousands of different conditions, over years. It is then known as stable. This does not mean that the software is now flawless, free of bugs. It generally means that there are plenty of bugs in it, but the bugs are well identified and fairly well understood. There is simply no way to assure that software is free of flaws. Though software is mathematical in nature, it cannot be proven like a mathematical theorem. Software is more like language, with inherent ambiguities, with different definitions, different assumptions, different levels of meaning that can conflict. Human beings can manage, more or less, with human language because we can catch the gist of it. Computers, despite years of effort in artificial intelligence, have proven spectacularly bad in catching the gist of anything at all. The tiniest bit of semantic grit may still bring the mightiest computer tumbling down. One of the most hazardous things you can do to a computer program is try to improve it, to try to make it safer. Software patches represent new, untried unstable software, which is by definition riskier. The modern telephone system has come to depend, utterly and irretrievably, upon software. And the system crash of the 15th of January, 1990, was caused by an improvement in software. Or rather, an attempted improvement. As it happened, the problem itself, the problem per se, took this form. A piece of telco software had been written in C language, a standard language of the telco field. Within the C software was a long do, while construct. The do, while construct contained a switch statement. The switch statement contained an if clause. The if clause contained a break. The break was supposed to break the if clause. Instead, the break broke the switch statement. That was the problem, the actual reason why people picking up phones on the 15th of January, 1990, could not talk to one another. Or at least, that was the subtle, abstract, cyberspatial seed of the problem. This is how the problem manifested itself from the realm of programming into the realm of real life. The System 7 software for AT&TS4S switching station, the generic 44E14 central office switch software, had been extensively tested, and was considered very stable. By the end of 1989, 80 of AT&TS switching systems nationwide had been programmed with the new software. Cautiously, 34 stations were left to run the slower, less capable System 6, because AT&T suspected there might be shakedown problems with the new and unprecedentedly sophisticated System 7 network. The stations with System 7 were programmed to switch over to a backup net in case of any problems. In mid-December 1989, however, a new high-velocity, high-security software patch was distributed to each of the 4S switches that would enable them to switch over even more quickly, making the System 7 network that much more secure. Unfortunately, every one of these 4S switches was now in possession of a small but deadly flaw. In order to maintain the network, switches must monitor the condition of other switches, whether they are up and running, whether they have temporarily shut down, whether they are overloaded and in need of assistance, and so forth. The new software helped control this bookkeeping function by monitoring the status calls from other switches. It only takes 4 to 6 seconds for a troubled 4S switch to rid itself of all its calls, drop everything temporarily, and reboot its software from scratch. Starting over from scratch will generally rid the switch of any software problems that may have developed in the course of running the system. Bugs that arise will be simply wiped out by this process. It is a clever idea. This process of automatically rebooting from scratch is known as the normal fault recovery routine. Since AT&TS software is in fact exceptionally stable, systems rarely have to go into fault recovery in the first place, but AT&T has always boasted of its real-world reliability, and this tactic is a belt and suspenders routine. The 4S switch used its new software to monitor its fellow switches as they recovered from faults. As other switches came back online after recovery, they would send their OK signals to the switch. The switch would make a little note to that effect in its status map, recognizing that the fellow switch was back and ready to go, and should be sent some calls and put back to regular work. Unfortunately, while it was busy bookkeeping with the status map, the tiny flaw in the brand new software came into play. The flaw caused the 4S switch to interact, subtly but drastically, with incoming telephone calls from human users. If, and only if, 2 incoming phone calls happened to hit the switch within 1/100th of a second, then a small patch of data would be garbled by the flaw. But the switch had been programmed to monitor itself constantly for any possible damage to its data. When the switch perceived that its data had been somehow garbled, then it too would go down, for swift repairs to its software. It would signal its fellow switches not to send any more work. It would go into the fault recovery mode for 4 to 6 seconds. And then the switch would be fine again, and would send out its OK, ready for work signal. However, the OK, ready for work signal was the very thing that had caused the switch to go down in the first place. And all the System 7 switches had the same flaw in their status map software. As soon as they stopped to make the bookkeeping note that their fellow switch was OK, then they too would become vulnerable to the slight chance that 2 phone calls would hit them within 1/100th of a second. At approximately 2:25 p.m. East on Monday, the 15th of January, one of AT&T's 4S toll switching systems in New York City had an actual, legitimate, minor problem. It went into fault recovery routines, announced "I'm going down," then announced, "I'm back, I'm okay." And this cheery message then blasted throughout the network to many of its fellow 4S switches. Many of the switches, at first, completely escaped trouble. These lucky switches were not hit by the coincidence of 2 phone calls within 1/100th of a second. Their software did not fail, at first. But 3 switches, in Atlanta, St. Louis, and Detroit, were unlucky, and were caught with their hands full. And they went down. And they came back up, almost immediately. And they too began to broadcast the lethal message that they, too, were OK again, activating the lurking software bug in yet other switches. As more and more switches did have that bit of bad luck and collapsed, the call traffic became more and more densely packed in the remaining switches, which were groaning to keep up with the load. And of course, as the calls became more densely packed, the switches were much more likely to be hit twice within 1/100th of a second. It only took 4 seconds for a switch to get well. There was no physical damage of any kind to the switches, after all. Physically, they were working perfectly. This situation was only a software problem. But the 4S switches were leaping up and down every 4 to 6 seconds, in a virulent spreading wave all over America, in utter, manic, mechanical stupidity. They kept knocking one another down with their contagious OK messages. It took about 10 minutes for the chain reaction to cripple the network. Even then, switches would periodically luck out and manage to resume their normal work. Many calls, millions of them, were managing to get through. But millions weren't. The switching stations that used System 6 were not directly affected. Thanks to these old-fashioned switches, AT&T's national system avoided complete collapse. This fact also made it clear to engineers that System 7 was at fault. Bell Labs engineers, working feverishly in New Jersey, Illinois, and Ohio, first tried their entire repertoire of standard network remedies on the malfunctioning System 7. None of the remedies worked, of course, because nothing like this had ever happened to any phone system before. By cutting out the backup safety network entirely, they were able to reduce the frenzy of OK messages by about half. The system then began to recover, as the chain reaction slowed. By 11:30 p.m. on Monday the 15th of January, sweating engineers on the midnight shift breathed a sigh of relief as the last switch cleared up. By Tuesday they were pulling all the brand new 4S software and replacing it with an earlier version of System 7. If these had been human operators, rather than computers at work, someone would simply have eventually stopped screaming. It would have been obvious that the situation was not okay and common sense would have kicked in. Humans possess common sense, at least to some extent. Computers simply don't. On the other hand, computers can handle hundreds of calls per second. Humans simply can't. If every single human being in America worked for the phone company, we couldn't match the performance of digital switches, direct dialing, three-way calling, speed calling, call waiting, caller ID, all the rest of the cornucopia of digital bounty. Replacing computers with operators is simply not an option anymore. And yet we still, anachronistically, expect humans to be running our phone system. It is hard for us to understand that we have sacrificed huge amounts of initiative and control to senseless yet powerful machines. When the phones fail, we want somebody to be responsible. We want somebody to blame. When the crash of the 15th of January happened, the American populace was simply not prepared to understand that enormous landslides in cyberspace, like the crash itself, can happen, and can be nobody's fault in particular. It was easier to believe, maybe even in some odd way more reassuring to believe, that some evil person, or evil group, had done this to us. Hackers had done it. With a virus. A Trojan horse. A software bomb. A dirty plot of some kind. People believed this, responsible people. In 1990, they were looking hard for evidence to confirm their heartfelt suspicions. And they would look in a lot of places. Come 1991, however, the outlines of an apparent new reality would begin to emerge from the fog. On July the 1st and 2nd, 1991, computer software collapses in telephone switching stations disrupted service in Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, Los Angeles and San Francisco. Once again, seemingly minor maintenance problems had crippled the digital system. 7. About 12 million people were affected in the crash of 1 July 1991. Said the New York Times service. Telephone company executives and federal regulators said they were not ruling out the possibility of sabotage by computer hackers, but most seemed to think the problems stemmed from some unknown defect in the software running the networks. And sure enough, within the week, a red-faced software company, DSC Communications Corporation of Plano, Texas, owned up to glitches in the signal transfer point software that DSC had designed for Bell Atlantic and Pacific Bell. The immediate cause of the July 1 crash was a single mistyped character, one tiny typographical flaw in one single line of the software. One mistyped letter, in one single line, had deprived the nation's capital of phone service. It was not particularly surprising that this tiny flaw had escaped attention. A typical System 7 station requires 10 million lines of code. On Tuesday, the 17th of September 1991, came the most spectacular outage yet. This case had nothing to do with software failures, at least, not directly. Instead, a group of AT&T's switching stations in New York City had simply run out of electrical power and shut down cold. Their backup batteries had failed. Automatic warning systems were supposed to warn of the loss of battery power, but those automatic systems had failed as well. This time, Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark airports all had their voice and data communications cut. This horrifying event was particularly ironic, as attacks on airport computers by hackers had long been a standard nightmare scenario, much trumpeted by computer security experts who feared the computer underground. There had even been a Hollywood thriller about sinister hackers ruining airport computers, Die Hard 2. Now AT&T itself had crippled airports with computer malfunctions, not just one airport, but 3 at once, some of the busiest in the world. Air traffic came to a standstill throughout the greater New York area, causing more than 500 flights to be cancelled, in a spreading wave all over America and even into Europe. Another 500 or so flights were delayed, affecting, all in all, about 85,000 passengers. One of these passengers was the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Stranded passengers in New York and New Jersey were further infuriated to discover that they could not even manage to make a long-distance phone call to explain their delay to loved ones or business associates. Thanks to the crash, about 4.5 million domestic calls, and 500,000 international calls, failed to get through. The 17th of September NYC crash, unlike the previous ones, involved not a whisper of hacker misdeeds. On the contrary, by 1991, AT&T itself was suffering much of the vilification that had formerly been directed at hackers. Congressmen were grumbling. So were state and federal regulators. And so was the press. For their part, ancient rival MCI took out snide full-page newspaper ads in New York, offering their own long-distance services for the next time that AT&T goes down. You wouldn't find a classy company like AT&T using such advertising, protested AT&T chairman Robert Allen, unconvincingly. Once again, out came the full-page AT&T apologies in newspapers, apologies for an inexcusable culmination of both human and mechanical failure. This time, however, AT&T offered no discount on later calls. Unkind critics suggested that AT&T were worried about setting any precedent for refunding the financial losses caused by telephone crashes. Industry journals asked publicly if AT&T was asleep at the switch. The telephone network, America's purported marvel of high-tech reliability, had gone down 3 times in 18 months. Fortune magazine listed the crash of the 17th of September among the biggest business goofs of 1991, cruelly parodying AT&T's ad campaign in an article entitled "AT&T Wants You Back, Safely on the Ground, God Willing." Why had those New York switching systems simply run out of power? Because no human being had attended to the alarm system. Why did the alarm systems blare automatically, without any human being noticing? Because the 3 telco technicians who should have been listening were absent from their stations in the power room, on another floor of the building, attending a training class. A training class about the alarm systems for the power room. Crashing the system was no longer unprecedented by late 1991. On the contrary, it no longer even seemed an oddity. By 1991, it was clear that all the policemen in the world could no longer protect the phone system from crashes. By far the worst crashes the system had ever had been inflicted, by the system, upon itself. And this time nobody was making cocksure statements that this was an anomaly, something that would never happen again. By 1991 the system's defenders had met their nebulous enemy, and the enemy was the system. Part 2, The Digital Underground. The date was the 9th of May, 1990. The Pope was touring Mexico City. Hustlers from the Medellin cartel were trying to buy black market Stinger missiles in Florida. On the comics page, Doonesbury character Andy was dying of AIDS. And then, a highly unusual item whose novelty and calculated rhetoric won it head-scratching attention in newspapers all over America. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Phoenix, Arizona, had issued a press release announcing a nationwide law enforcement crackdown against illegal computer hacking activities. The sweep was officially known as Operation Sun Devil. 8 paragraphs in the press release gave the bare facts: 27 search warrants carried out on May 8, with 3 arrests, and 150 agents on the prowl in 12 cities across America. Different counts in local press reports yielded 13, 14 and 16 cities. Officials estimated that criminal losses of revenue to telephone companies may run into millions of dollars. Credit for the Sun Devil investigations was taken by the U.S. Secret Service, Assistant U.S. Attorney Tim Holtzman of Phoenix, and the Assistant Attorney General of Arizona, Gail Thackeray. The prepared remarks of Gary M. Jenkins, appearing in a U.S. Department of Justice press release, were of particular interest. Mr. Jenkins was the Assistant Director of the U.S. Secret Service, and the highest-ranking federal official to take any direct public role in the hacker crackdown of 1990. Today, the Secret Service is sending a clear message to those computer hackers who have decided to violate the laws of this nation in the mistaken belief that they can successfully avoid detection by hiding behind the relative anonymity of their computer terminals. Underground groups have been formed for the purpose of exchanging information relevant to their criminal activities. These groups often communicate with each other through message systems between computers called bulletin boards. Our experience shows that many computer hacker suspects are no longer misguided teenagers, mischievously playing games with their computers in their bedrooms. Some are now high-tech computer operators using computers to engage in unlawful conduct. Who were these underground groups and high-tech operators? Where had they come from? What did they want? Who were they? Were they mischievous? Were they dangerous? How had misguided teenagers managed to alarm the United States Secret Service? And just how widespread was this sort of thing? Of all the major players in the hacker crackdown, the phone companies, law enforcement, the civil libertarians, and the hackers themselves, the hackers are by far the most mysterious, by far the hardest to understand, by far the weirdest. Not only are hackers novel in their activities, but they come in a variety of odd subcultures, with a variety of languages, motives and values. The earliest proto-hackers were probably those unsung mischievous telegraph boys who were summarily fired by the Bell Company in 1878. Legitimate hackers, those computer enthusiasts who are independent-minded but law-abiding, generally trace their spiritual ancestry to elite technical universities, especially MIT and Stanford, in the 1960s. But the genuine roots of the modern hacker underground can probably be traced most successfully to a now much obscured hippie anarchist movement known as the Yippies. The Yippies, who took their name from the largely fictional Youth International Party, carried out a loud and lively policy of surrealistic subversion and outrageous political mischief. Their basic tenets were flagrant sexual promiscuity, open and copious drug use, the political overthrow of any powermonger over 30 years of age, and an immediate end to the war in Vietnam, by any means necessary, including the psychic levitation of the Pentagon. The two most visible yippies were Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin. Rubin eventually became a Wall Street broker. Hoffman, ardently sought by federal authorities, went into hiding for 7 years, in Mexico, France, and the United States. While on the lam, Hoffman continued to write and publish, with help from sympathizers in the American anarcho-leftist underground. Mostly, Hoffman survived through false ID and odd jobs. Eventually he underwent facial plastic surgery and adopted an entirely new identity as one Barry Freed. After surrendering himself to authorities in 1980, Hoffman spent a year in prison on a cocaine conviction. Hoffman's worldview grew much darker as the glory days of the 1960s faded. In 1989, he purportedly committed suicide, under odd and, to some, rather suspicious circumstances. Abby Hoffman is said to have caused the Federal Bureau of Investigation to amass the single largest investigation file ever opened on an individual American citizen. If this is true, it is still questionable whether the FBI regarded Abby Hoffman a serious public threat. Quite possibly, his file was enormous simply because Hoffman left colorful legendary wherever he went. He was a gifted publicist, who regarded electronic media as both playground and weapon. He actively enjoyed manipulating network TV and other gullible, image-hungry media, with various weird lies, mind-boggling rumors, impersonation scams, and other sinister distortions, all absolutely guaranteed to upset cops, presidential candidates, and federal judges. Hoffman's most famous work was a book self-reflexively known as Steal This Book, which publicized a number of methods by which young, penniless hippie agitators might live off the fat of a system supported by humorless drones. Steal This Book, whose title urged readers to damage the very means of distribution which had put it into their hands, might be described as a spiritual ancestor of a computer virus. Hoffman, like many a later conspirator, made extensive use of payphones for his agitation work, in his case, generally through the use of cheap brass washers as coin slugs. During the Vietnam War, there was a federal surtax imposed on telephone service. Hoffman and his cohorts could, and did, argue that in systematically stealing phone service they were engaging in civil disobedience, virtuously denying tax funds to an illegal and immoral war. But this thin veil of decency was soon dropped entirely. Ripping off the system found its own justification in deep alienation and a basic outlaw contempt for conventional bourgeois values. Ingenious, vaguely politicized varieties of rip-off, which might be described as anarchy by convenience, became very popular in yuppie circles, and because rip-off was so useful, it was to survive the yuppie movement itself. In the early 1970s, it required fairly limited expertise and ingenuity to cheat payphones, to divert free electricity and gas service, or to rob vending machines and parking meters for handy pocket change. It also required a conspiracy to spread this knowledge, and the gall and nerve actually to commit petty theft, but the yippies had these qualifications in plenty. In June 1971, Abby Hoffman and a telephone enthusiast sarcastically known as Al Bell began publishing a newsletter called Youth International Party Line. This newsletter was dedicated to collating and spreading yuppie rip-off techniques, especially of phones, to the joy of the freewheeling underground and the insensate rage of all straight people. As a political tactic, phone service theft ensured that yuppie advocates would always have ready access to the long-distance telephone as a medium, despite the yippies' chronic lack of organization, discipline, money, or even a steady home address. Party line was run out of Greenwich Village for a couple of years. Then Al Bell more or less defected from the faltering ranks of Yippiedom, changing the newsletter's name to TAP or Technical Assistance Program. After the Vietnam War ended, the steam began leaking rapidly out of American radical dissent. But by this time, Bell and his dozen or so core contributors had the bit between their teeth, and had begun to derive tremendous gut-level satisfaction from the sensation of pure technical power. TAP articles, once highly politicized, became pitilessly jargonized and technical, in homage or parody to the Bell system's own technical documents, which TAP studied closely, gutted, and reproduced without permission. The TAP elite reveled in gloating possession of the specialized knowledge necessary to beat the system. Al Bell dropped out of the game by the late 70s, and Tom Edison took over. TAP readers, some 1,400 of them, all told, now began to show more interest in telex switches and the growing phenomenon of computer systems. In 1983, Tom Edison had his computer stolen and his house set on fire by an arsonist. This was an eventually mortal blow to TAP, though the legendary name was to be resurrected in 1990 by a young Kentuckian computer outlaw named Pre.0R. Ever since telephones began to make money, there have been people willing to rob and defraud phone companies. The legions of petty phone thieves vastly outnumber those phone freaks who explore the system for the sake of the intellectual challenge. The New York metropolitan area, long in the vanguard of American crime, claims over 150,000 physical attacks on pay telephones every year. Studied carefully, a modern payphone reveals itself as a little fortress, carefully designed and redesigned over generations, to resist coin slugs, zaps of electricity, chunks of coin-shaped ice, prebars, magnets, lockpicks, blasting caps. Public payphones must survive in a world of unfriendly, greedy people, and a modern payphone is as exquisitely evolved as a cactus. Because the phone network predates the computer network, the scofflaws known as phone freaks predate the scofflaws known as computer hackers. In practice, today, the line between freaking and hacking is very blurred, just as the distinction between telephones and computers has blurred. The phone system has been digitized, and computers have learned to talk over phone lines. What's worse, and this was the point of the Mr. Jenkins of the Secret Service, some hackers have learned to steal, and some thieves have learned to hack. Despite the blurring, one can still draw a few useful behavioral distinctions between freaks and hackers. Hackers are intensely interested in the system per se, and enjoy relating to machines. Freaks are more social, manipulating the system in a rough-and-ready fashion in order to get through to other human beings, fast, cheap and under the table. Phone freaks love nothing so much as Bridges' illegal conference calls of 10 or 12 chatting conspirators, seaboard to seaboard, lasting for many hours, and running, of course, on somebody else's tab, preferably a large corporation's. As phone freak conferences wear on, people drop out, or simply leave the phone off the hook, while they sashay off to work or school or babysitting, and new people are phoned up and invited to join in, from some other continent, if possible. Technical trivia, boasts, brags, lies, head-trip deceptions, weird rumors, and cruel gossip are all freely exchanged. The lowest rung of phone phreaking is the theft of telephone access codes. Charging a phone call to somebody else's stolen number is, of course, a pig-easy way of stealing phone service, requiring practically no technical expertise. This practice has been very widespread, especially among lonely people without much money who are far from home. Code theft has flourished especially in college dorms, military bases, and, notoriously, among roadies for rock bands. Of late, code theft has spread very rapidly among third-worlders in the US, who pile up enormous unpaid long-distance bills to the Caribbean, South America, and Pakistan. The simplest way to steal phone codes is simply to look over a victim's shoulder as he punches in his own code number on a public payphone. This technique is known as shoulder surfing and is especially common in airports, bus terminals, and train stations. The code is then sold by the thief for a few dollars. The buyer abusing the code has no computer expertise, but calls his mom in New York, Kingston or Caracas and runs up a huge bill with impunity. The losses from this primitive phreaking activity are far greater than the monetary losses caused by computer intruding hackers. In the mid to late 1980s, until the introduction of sterner telco security measures, computerized code theft worked like a charm, and was virtually omnipresent throughout the digital underground, among freaks and hackers alike. This was accomplished through programming one's computer to try random code numbers over the telephone until one of them worked. Simple programs to do this were widely available in the underground. A computer running all night was likely to come up with a dozen or so useful hits. This could be repeated week after week until one had a large library of stolen codes. Nowadays, the computerized dialing of hundreds of numbers can be detected within hours and swiftly traced. If a stolen code is repeatedly abused, this too can be detected within a few hours. But for years in the 1980s, the publication of stolen codes was a kind of elementary etiquette for fledgling hackers. The simplest way to establish your bona fides as a raider was to steal a code through repeated random dialing and offer it to the community for use. Codes could be both stolen and used, simply and easily from the safety of one's own bedroom, with very little fear of detection or punishment. Before computers and their phone line modems entered American homes in gigantic numbers, phone phreaks had their own special telecommunications hardware gadget, the famous blue box. This fraud device, now rendered increasingly useless by the digital evolution of the phone system, could trick switching systems into granting free access to long-distance lines. It did this by mimicking the system's own signal, a tone of 2600 Hz. Stephen Jobs and Steve Wozniak, the founders of Apple Computer, Inc., once dabbled in selling blue boxes in college dorms in California. For many, in the early days of phreaking, blue boxing was scarcely perceived as theft but rather as a fun, if sneaky, way to use excess phone capacity harmlessly. After all, the long-distance lines were just sitting there. Whom did it hurt, really? If you're not damaging the system, and you're not using up any tangible resource, and if nobody finds out what you did, then what real harm have you done? What exactly have you stolen anyway? If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, how much is the noise worth? Even now this remains a rather dicey question. Blue boxing was no joke to the phone companies, however. Indeed, when Ramparts magazine, a radical publication in California, printed the wiring schematics necessary to create a mute box in June 1972, the magazine was seized by police and Pacific Bell Phone Company officials. The mute box, a blue box variant, allowed its user to receive long-distance calls free of charge to the caller. This device was closely described in a Ramparts article wryly titled "Regulating the Phone Company in Your Home." Publication of this article was held to be in violation of Californian State Penal Code Section 502.7, which outlaws ownership of wire fraud devices and the selling of plans or instructions for any instrument, apparatus, or device intended to avoid telephone toll charges. Issues of Ramparts were recalled or seized on the newsstands, and the resultant loss of income helped put the magazine out of business. This was an ominous precedent for free expression issues, but the telco's crushing of a radical fringe magazine passed without serious challenge at the time. Even in the freewheeling California 1970s, it was widely felt that there was something sacrosanct about what the phone company knew, that the telco had a legal and moral right to protect itself by shutting off the flow of such illicit information. Most telco information was so specialized that it would scarcely be understood by any honest member of the public. If not published, it would not be missed. To print such material did not seem part of the legitimate role of a free press. In 1990 there would be a similar telco-inspired attack on the electronic freak/hacking magazine Frack. The Frack legal case became a central issue in the hacker crackdown, and gave rise to great controversy. Frack would also be shut down, for a time, at least, but this time both the telcos and their law enforcement allies would pay a much larger price for their actions. The Frack case will be examined in detail later. Phone phreaking as a social practice is still very much alive at this moment. Today, phone phreaking is thriving much more vigorously than the better-known and worse-feared practice of computer hacking. New forms of phreaking are spreading rapidly, following new vulnerabilities in sophisticated phone services. Cellular phones are especially vulnerable. Their chips can be reprogrammed to present a false caller ID and avoid billing. Doing so also avoids police tapping, making cellular phone abuse a favorite among drug dealers. Call cell operations using pirate cellular phones can, and have, been run right out of the backs of cars, which move from cell to cell in the local phone system, retailing stolen long-distance service, like some kind of demented electronic version of the neighborhood ice cream truck. Private branch exchange phone systems in large corporations can be penetrated. Freaks dial up a local company, enter its internal phone system, hack it, then use the company's own PBX system to dial back out over the public network, causing the company to be stuck with the resulting long-distance bill. This technique is known as diverting. Diverting can be very costly, especially because freaks tend to travel in packs and never stop talking. Perhaps the worst byproduct of this PBX fraud is that victim companies and telcos have sued one another over the financial responsibility for the stolen calls, thus enriching not only shabby freaks but well-paid lawyers. Voicemail systems can also be abused. Freaks can seize their own sections of these sophisticated electronic answering machines, and use them for trading codes or knowledge of illegal techniques. Voicemail abuse does not hurt the company directly, but finding supposedly empty slots in your company's answering machine all crammed with freaks eagerly chattering and hey-duding one another in impenetrable jargon can cause sensations of almost mystical repulsion and dread. Worse yet, freaks have sometimes been known to react truculently to attempts to clean up the voicemail system. Rather than humbly acquiescing to being thrown out of their playground, they may very well call up the company officials at work, or at home, and loudly demand free voicemail addresses of their very own. Such bullying is taken very seriously by spooked victims. Acts of freak revenge against straight people are rare, but voicemail systems are especially tempting and vulnerable, and an infestation of angry freaks in one's voicemail system is no joke. They can erase legitimate messages, or spy on private messages, or harass users with recorded taunts and obscenities. They've even been known to seize control of voicemail security, and lock out legitimate users, or even shut down the system entirely. Cellular phone calls, cordless phones, and ship-to-shore telephony can all be monitored by various forms of radio. This kind of passive monitoring is spreading explosively today. Technically, eavesdropping on other people's cordless and cellular phone calls is the fastest growing area in freaking today. This practice strongly appeals to the lust for power and conveys gratifying sensations of technical superiority over the eavesdropping victim. Monitoring is rife with all manner of tempting evil mischief. Simple prurient snooping is by far the most common activity. But credit card numbers unwarily spoken over the phone can be recorded, stolen and used. And tapping people's phone calls, whether through active telephone taps or passive radio monitors, does lend itself conveniently to activities like blackmail, industrial espionage, and political dirty tricks. It should be repeated that telecommunications fraud, the theft of phone service, causes vastly greater monetary losses than the practice of entering into computers by stealth. Hackers are mostly young suburban American white males, and exist in their hundreds. But freaks come from both sexes and from many nationalities, ages and ethnic backgrounds, and are flourishing in the thousands. The term hacker has had an unfortunate history. This book, The Hacker Crackdown, has little to say about hacking in its finer, original sense. The term can signify the freewheeling intellectual exploration of the highest and deepest potential of computer systems. Hacking can describe the determination to make access to computers and information as free and open as possible. Hacking can involve the heartfelt conviction that beauty can be found in computers, that the fine aesthetic in a perfect program can liberate the mind and spirit. This is hacking as it was defined in Stephen Levy's much-praised History of the Pioneer Computer Milieu, Hackers, published in 1984. Hackers of all kinds are absolutely soaked through with heroic anti-bureaucratic sentiment. Hackers long for recognition as a praiseworthy cultural archetype, the postmodern electronic equivalent of the cowboy and mountain man. Whether they deserve such a reputation is something for history to decide. But many hackers, including those outlaw hackers who are computer intruders, and whose activities are defined as criminal, actually attempt to live up to this techno-cowboy reputation. And given that electronics and telecommunications are still largely unexplored territories, there is simply no telling what hackers might uncover. For some people, this freedom is the very breath of oxygen, the inventive spontaneity that makes life worth living and that flings open doors to marvelous possibility and individual empowerment. But for many people, and increasingly so, the hacker is an ominous figure, a smart sociopath ready to burst out of his basement wilderness and savage other people's lives for his own anarchical convenience. Any form of power without responsibility, without direct and formal checks and balances, is frightening to people, and reasonably so. It should be frankly admitted that hackers are frightening, and that the basis of this fear is not irrational. Fear of hackers goes well beyond the fear of merely criminal activity. Subversion and manipulation of the phone system is an act with disturbing political overtones. In America, computers and telephones are potent symbols of organized authority and the technocratic business elite. But there is an element in American culture that has always strongly rebelled against these symbols, rebelled against all large industrial computers and all phone companies. A certain anarchical tinge deep in the American soul delights in causing confusion and pain to all bureaucracies, including technological ones. There is sometimes malice and vandalism in this attitude, but it is a deep and cherished part of the American national character. The outlaw, the rebel, the rugged individual, the pioneer, the sturdy Jeffersonian yeoman, the private citizen resisting interference in his pursuit of happiness, these are figures that all Americans recognize, and that many will strongly applaud and defend. Many scrupulously law-abiding citizens today do cutting-edge work with electronics, work that has already had tremendous social influence and will have much more in years to come. In all truth, these talented, hard-working, law-abiding, mature, adult people are far more disturbing to the peace and order of the current status quo than any scofflaw group of romantic teenage punk kids. These law-abiding hackers have the power, ability, and willingness to influence other people's lives quite unpredictably. They have means, motive, and opportunity to meddle drastically with the American social order. When corralled into governments, universities, or large multinational companies, and forced to follow rule books and wear suits and ties, they at least have some conventional halters on their freedom of action. But when loosed alone, or in small groups, and fired by imagination and the entrepreneurial spirit, they can move mountains, causing landslides that will likely crash directly into your office and living room. These people, as a class, instinctively recognize that a public, politicized attack on hackers will eventually spread to them, that the term hacker, once demonized, might be used to knock their hands off the levers of power and choke them out of existence. There are hackers today who fiercely and publicly resist any besmirching of the noble title of hacker. Naturally and understandably, they deeply resent the attack on their values implicit in using the word hacker as a synonym for computer criminal. This book, sadly but in my opinion unavoidably, rather adds to the degradation of the term. It concerns itself mostly with hacking in its commonest latter-day definition, i.e., intruding into computer systems by stealth and without permission. The term hacking is used routinely today by almost all law enforcement officials with any professional interest in computer fraud and abuse. American police describe almost any crime committed with, by, through, or against a computer as hacking. Most importantly, hacker is what computer intruders choose to call themselves. Nobody who hacks into systems willingly describes himself, rarely herself, as a computer intruder, computer trespasser, cracker, wormer, dark side hacker, or high-tech street gangster. Several other demeaning terms have been invented in the hope that the press and public will leave the original sense of the word alone. But few people actually use these terms. I exempt the term cyberpunk, which a few hackers and law enforcement people actually do use. The term cyberpunk is drawn from literary criticism and has some odd and unlikely resonances, but, like hacker, cyberpunk too has become a criminal pejorative today. In any case, breaking into computer systems was hardly alien to the original hacker tradition. The first tottering systems of the 1960s required fairly extensive internal surgery merely to function day by day. Their users invaded the deepest, most arcane recesses of their operating software almost as a matter of routine. Computer security in these early, primitive systems was at best an afterthought. What security there was entirely physical, for it was assumed that anyone allowed near this expensive, arcane hardware would be a fully qualified professional expert. In a campus environment, though, this meant that grad students, teaching assistants, undergraduates, and eventually, all manner of dropouts and hangers-on ended up accessing and often running the works. Universities, even modern universities, are not in the business of maintaining security over information. On the contrary, universities, as institutions, predate the information economy by many centuries and are not for-profit cultural entities, whose reason for existence, purportedly, is to discover truth, codify it through techniques of scholarship, and then teach it. Universities are meant to pass the torch of civilization, not just download data into student skulls, and the values of the academic community are strongly at odds with those of all would-be information empires. Teachers at all levels, from kindergarten up, have proven to be shameless and persistent software and data pirates. Universities do not merely leak information but vigorously broadcast free thought. This clash of values has been fraught with controversy. Many hackers of the 1960s remember their professional apprenticeship as a long guerrilla war against the uptight mainframe computer information priesthood. These computer-hungry youngsters had to struggle hard for access to computing power, and many of them were not above certain shortcuts. But, over the years, this practice freed computing from the sterile reserve of lab-coated technocrats and was largely responsible for the explosive growth of computing in general society, especially personal computing. Access to technical power acted like catnip on certain of these youngsters. Most of the basic techniques of computer intrusion, password cracking, trapdoors, backdoors, Trojan horses, were invented in college environments in the 1960s, in the early days of network computing. Some off-the-cuff experience at computer intrusion was to be in the informal resume of most hackers and many future industry giants. Outside of the tiny cult of computer enthusiasts, few people thought much about the implications of breaking into computers. This sort of activity had not yet been publicized, much less criminalized. In the 1960s, definitions of property and privacy had not yet been extended to cyberspace. Computers were not yet indispensable to society. There were no vast databanks of vulnerable, proprietary information stored in computers, which might be accessed, copied without permission, erased, altered, or sabotaged. The stakes were low in the early days, but they grew every year, exponentially, as computers themselves grew. By the 1990s, commercial and political pressures had become overwhelming, and they broke the social boundaries of the hacking subculture. Hacking had become too important to be left to the hackers. Society was now forced to tackle the intangible nature of cyberspace as property, cyberspace as privately owned unreal estate. In the new, severe, responsible, high-stakes context of the information society of the 1990s, hacking was called into question. What did it mean to break into a computer without permission and use its computational power, or look around inside its files without hurting anything? What were computer intruding hackers, anyway? How should society, and the law, best define their actions? Were they just browsers, harmless intellectual explorers? Were they voyeurs, snoops, invaders of privacy? Should they be sternly treated as potential agents of espionage, or perhaps as industrial spies? Or were they best defined as trespassers, a very common teenage misdemeanor? Was hacking theft of service? After all, Intruders were getting someone else's computer to carry out their orders, without permission and without paying. Was hacking fraud? Maybe it was best described as impersonation. The commonest mode of computer intrusion was, and is, to swipe or snoop somebody else's password, and then enter the computer in the guise of another person, who is commonly stuck with the blame and the bills. Perhaps a medical metaphor was better. Hackers should be defined as sick as computer addicts unable to control their irresponsible, compulsive behavior. But these weighty assessments meant little to the people who were actually being judged. From inside the underground world of hacking itself, all these perceptions seem quaint, wrong-headed, stupid, or meaningless. The most important self-perception of underground hackers, from the 1960s, right through to the present day, is that they are an elite. The day-to-day struggle in the underground is not over sociological definitions, who cares, but for power, knowledge, and status among one's peers. When you are a hacker, it is your own inner conviction of your elite status that enables you to break, or let us say transcend the rules. It is not that all rules go by the board. The rules habitually broken by hackers are unimportant rules, the rules of dopey greedhead telco bureaucrats and pig-ignorant government pests. Hackers have their own rules, which separate behavior which is cool and elite, from behavior which is rodent-like, stupid and losing. These rules, however, are mostly unwritten and enforced by peer pressure and tribal feeling. Like all rules that depend on the unspoken conviction that everybody else is a good old boy, these rules are ripe for abuse. The mechanisms of hacker peer pressure, teletrials and ostracism, are rarely used and rarely work. Backstabbing, slander, threats, and electronic harassment are also freely employed in down and dirty intra-hacker feuds, but this rarely forces a rival out of the scene entirely. The only real solution for the problem of an utterly losing, treacherous and rodent-like hacker is to turn him into the police. Unlike the mafia or Medellin cartel, the hacker elite cannot simply execute the big mouths, creeps and troublemakers among their ranks, so they turn one another in with astonishing frequency. There is no tradition of silence or omerta in the hacker underworld. Hackers can be shy, even reclusive, but when they do talk, hackers tend to brag, boast and strut. Almost everything hackers do is invisible. If they don't brag, boast, and strut about it, then nobody will ever know. If you don't have something to brag, boast, and strut about, then nobody in the underground will recognize you and favor you with vital cooperation and respect. The way to win a solid reputation in the underground is by telling other hackers things that could only have been learned by exceptional cunning and stealth. Forbidden knowledge, therefore, is the basic currency of the digital underground, like seashells among Trobriand islanders. Hackers hoard this knowledge, and dwell upon it obsessively, and refine it, and bargain with it, and talk about it. Many hackers even suffer from a strange obsession to teach, to spread the ethos and the knowledge of the digital underground. They'll do this even when it gains them no particular advantage and presents a grave personal risk. and when that risk catches up with them, they will go right on teaching and preaching, to a new audience this time, their interrogators from law enforcement. Almost every hacker arrested tells everything he knows, all about his friends, his mentors, his disciples, legends, threats, horror stories, dire rumors, gossip, hallucinations. This is, of course, convenient for law enforcement, except when law enforcement begins to believe hacker legendary. Phone phreaks are unique among criminals in their willingness to call up law enforcement officials, in the office, at their homes, and give them an extended piece of their mind. It is hard not to interpret this as begging for arrest, and in fact it is an act of incredible foolhardiness. Police are naturally nettled by these acts of chutzpah and will go well out of their way to bust these flaunting idiots. But it can also be interpreted as a product of a worldview so elitist, so closed and hermetic, that electronic police are simply not perceived as police but rather as enemy phone phreaks who should be scolded into behaving decently. Hackers at their most grandiloquent perceive themselves as the elite pioneers of a new electronic world. Attempts to make them obey the democratically established laws of contemporary American society are seen as repression and persecution. After all, they argue, if Alexander Graham Bell had gone along with the rules of the Western Union Telegraph Company, there would have been no telephones. If Jobs and Wozniak had believed that IBM was the be-all and end-all, there would have been no personal computers. If Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson had tried to work within the system, there would have been no United States. Not only do hackers privately believe this as an article of faith, but they have been known to write ardent manifestos about it. Here are some revealing excerpts from an especially vivid hacker manifesto, The Techno Revolution by Dr. Crash, which appeared in electronic form in Frack Volume 1, Issue 6, File 3. To fully explain the true motives behind hacking, we must first take a quick look into the past. In the 1960s, a group of MIT students built the first modern computer system. This wild, rebellious group of young men were the first to bear the name hackers. The systems that they developed were intended to be used to solve world problems and to benefit all of mankind. As we can see, this has not been the case. The computer system has been solely in the hands of big businesses and the government. The wonderful device meant to enrich life has become a weapon which dehumanizes people. To the government and large businesses, people are no more than disk space, and the government doesn't use computers to arrange aid for the poor, but to control nuclear death weapons. The average American can only have access to a small microcomputer which is worth only a fraction of what they pay for it. The businesses keep the true state-of-the-art equipment away from the people behind a steel wall of incredibly high prices and bureaucracy. It is because of this state of affairs that hacking was born. Of course, the government doesn't want the monopoly of technology broken, so they have outlawed hacking and arrest anyone who is caught. The phone company is another example of technology abused and kept from people with high prices. Hackers often find that their existing equipment, due to the monopoly tactics of computer companies, is inefficient for their purposes. Due to the exorbitantly high prices, it is impossible to legally purchase the necessary equipment. This need has given still another segment of the fight: credit carding. Carding is a way of obtaining the necessary goods without paying for them. It is again due to the company's stupidity that carding is so easy, and shows that the world's businesses are in the hands of those with considerably less technical know-how than we, the hackers. Hacking must continue. We must train newcomers to the art of hacking. And whatever you do, continue the fight. Whether you know it or not, if you are a hacker, you are a revolutionary. Don't worry, you're on the right side. The defense of carding is rare. Most hackers regard credit card theft as poison to the underground, a sleazy and immoral effort that, worse yet, is hard to get away with. Nevertheless, manifestos advocating credit card theft, the deliberate crashing of computer systems, and even acts of violent physical destruction such as vandalism and arson do exist in the underground. These boasts and threats are taken quite seriously by the police. And not every hacker is an abstract, platonic computer nerd. Some few are quite experienced at picking locks, robbing phone trucks, and breaking and entering buildings. Hackers vary in their degree of hatred for authority and the violence of their rhetoric. But, at a bottom line, they are scofflaws. They don't regard the current rules of electronic behavior as respectable efforts to preserve law and order and protect public safety. They regard these laws as immoral efforts by soulless corporations to protect their profit margins and to crush dissidents. Stupid people, including police, businessmen, politicians, and journalists, simply have no right to judge the actions of those possessed of genius, techno-revolutionary intentions, and technical expertise. Hackers are generally teenagers and college kids not engaged in earning a living. They often come from fairly well-to-do middle-class backgrounds, and are markedly anti-materialistic, except, that is, when it comes to computer equipment. Anyone motivated by greed for mere money, as opposed to the greed for power, knowledge and status, is swiftly written off as a narrow-minded breadhead whose interests can only be corrupt and contemptible. Having grown up in the 1970s and 1980s, the young bohemians of the digital underground regard straight society as awash in plutocratic corruption, where everyone from the president down is for sale and whoever has the gold makes the rules. Interestingly, there's a funhouse mirror image of this attitude on the other side of the conflict. The police are also one of the most markedly anti-materialistic groups in American society, motivated not by mere money but by ideals of service, justice, esprit de corps, and, of course, their own brand of specialized knowledge and power. Remarkably, the propaganda war between cops and hackers has always involved angry allegations that the other side is trying to make a sleazy buck. Hackers consistently sneer that anti-freak prosecutors are angling for cushy jobs as telco lawyers and that computer crime police are aiming to cash in later as well-paid computer security consultants in the private sector. For their part, police publicly conflate all hacking crimes with robbing payphones with crowbars. Allegations of monetary losses from computer intrusion are notoriously inflated. The act of illicitly copying a document from a computer is morally equated with directly robbing a company of, say, $500,000. The teenage computer intruder in possession of this proprietary document has certainly not sold it for such a sum, would likely have little idea how to sell it at all, and quite probably doesn't even understand what he has. He has not made a cent in profit from his felony but is still morally equated with a thief who has robbed the church poor box and lit out for Brazil. Police want to believe that all hackers are thieves. It is a tortuous and almost unbearable act for the American justice system to put people in jail because they want to learn things which are forbidden for them to know. In an American context, almost any pretext for punishment is better than jailing people to protect certain restricted kinds of information. Nevertheless, policing information is part and parcel of the struggle against hackers. This dilemma is well exemplified by the remarkable activities of Emanuel Goldstein, editor and publisher of a print magazine known as 2600, The Hacker Quarterly. Goldstein was an English major at Long Island State University of New York in the 70s, when he became involved with the local college radio station. His growing interest in electronics caused him to drift into yippee-tap circles and thus into the digital underground, where he became a self-described techno-rat. His magazine publishes techniques of computer intrusion and telephone exploration as well as gloating exposes of telco misdeeds and governmental failings. Goldstein lives quietly and very privately in a large, crumbling Victorian mansion in Setauket, New York. The seaside house is decorated with telco decals, chunks of driftwood, and the basic bric-a-brac of a hippie crash pad. He is unmarried, mildly unkempt, and survives mostly on TV dinners and turkey stuffing eaten straight out of the bag. Goldstein is a man of considerable charm and fluency, with a brief, disarming smile and the kind of pitiless, stubborn, thoroughly recidivist integrity that America's electronic police find genuinely alarming. Goldstein took his nom de plume, or handle, from a character in Orwell's 1984, which may be taken, correctly, as a symptom of the gravity of his socio-political worldview. He is not himself a practicing computer intruder, though he vigorously abets these actions, especially when they are pursued against large corporations or governmental agencies. Nor is he a thief, for he loudly scorns mere theft of phone service, in favor of exploring and manipulating the system. He is probably best described and understood as a dissident. Weirdly, Goldstein is living in modern America under conditions very similar to those of former East European intellectual dissidents. In other words, he flagrantly espouses a value system that is deeply and irrevocably opposed to the system of those in power and the police. The values in 2600 are generally expressed in terms that are ironic, sarcastic, paradoxical, or just downright confused. But there's no mistaking their radically anti-authoritarian tenor. 2600 holds that technical power and specialized knowledge, of any kind obtainable, belong by right in the hands of those individuals brave and bold enough to discover them, by whatever means necessary. Devices, laws, or systems that forbid access, and the free spread of knowledge, are provocations that any free and self-respecting hacker should relentlessly attack. The privacy of governments, corporations and other soulless technocratic organizations should never be protected at the expense of the liberty and free initiative of the individual techno-rat. However, in our contemporary workaday world, both governments and corporations are very anxious indeed to police information which is secret, proprietary, restricted, confidential, copyrighted, patented, hazardous, illegal, unethical, embarrassing, or otherwise sensitive. This makes Goldstein persona non grata, and his philosophy a threat. Very little about the conditions of Goldstein's daily life would astonish, say, Václav Havel. We may note in passing that President Havel once had his word processor confiscated by the Czechoslovak police. Goldstein lives by samizdat, acting semi-openly as a data center for the underground, while challenging the powers that be to abide by their own stated rules, freedom of speech and the First Amendment. Goldstein thoroughly looks and acts the part of techno-rat, with shoulder-length ringlets and a piratical black fisherman's cap set at a rakish angle. He often shows up like Banquo's ghost at meetings of computer professionals, where he listens quietly, half smiling and taking thorough notes. Computer professionals generally meet publicly, and find it very difficult to rid themselves of Goldstein and his ilk without extralegal and unconstitutional actions. Sympathizers, many of them quite respectable people with responsible jobs, admire Goldstein's attitude and surreptitiously pass him information. An unknown but presumably large proportion of Goldstein's 2,000 plus readership are telco security personnel and police, who are forced to subscribe to 2600 to stay abreast of new developments in hacking. They thus find themselves paying this guy's rent while grinding their teeth in anguish. A situation that would have delighted Abby Hoffman, one of Goldstein's few idols. Goldstein is probably the best-known public representative of the hacker underground today, and certainly the best hated. Police regard him as a Fagin, a corrupter of youth, and speak of him with untempered loathing. He is quite an accomplished gadfly. After the Martin Luther King Day crash of 1990, Goldstein, for instance, adept rubbed salt into the wound in the pages of 2600. Yeah, it was fun for the phone freaks as we watched the network crumble, he admitted cheerfully. But it was also an ominous sign of what's to come. Some AT&T people, aided by well-meaning but ignorant media, were spreading the notion that many companies had the same software and therefore could face the same problem someday. Wrong. This was entirely an AT&T software deficiency. Of course, other companies could face entirely different software problems. But then, so too could AT&T. After a technical discussion of the system's failings, the Long Island Technorat went on to offer thoughtful criticism to the gigantic multinational's hundreds of professionally qualified engineers. What we don't know is how a major force in communications like AT&T could be so sloppy. What happened to backups? Sure, computer systems go down all the time. But people making phone calls are not the same as people logging onto computers. We must make that distinction. It's not acceptable for the phone system or any other essential service to go down. If we continue to trust technology without understanding it, we can look forward to many variations on this theme. AT&T owes it to its customers to be prepared to instantly switch to another network if something strange and unpredictable starts occurring. The news here isn't so much the failure of a computer program, but the failure of AT&T's entire structure. The very idea of this person offering advice about AT&T's entire structure is more than some people can easily bear. How dare this near-criminal dictate what is or isn't acceptable behavior from AT&T? Especially when he's publishing, in the very same issue, detailed schematic diagrams for creating various switching network signaling tones unavailable to the public. See what happens when you drop a silver box tone or two down your local exchange or through different long-distance service carriers, advises 2600 contributor Mr. Upsetter in How to Build a Signal Box. If you experiment systematically and keep good records, you will surely discover something interesting. This is, of course, the scientific method, generally regarded as a praiseworthy activity and one of the flowers of modern civilization. One can indeed learn a great deal with this sort of structured intellectual activity. Telco employees regard this mode of exploration as akin to flinging sticks of dynamite into their pond to see what lives on the bottom. 2600 has been published consistently since 1984. It has also run a bulletin board computer system, printed 2600 T-shirts, taken fax calls. The spring 1991 issue has an interesting announcement on page 45. We just discovered an extra set of wires attached to our fax line and heading up the pole. They've since been clipped. Your faxes to us and to anyone else could be monitored. In the world view of 2600, the tiny band of Technorat brothers, rarely sisters, are a besieged vanguard of the truly free and honest. The rest of the world is a maelstrom of corporate crime and high-level governmental corruption, occasionally tempered with well-meaning ignorance. To read a few issues in a row is to enter a nightmare akin to Solzhenitsyn's, somewhat tempered by the fact that 2600 is often extremely funny. Goldstein did not become a target of the hacker crackdown, though he protested loudly, eloquently, and publicly about it, and it added considerably to his fame. It was not that he is not regarded as dangerous, because he is so regarded. Goldstein has had brushes with the law in the past. In 1985, a 2600 bulletin board computer was seized by the FBI, and some software on it was formally declared a burglary tool in the form of a computer program. But Goldstein escaped direct repression in 1990, because his magazine is printed on paper, and recognized as subject to constitutional freedom of the press protection. As was seen in the Ramparts case, this is far from an absolute guarantee. Still, as a practical matter, shutting down 2,600 by court order would create so much legal hassle that it is simply unfeasible, at least for the present. Throughout 1990, both Goldstein and his magazine were peevishly thriving. Instead, the crackdown of 1990 would concern itself with the computerized version of forbidden data. The crackdown itself, first and foremost, was about bulletin board systems. Bulletin board systems, most often known by the ugly and UN pluralizable acronym BBS, are the lifeblood of the digital underground. Boards were also central to law enforcement's tactics and strategy in the hacker crackdown. A bulletin board system can be formally defined as a computer which serves as an information and message passing center for users dialing up over the phone lines through the use of modems. A modem or modulator demodulator is a device which translates the digital impulses of computers into audible analog telephone signals, and vice versa. Modems connect computers to phones and thus to each other. Large-scale mainframe computers have been connected since the 1960s, but personal computers, run by individuals out of their homes, were first networked in the late 1970s. The board created by Ward Christensen and Randy Suess in February 1978, in Chicago, Illinois, is generally regarded as the first personal computer bulletin board system worthy of the name. Boards run on many different machines, employing many different kinds of software. Early boards were crude and buggy, and their managers, known as system operators or sysops, were hard-working technical experts who wrote their own software. But like most everything else in the world of electronics, boards became faster, cheaper, better designed, and generally far more sophisticated throughout the 1980s. They also moved swiftly out of the hands of pioneers and into those of the general public. By 1985 there were something in the neighborhood of 4,000 boards in America. By 1990 it was calculated, vaguely, that there were about 30,000 boards in the US, with uncounted thousands overseas. Computer bulletin boards are unregulated enterprises. Running a board is a rough and ready, catch-as-catch-can proposition. Basically, anybody with a computer, modem, software and a phone line can start a board. With second-hand equipment and public domain free software, the price of a board might be quite small, less than it would take to publish a magazine or even a decent pamphlet. Entrepreneurs eagerly sell bulletin board software, and will coach non-technical amateur sysops in its use. Boards are not presses. They are not magazines, or libraries, or phones, or CB radios, or traditional cork bulletin boards down at the local laundry, though they have some passing resemblance to those earlier media. Boards are a new medium, they may even be a large number of new media. Consider these unique characteristics. Boards are cheap, yet they can have a national, even global reach. Boards can be contacted from anywhere in the global telephone network, at no cost to the person running the board. The caller pays the phone bill, and if the caller is local, the call is free. Boards do not involve an editorial elite addressing a mass audience. The SISOP of a board is not an exclusive publisher or writer, he is managing an electronic salon, where individuals can address the general public, play the part of the general public, and also exchange private mail with other individuals. And the conversation on boards, though fluid, rapid, and highly interactive, is not spoken, but written. It is also relatively anonymous, sometimes completely so. And because boards are cheap and ubiquitous, regulations and licensing requirements would likely be practically unenforceable. It would almost be easier to regulate, inspect and license the content of private mail, probably more so, since the mail system is operated by the federal government. Boards are run by individuals, independently, entirely at their own whim. For the SISOP, the cost of operation is not the primary limiting factor. Once the investment in a computer and modem has been made, the only steady cost is the charge for maintaining a phone line, or several phone lines. The primary limits for SISOPs are time and energy. Boards require upkeep. New users are generally validated, they must be issued individual passwords, and called at home by voice phone, so that their identity can be verified. Obnoxious users, who exist in plenty, must be chided or purged. Proliferating messages must be deleted when they grow old, so that the capacity of the system is not overwhelmed. And software programs, if such things are kept on the board, must be examined for possible computer viruses. If there is a financial charge to use the board, increasingly common, especially in larger and fancier systems, then accounts must be kept, and users must be billed. And if the board crashes, a very common occurrence, then repairs must be made. Boards can be distinguished by the amount of effort spent in regulating them. First, we have the completely open board, whose SISOP is off chugging brews and watching reruns while his users generally degenerate over time into peevish anarchy and eventual silence. Second comes the supervised board, where the SISOP breaks in every once in a while to tidy up, calm brawls, issue announcements, and rid the community of dolts and troublemakers. Third is the heavily supervised board, which sternly urges adult and responsible behavior and swiftly edits any message considered offensive, impertinent, illegal or irrelevant. And last comes the completely edited electronic publication, which is presented to a silent audience which is not allowed to respond directly in any way. Boards can also be grouped by their degree of anonymity. There is the completely anonymous board, where everyone uses pseudonyms, handles, and even the SISOP is unaware of the user's true identity. The sysop himself is likely pseudonymous on a board of this type. Second, and rather more common, is the board where the sysop knows, or thinks he knows, the true names and addresses of all users, but the users don't know one another's names and may not know his. Third is the board where everyone has to use real names, and role-playing and pseudonymous posturing are forbidden. Boards can be grouped by their immediacy. Chat lines are boards linking several users together over several different phone lines simultaneously, so that people exchange messages at the very moment that they type. Many large boards feature chat capabilities along with other services. Less immediate boards, perhaps with a single fanelin, store messages serially, one at a time. And some boards are only open for business in daylight hours or on weekends, which greatly slows response. A network of boards, such as FidoNet, can carry electronic mail from board to board, continent to continent, across huge distances, but at a relative snail's pace, so that a message can take several days to reach its target audience and elicit a reply. Boards can be grouped by their degree of community. Some boards emphasize the exchange of private, person-to-person electronic mail. Others emphasize public postings and may even purge people who lurk merely reading posts but refusing to openly participate. Some boards are intimate and neighborly. Others are frosty and highly technical. Some are little more than storage dumps for software, where users download and upload programs, but interact among themselves little if at all. Boards can be grouped by their ease of access. Some boards are entirely public. Others are private and restricted only to personal friends of the sysop. Some boards divide users by status. On these boards, some users, especially beginners, strangers or children, will be restricted to general topics, and perhaps forbidden to post. Favored users, though, are granted the ability to post as they please, and to stay online as long as they like, even to the disadvantage of other people trying to call in. High-status users can be given access to hidden areas in the board, such as off-color topics, private discussions, and / or valuable software. Favored users may even become remote sysops with the power to take remote control of the board through their own home computers. Quite often remote sysops end up doing all the work and taking formal control of the enterprise, despite the fact that it's physically located in someone else's house. Sometimes several co-sysops share power. And boards can also be grouped by size. Massive, nationwide commercial networks, such as CompuServe, Delphi, Genie and Prodigy, are run on mainframe computers and are generally not considered boards, though they share many of their characteristics, such as electronic mail, discussion topics, libraries of software, and persistent and growing problems with civil liberties issues. Some private boards have as many as 30 phone lines and quite sophisticated hardware. And then there are tiny boards. Boards vary in popularity. Some boards are huge and crowded, where users must claw their way in against a constant busy signal. Others are huge and empty, there are few things sadder than a formerly flourishing board where no one posts any longer, and the dead conversations of vanished users lie about gathering digital dust. Some boards are tiny and intimate, their telephone numbers intentionally kept confidential so that only a small number can log on. And some boards are underground. Boards can be mysterious entities. The activities of their users can be hard to differentiate from conspiracy. Sometimes they are conspiracies. Boards have harbored, or have been accused of harboring, all manner of fringe groups, and have abetted, or been accused of abetting, every manner of frowned upon, sleazy, radical, and criminal activity. There are Satanist boards, Nazi boards, pornographic boards, pedophile boards, drug-dealing boards, anarchist boards, communist boards, gay and lesbian boards. These exist in great profusion, many of them quite lively with well-established histories. Religious cult boards, evangelical boards, witchcraft boards, hippie boards, punk boards, skateboarder boards, boards for UFO believers. There may well be boards for serial killers, airline terrorists and professional assassins. There is simply no way to tell. Boards spring up, flourish, and disappear in large numbers, in most every corner of the developed world. Even apparently innocuous public boards can, and sometimes do, harbor secret areas known only to a few. And even on the vast, public, commercial services, private mail is very private, and quite possibly criminal. Boards cover most every topic imaginable and some that are hard to imagine. They cover a vast spectrum of social activity. However, all board users do have something in common: their possession of computers and phones. Naturally, computers and phones are primary topics of conversation on almost every board. And hackers and phone freaks, those utter devotees of computers and phones, live by boards. They swarm by boards. They are bred by boards. By the late 1980s, phone freak groups and hacker groups, united by boards, had proliferated fantastically. As evidence, here is a list of hacker groups compiled by the editors of Frack on 8 August 1988. The Administration. Advanced Telecommunications, Incorporated alias American Tone Travelers. Anarchy Incorporated Apple Mafia. The Association. Atlantic Pirates Guild. Badass Motherfuckers. Belcorp. Bell Shock Force. Black Bag. Camorra. C&M Productions. Catholics Anonymous. Chaos Computer Club. Chief Executive Officers. Circle of Death. Circle of Denib. Club X Coalition of High-Tech Pirates. Coast to Coast. Corrupt Computing. Cult of the Dead Cow. Custom Retaliations. Damage Incorporated D&B Communications. The Danger Gang. December Hunters. Digital Gang. Notebook. Eastern Alliance. The Elite Hackers Guild. Elite Freakers and Hackers Club. The Elite Society of America. EPG. Executives of Crime. Ecstasy Elite. Fargo 4 AM. Farmers of Doom. The Federation. Feds Are Us. First Class. 5-0. 5-star. Force Hackers. The 414S. Hack A Trip. Hackers of America. High Mountain Hackers. High Society. The Hitchhikers. IBM Syndicate. The Ice Pirates. Imperial Warlords. Inner Circle. Inner Circle 2. Insanity Incorporated International Computer Underground Bandits. Justice League of America. Cows Incorporated Knights of Shadow. Knights of the Round Table. League of Adepts. Legion of Doom. Legion of Hackers. Lords of Chaos. Lunatic Labs, Unlimited. Master Hackers. MAD. The Marauders. MD/PhD Metal Communications, Incorporated Metalabashers, Incorporated MBI. Metro Communications. Midwest Pirates Guild. NASA Elite. The NATO Association. Neon Knights. Nihilist Order. Order of the Rose. OSS. Pacific Pirates Guild. Phantom Access Associates. P-Hido P-Reeks. The Firm. Flash. Phone Line Phantoms. Phone Freakers of America. Ftune 500. Freak Hack Delinquents. Freak Hack Destroyers. Freakers, Hackers, and Laundromat Employees Gang, Files Gang. Freaks Against Geeks. Freaks Against Geeks. Freaks and Hackers of America. Freaks Anonymous Worldwide. Project Genesis. The Punk Mafia. The Racketeers. Red Dawn Text Files. Roscoe Gang. Sabre. Secret Circle of Pirates. Secret Service. 707 Club. Shadow Brotherhood. Sharp Incorporated 65C02 Elite. Spectral Force. Star League. Stowaways. Strata Crackers. Team Hackers 86. Team Hackers 87. Telecomputist Newsletter Staff. Tribunal of Knowledge. Triple Entente. Turnover and Die Syndrome, Toads. 300 Club. 1200 Club. 2300 Club. 2600 Club. 2601 Club. 2 of the United Software Z Force. United Technical Underground. Were Brigade. The Warlords. WASP. Contemplating this list is an impressive, almost humbling business. As a cultural artifact, the thing approaches poetry. Underground groups, subcultures, can be distinguished from independent cultures by their habit of referring constantly to the parent society. Undergrounds by their nature constantly must maintain a membrane of differentiation. Funny / distinctive clothes and hair, specialized jargon, specialized ghettoized areas in cities, different hours of rising, working, sleeping. The digital underground, which specializes in information, relies very heavily on language to distinguish itself. As can be seen from this list, they make heavy use of parody and mockery. It's revealing to see who they choose to mock. First, large corporations. We have the Fortune 500, the chief executive officers, Belcorp, IBM Syndicate, Sabre, a computerized reservation service maintained by airlines. The common use of ink is telling. None of these groups are actual corporations, but take clear delight in mimicking them. Second, governments and police. NASA Elite, NATO Association. Feds are us and Secret Service are fine bits of flaring boldness. OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, was the forerunner of the CIA. Third, criminals. Using stigmatizing pejoratives as a perverse badge of honor is a time-honored tactic for subcultures, punks, gangs, delinquents, mafias, pirates, bandits, racketeers. Specialized orthography, especially the use of PH for F and Z for the plural S, are instant recognition symbols. So is the use of the numeral 0 for the letter O. Computer software orthography generally features a slash through the 0, making the distinction obvious. Some terms are poetically descriptive of computer intrusion: the stowaways, the hitchhikers, the phone line phantoms, coast to coast. Others are simple bravado and vainglorious puffery. Note the insistent use of the terms elite and master. Some terms are blasphemous, some obscene, others merely cryptic, anything to puzzle, offend, confuse, and keep the straights at bay. Many hacker groups further re-encrypt their names by the use of acronyms. United Technical Underground becomes UTU, Farmers of Doom become FAD, the United Software Air Force becomes, at its own insistence, TUSF, and woe to the ignorant rodent who capitalizes the wrong letters. It should be further recognized that the members of these groups are themselves pseudonymous. If you did, in fact, run across the phone line phantoms, you would find them to consist of Carrier Culprit the Executioner, Black Magic Egyptian Lover, Solid State, and Mr. Icom. Carrier Culprit will likely be referred to by his friends as CC, as in, I got these dial-ups from CC of PLP. It's quite possible that this entire list refers to as few as 1,000 people. It is not a complete list of underground groups. There has never been such a list, and there never will be. Groups rise, flourish, decline, share membership, maintain a cloud of wannabes and casual hangers-on. People pass in and out, are ostracized, get bored, are busted by police, or are cornered by telco security and presented with huge bills. Many underground groups are software pirates, whereas D00DZ who might break copy protection and pirate programs, but likely wouldn't dare to intrude on a computer system. It is hard to estimate the true population of the digital underground. There is constant turnover. Most hackers start young, come and go, then drop out at age 22, the age of college graduation. And a large majority of hackers access pirate boards, adopt a handle, swipe software and perhaps abuse a phone code or two, while never actually joining the elite. Some professional informants, who make it their business to retail knowledge of the underground to paymasters in private corporate security, have estimated the hacker population at as high as 50,000. This is likely highly inflated, unless one counts every single teenage software pirate and petty phone booth thief. My best guess is about 5,000 people. Of these, I would guess that as few as 100 are truly elite, active computer intruders, skilled enough to penetrate sophisticated systems and truly to worry corporate security and law enforcement. Another interesting speculation is whether this group is growing or not. Young teenage hackers are often convinced that hackers exist in vast swarms and will soon dominate the cybernetic universe. Older and wiser veterans, perhaps as wizened as 24 or 25 years old, are convinced that the glory days are long gone, that the cops have the underground's number now, and that kids these days are dirt stupid and just want to play Nintendo. My own assessment is that computer intrusion, as a non-profit act of intellectual exploration and mastery, is in slow decline, at least in the United States, but that electronic fraud, especially telecommunication crime, is growing by leaps and bounds. One might find a useful parallel to the digital underground in the drug underground. There was a time, now much obscured by historical revisionism, when bohemians freely shared joints at concerts, and hip, small-scale marijuana dealers might turn people on just for the sake of enjoying a long stoned conversation about the Doors and Allen Ginsberg. Now drugs are increasingly verboten, except in a high-stakes, highly criminal world of highly addictive drugs. Over years of disenchantment and police harassment, a vaguely ideological, freewheeling drug underground has relinquished the business of drug dealing to a far more savage criminal hardcore. This is not a pleasant prospect to contemplate, but the analogy is fairly compelling. What does an underground board look like? What distinguishes it from a standard board? It isn't necessarily the conversation. Hackers often talk about common board topics, such as hardware, software, sex, science fiction, current events, politics, movies, personal gossip. Underground boards can best be distinguished by their files, or fills pre-composed texts which teach the techniques and ethos of the underground. These are prized reservoirs of forbidden knowledge. Some are anonymous, but most proudly bear the handle of the hacker who has created them, and his group affiliation, if he has one. Here is a partial table of contents of fills from an underground board, somewhere in the heart of Middle America, circa 1991. The descriptions are mostly self-explanatory. Bankama.zip 5406 the 6th of November 1991 Hacking Bank America Cook.zip 4481 the 6th of November 1991 Chilton Hacking Citibank.zip 4118 the 6th of November 1991 Hacking Citibank Credimc.zip 3241 the 6th of November 1991 Hacking MTC Credit Company Digest.zip 5159 the 6th of November 1991 Hackers Digest Hack.zip 14031 the 6th of November 1991 How to Hack Hackbus.zip 5073 the 6th of November 1991 Basics of Hacking Hackdict.zip 42774 the 6th of November 1991 Hackers Dictionary Hacker.zip 57938 the 6th of November 1991 Hacker Info Hack'em.zip 3148 the 6th of November 1991 Hackers Manual Hackhand.zip 4814 the 6th of November 1991 Hackers Handbook Hackthis.zip 48290 the 6th of November 1991 Hackers Thesis Hackthems.zip 4696 the 6th of November 1991 Hacking VMS Systems Macdon.zip 3830 the 6th of November 1991 Hacking McDonald's, home of the Archs. P500 Unix.zip 15525 the 6th of November 1991 Ftune 500 Guide to Unix Radic.zip 8411 the 6th of November 1991 Radio Hacking Tautrash.doc 4096 12-25-89 Suggestions for Trashing Technic.zip 5063 the 6th of November 1991 Technical Hacking. The files above are do-it-yourself manuals about computer intrusion. The above is only a small section of a much larger library of hacking and phreaking techniques and history. We now move into a different and perhaps surprising area. Anarchy Anarch.zip 3641 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchy Files Anarchs.zip 63703 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchist Book Anarchy.zip 2076 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchy at Home Anarchy 3.zip 6982 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchy No 3 Anarchtoy.zip 2361 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchy Toys Antimodem.zip 2877 the 6th of November 1991 Antimodem Weapons Atom.zip 4494 the 6th of November 1991 How to Make an Atom Bomb Barbiture.zip 3982 the 6th of November 1991 Barbiturate Formula BLCKPWDR.zip 2810 the 6th of November 1991 Black Powder Formulas Bomb. Zip 3765 the 6th of November 1991 How to Make Bombs Boom. Zip 2036 the 6th of November 1991 Things That Go Boom Chlorine. Zip 1926 the 6th of November 1991 Chlorine Bomb Cookbook. Zip 1500 the 6th of November 1991 Anarchy Cookbook Destroy. Zip 3947 the 6th of November 1991 Destroy Stuff Dust Bomb. Zip 2576 the 6th of November 1991 Dust Bomb Electair. Zip 3230 the 6th of November 1991 Electronic Terror Explos 1. Zip 2598 the 6th of November 1991 Explosives 1 Explosive. Zip 18051 the 6th of November 1991 More Explosives as Steel. Zip 4521 the 6th of November 1991 as Stealing Flame. Zip 2240 the 6th of November 1991 Flamethrower Flash. Zip 2533 the 6th of November 1991 Flashlight Bomb from Bug. Zip 2906 the 6th of November 1991 How to Make an FM Bug Omeexpel. Zip 2139 the 6th of November 1991 Home Explosives How to BRK. Zip 3332 the 6th of November 1991 How to Break in Letter. Zip 2990 the 6th of November 1991 Letter Bomb Lock. Zip 2199 the 6th of November 1991 How to Pick Locks Machine. Zip 3991 the 6th of November 1991 Briefcase Locks Napalm. Zip 3563 the 6th of November 1991 Napalm at Home Nitro. Zip 3158 the 6th of November 1991 Fun with Nitro Paramil. Zip 2962 the 6th of November 1991 Paramilitary Info Picking. Zip 3398 the 6th of November 1991 Picking Locks Pipe Bomb. Zip 2137 the 6th of November 1991 Pipe Bomb Potass. Zip 3987 the 6th of November 1991 Formulas with Potassium Prank. Text 11074 the 8th of March 1990 More Pranks to Pull on Idiots. Revenge. Zip 4447 the 6th of November 1991 Revenge Tactics Rocket. Zip 2590 the 6th of November 1991 Rockets for Fun Smuggle. Zip 3385 the 6th of November 1991 How to Smuggle Holy Cow. The damned thing is full of stuff about bombs. What are we to make of this? First, it should be acknowledged that spreading knowledge about demolitions to teenagers is a highly and deliberately antisocial act. It is not, however, illegal. Second, it should be recognized that most of these fills were in fact written by teenagers. Most adult American males who can remember their teenage years will recognize that the notion of building a flamethrower in your garage is an incredibly neato idea. Actually, building a flamethrower in your garage, however, is fraught with discouraging difficulty. Stuffing gunpowder into a booby-trapped flashlight, so as to blow the arm off your high school vice principal, can be a thing of dark beauty to contemplate. Actually committing assault by explosives will earn you the sustained attention of the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms. Some people, however, will actually try these plans. A determinedly murderous American teenager can probably buy or steal a handgun far more easily than he can brew fake napalm in the kitchen sink. Nevertheless, if temptation is spread before people, a certain number will succumb, and a small minority will actually attempt these stunts. A large minority of that small minority will either fail or, quite likely, maim themselves, since these fills have not been checked for accuracy, are not the product of professional experience, and are often highly fanciful. But the gloating menace of these fills is not to be entirely dismissed. Hackers may not be serious about bombing. If they were, we would hear far more about exploding flashlights, homemade bazookas, and gym teachers poisoned by chlorine and potassium. However, hackers are very serious about forbidden knowledge. They are possessed not merely by curiosity, but by a positive lust to know. The desire to know what others don't is scarcely new. But the intensity of this desire, as manifested by these young technophilic denizens of the information age, may in fact be new, and may represent some basic shift in social values, a harbinger of what the world may come to, as society lays more and more value on the possession, assimilation and retailing of information as a basic commodity of daily life. There have always been young men with obsessive interests in these topics. Never before, however, have they been able to network so extensively and easily, and to propagandize their interests with impunity to random passers-by. High school teachers will recognize that there's always one in a crowd. But when the one in a crowd escapes control by jumping into the phone lines, and becomes 100 such kids all together on a board, then trouble is brewing visibly. The urge of authority to do something, even something drastic, is hard to resist. And in 1990, authority did something. In fact, authority did a great deal. The process by which boards create hackers goes something like this. A youngster becomes interested in computers, usually, computer games. He hears from friends that bulletin boards exist where games can be obtained for free. Many computer games are freeware, not copyrighted, invented simply for the love of it and given away to the public. Some of these games are quite good. He bugs his parents for a modem, or quite often, uses his parents' modem. The world of boards suddenly opens up. Computer games can be quite expensive. Real budget breakers for a kid, but pirated games, stripped of copy protection, are cheap or free. They are also illegal, but it is very rare, almost unheard of, for a small-scale software pirate to be prosecuted. Once cracked of its copy protection, the program, being digital data, becomes infinitely reproducible. Even the instructions to the game, any manuals that accompany it, can be reproduced as text files, or photocopied from legitimate sets. Other users on boards can give many useful hints in game-playing tactics. And a youngster with an infinite supply of free computer games can certainly cut quite a swath among his modem-less friends. And boards are pseudonymous. No one need know that you're 14 years old. With a little practice at subterfuge, you can talk to adults about adult things, and be accepted and taken seriously. You can even pretend to be a girl, or an old man, or anybody you can imagine. If you find this kind of deception gratifying, there is ample opportunity to hone your ability on boards. But local boards can grow stale. And almost every board maintains a list of phone numbers to other boards, some in distant, tempting, exotic locales. Who knows what they're up to, in Oregon or Alaska or Florida or California? It's very easy to find out. Just order the modem to call through its software. Nothing to this, just typing on a keyboard, the same thing you would do for most any computer game. The machine reacts swiftly, and in a few seconds you are talking to a bunch of interesting people on another seaboard. And yet the bills for this trivial action can be staggering. Just by going tip-a-tap with your fingers, you may have saddled your parents with $400 in long-distance charges, and gotten chewed out but good. That hardly seems fair. How horrifying to have made friends in another state and to be deprived of their company, and their software, just because telephone companies demand absurd amounts of money. How painful, to be restricted to boards in one's own area code. What the heck is an area code anyway, and what makes it so special? A few grumbles, complaints, and innocent questions of this sort will often elicit a sympathetic reply from another board user, someone with some stolen codes to hand. You dither a while, knowing this isn't quite right, then you make up your mind to try them anyhow, and they work. Suddenly you're doing something even your parents can't do. 6 months ago you were just some kid, now, you're the Crimson Flash of area code 512. You're bad, you're nationwide. Maybe you'll stop at a few abused codes. Maybe you'll decide that boards aren't all that interesting after all, that it's wrong, not worth the risk, but maybe you won't. The next step is to pick up your own repeat dialing program, to learn to generate your own stolen codes. This was dead easy 5 years ago, much harder to get away with nowadays, but not yet impossible. And these dialing programs are not complex or intimidating, some are as small as 20 lines of software. Now, you too can share codes. You can trade codes to learn other techniques. If you're smart enough to catch on, and obsessive enough to want to bother, and ruthless enough to start seriously bending rules, then you'll get better, fast. You start to develop a rep, you move up to a heavier class of board, a board with a bad attitude, the kind of board that naive dopes like your classmates and your former self have never even heard of. You pick up the jargon of phreaking and hacking from the board. You read a few of those anarchy fills, and man, you never realized you could be a real outlaw without ever leaving your bedroom. You still play other computer games, but now you have a new and bigger game. This one will bring you a different kind of status than destroying even 8 zillion lousy space invaders. Hacking is perceived by hackers as a game. This is not an entirely unreasonable or sociopathic perception. You can win or lose at hacking, succeed or fail, but it never feels real. It's not simply that imaginative youngsters sometimes have a hard time telling make-believe from real life. Cyberspace is not real. Real things are physical objects like trees and shoes and cars. Hacking takes place on a screen. Words aren't physical, numbers, even telephone numbers and credit card numbers, aren't physical. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but data will never hurt me. Computers simulate reality, like computer games that simulate tank battles or dogfights or spaceships. Simulations are just make-believe, and the stuff in computers is not real. Consider this. If hacking is supposed to be so serious and real life and dangerous, then how come 9-year-old kids have computers and modems? You wouldn't give a 9-year-old his own car, or his own rifle, or his own chainsaw. Those things are real. People underground are perfectly aware that the game is frowned upon by the powers that be. Word gets around about busts in the underground. Publicizing busts is one of the primary functions of pirate boards, but they also promulgate an attitude about them, and their own idiosyncratic ideas of justice. The users of underground boards won't complain if some guy is busted for crashing systems, spreading viruses, or stealing money by wire fraud. They may shake their heads with a sneaky grin, but they won't openly defend these practices. But when a kid is charged with some theoretical amount of theft, $233,846.14, for instance, because he sneaked into a computer and copied something, and kept it in his house on a floppy disk, this is regarded as a sign of near insanity from prosecutors, a sign that they've drastically mistaken the immaterial game of computing for their real and boring everyday world of fat cat corporate money. It's as if big companies and their suck-up lawyers think that computing belongs to them, and they can retail it with price stickers, as if it were boxes of laundry soap. But pricing information is like trying to price air or price dreams. Well, anybody on a pirate board knows that computing can be, and ought to be, free. Pirate boards are little independent worlds in cyberspace, and they don't belong to anybody but the underground. Underground boards aren't brought to you by Procter & Gamble. To log on to an underground board can mean to experience liberation, to enter a world where, for once, money isn't everything and adults don't have all the answers. Let's sample another vivid hacker manifesto. Here are some excerpts from The Conscience of a Hacker by the Mentor from Frack Volume 1, Issue 7, File 3. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second, this is cool. It does what I want it to. If it makes a mistake, it's because I screwed it up. Not because it doesn't like me. And then it happened, a door opened to a world, rushing through the phone line like heroin through an addict's veins. An electronic pulse is sent out, a refuge from day-to-day incompetences is sought, a board is found. This is it, this is where I belong. I know everyone here, even if I've never met them, never talked to them, may never hear from them again. I know you all. This is our world now, the world of the electron and the switch, the beauty of the board. We make use of a service already existing without paying for what could be dirt cheap if it wasn't run by profiteering gluttons, and you call us criminals. We explore, and you call us criminals. We seek after knowledge, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, without religious bias, and you call us criminals. You build atomic bombs, you wage wars, you murder, cheat and lie to us and try to make us believe that it's for our own good, yet we're the criminals. Yes, I am a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. My crime is that of judging people by what they say and think, not what they look like. My crime is that of outsmarting you, something that you will never forgive me for. There have been underground boards almost as long as there have been boards. One of the first was 8BBS, which became a stronghold of the West Coast phone freak elite. After going online in March 1980, 8BBS sponsored Susan Thunder and TUC and, most notoriously, the Conda. The Conda bore the singular distinction of becoming the most vilified American freak and hacker ever. Angry underground associates, fed up with Conda's peevish behavior, turned him into police, along with a heaping double helping of outrageous hacker legendary. As a result, Conda was kept in solitary confinement for 7 months, for fear that he might start World War III by triggering missile silos from the prison payphone. Having served his time, Conda is now walking around loose, which has thus far conspicuously failed to occur. The CISOP of 8BBS was an ardent free speech enthusiast who simply felt that any attempt to restrict the expression of his users was unconstitutional and immoral. Swarms of the technically curious entered 8BBS and emerged as freaks and hackers, until, in 1982, a friendly 8BBS alumnus passed the CISOP a new modem which had been purchased by credit card fraud. Police took this opportunity to seize the entire board and remove what they considered an attractive nuisance. Plovernet was a powerful East Coast pirate board that operated in both New York and Florida. Owned and operated by teenage hacker Quasimodo, Plovernet attracted 500 eager users in 1983. Emmanuel Goldstein was one-time co-CISOP of Plovernet, along with Lex Luthor, founder of the Legion of Doom group. Plovernet bore the signal honor of being the original home of the Legion of Doom, about which the reader will be hearing a great deal, soon. Pirate 80 or P80, run by a CISOP known as Scan Man, got into the game very early in Charleston, and continued steadily for years. P80 flourished so flagrantly that even its most hardened users became nervous, and some slanderously speculated that Scanman must have ties to corporate security, a charge he vigorously denied. 414 Private was the home board for the first group to attract conspicuous trouble, the teenage 414 gang whose intrusions into Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Los Alamos military computers were to be a 9-day wonder in 1982. At about this time, the first software piracy boards began to open up, trading cracked games for the Atari 800 and the Commodore C64. Naturally, these boards were heavily frequented by teenagers. And with the 1983 release of the hacker thriller movie War Games, the scene exploded. It seemed that every kid in America had demanded and gotten a modem for Christmas. Most of these dabbler wannabes put their modems in the attic after a few weeks, and most of the remainder minded their PS and QS and stayed well out of hot water. But some stubborn and talented diehards had this hacker kid in War Games figured for a happening dude. They simply could not rest until they had contacted the underground, or, failing that, created their own. In the mid-80s, underground boards sprang up like digital fungi. Shadow Spawn Elite, Sherwood Forest I, II, and III. Digital Logic Data Service in Florida, scisoped by no less a man than Digital Logic himself. Lex Luthor of the Legion of Doom was prominent on this board, since it was in his area code. Lex's own board, Legion of Doom, started in 1984. The Neon Knights ran a network of Apple hacker boards, Neon Knights North, South, East and West. Free World 2 was run by Major Havoc. Lunatic Labs is still in operation as of this writing. Dr. Ripco in Chicago, an anything goes anarchist board with an extensive and raucous history, was seized by Secret Service agents in 1990 on Sun Devil Day, but up again almost immediately, with new machines and scarcely diminished vigor. The St. Louis scene was not to rank with major centers of American hacking such as New York and LA. But St. Louis did rejoice in possession of Night Lightning and Taran King, two of the foremost journalists native to the underground. Missouri boards like Metal Shop Private, Metal Shop Brewery, may not have been the heaviest boards around in terms of illicit expertise. But they became boards where hackers could exchange social gossip and try to figure out what the heck was going on nationally and internationally. Gossip from Metal Shop was put into the form of news files, then assembled into a general electronic publication, FRAC, a portmanteau title coined from Freak and Hack. The FRAC editors were as obsessively curious about other hackers as hackers were about machines. FRAC, being free of charge and lively reading, began to circulate throughout the underground. As Taran King and Night Lightning left high school for college, FRAC began to appear on mainframe machines linked to BitNet, and, through BitNet to the Internet, that loose but extremely potent not-for-profit network where academic, governmental and corporate machines trade data through the Unix TCP/IP protocol. The Internet Worm of November 2-3, 1988, created by Cornell grad student Robert Morris, was to be the largest and best publicized computer intrusion scandal to date. Morris claimed that his ingenious worm program was meant to harmlessly explore the Internet, but due to bad programming, the worm replicated out of control and crashed some 6,000 Internet computers. Smaller scale and less ambitious Internet hacking was a standard for the underground elite. Most any underground board not hopelessly lame and out of it would feature a complete run of FRAC, and, possibly, the lesser-known standards of the underground, the Legion of Doom Technical Journal, the obscene and raucous cult of the Dead Cow Files, P/Hun Magazine, Pirate, the Syndicate Reports, and perhaps the highly anarcho-political activist Times Incorporated. Possession of FRAC on one's board was prima facie evidence of a bad attitude. FRAC was seemingly everywhere, aiding, abetting, and spreading the underground ethos. And this did not escape the attention of corporate security or the police. We now come to the touchy subject of police and boards. Police do, in fact, own boards. In 1989, there were police-sponsored boards in California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Michigan, Missouri, Texas, and Virginia. Boards such as Crime Bites, Crime Stoppers, All Points, and Bulletin Board. Police officers, as private computer enthusiasts, ran their own boards in Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Missouri, Maryland, New Mexico, North Carolina, Ohio, Tennessee, and Texas. Police boards have often proved helpful in community relations. Sometimes crimes are reported on police boards. Sometimes crimes are committed on police boards. This has sometimes happened by accident, as naive hackers blunder onto police boards and blithely begin offering telephone codes. Far more often, however, it occurs through the now almost traditional use of sting boards. The first police sting boards were established in 1985, underground tunnel in Austin, Texas, whose SysOp Sergeant Robert Ansley called himself Pluto, the phone company in Phoenix, Arizona, run by Ken McLeod of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and Sergeant Dan Pasquala's board in Fremont, California. SysOps posed as hackers, and swiftly garnered coteries of ardent users, who posted codes and loaded pirate software with abandon, and came to a sticky end. Sting boards, like other boards, are cheap to operate, very cheap by the standards of undercover police operations. Once accepted by the local underground, SysOps will likely be invited into other pirate boards, where they can compile more dossiers. And when the sting is announced and the worst offenders arrested, the publicity is generally gratifying. The resultant paranoia in the underground, perhaps more justly described as a deterrence effect, tends to quell local law-breaking for quite a while. Obviously, police do not have to beat the underbrush for hackers. On the contrary, they can go trolling for them. Those caught can be grilled. Some become useful informants. They can lead the way to pirate boards all across the country. And boards all across the country showed the sticky fingerprints of Frack, and of that loudest and most flagrant of all underground groups, the Legion of Doom. The term Legion of Doom came from comic books. The Legion of Doom, a conspiracy of costumed supervillains headed by the chrome-domed criminal ultra-mastermind Lex Luthor, gave Superman a lot of four-color graphic trouble for a number of decades. Of course, Superman, that exemplar of truth, justice, and the American way, always won in the long run. This didn't matter to the hacker doomsters. Legion of Doom was not some thunderous and evil satanic reference, it was not meant to be taken seriously. Legion of Doom came from funnybooks and was supposed to be funny. Legion of Doom did have a good mouth-filling ring to it, though. It sounded really cool. Other groups, such as the Farmers of Doom closely allied to Lodi, recognized this grandiloquent quality, and made fun of it. There was even a hacker group called Justice League of America named after Superman's club of true blue crime-fighting superheroes. But they didn't last, the Legion did. The original Legion of Doom, hanging out on Quasimodo's Pluvene board, were phone freaks. They weren't much into computers. Lex Luthor himself, who was under 18 when he formed the Legion, was a Cosmos expert, Cosmos being the central system for mainframe operations, a telco internal computer network. Lex would eventually become quite a dab hand at breaking into IBM mainframes, but although everyone liked Lex and admired his attitude, he was not considered a truly accomplished computer intruder. Nor was he the mastermind of the Legion of Doom. Lodi were never big on formal leadership. As a regular on Pluvene and Sizop of his Legion of Doom BBS, Lex was the Legion's cheerleader and recruiting officer. Legion of Doom began on the ruins of an earlier freak group, the Knights of Shadow. Later, Lodi was to subsume the personnel of the hacker group Tribunal of Knowledge. People came and went constantly in Lodi, groups split up or formed offshoots. Early on, the Lodi freaks befriended a few computer intrusion enthusiasts, who became the Associated Legion of Hackers. Then the two groups conflated into the Legion of Doom /Hackers or Lodi /H. When the original hacker wing, Messrs. CompuFreak and Fucked Agent 04 found other matters to occupy their time, the extra /H slowly atrophied out of the name, but by this time the Freak wing, Messrs. Lex Luthor, Blue Archer Gary 7 Karang Khan Master of Impact Silver Spy the Marauder and the Videos Myth had picked up a plethora of intrusion expertise and had become a force to be reckoned with. Lodi members seemed to have an instinctive understanding that the way to real power in the underground lay through covert publicity. Lodi were flagrant. Not only was it one of the earliest groups, but the members took pains to widely distribute their illicit knowledge. Some Lodi members, like the Mentor, were close to evangelical about it. Legion of Doom Technical Journal began to show up on boards throughout the underground. Lodi Technical Journal was named in cruel parody of the ancient and honored AT&T Technical Journal. The material in these two publications was quite similar, much of it adopted from public journals and discussions in the telco community. And yet, the predatory attitude of Lodi made even its most innocuous data seem deeply sinister, an outrage, a clear and present danger. To see why this should be, let's consider the following invented paragraphs as a kind of thought experiment. A. W. Fred Brown, AT&T Vice President for Advanced Technical Development, testified May 8 at a Washington hearing of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, regarding Belcor's Garden project. Garden, Generalized Automatic Remote Distributed Electronic Network, is a telephone switch programming tool that makes it possible to develop new telecom services, including hold-on-hold and customized message transfers, from any keypad terminal, within seconds. The Garden prototype combines Center E lines with a mini-computer using Unix operating system software. B. Crimson Flash 512 of the Center E mobsters reports, D00DZ, you wouldn't believe this Garden bullshit Belcor's just come up with. Now you don't even need a lousy Commodore to reprogram a switch, just log on to Garden as a technician, and you can reprogram switches right off the keypad in any public phone booth. You can give yourself hold-on-hold and customized message transfers, and best of all, the thing is run off, notoriously insecure, Center E lines using, get this, standard Unix software. Ha 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 ha. Message, couched in typical techno-bureaucrats, appears tedious and almost unreadable. Scarcely seems threatening or menacing. Message, B, on the other hand, is a dreadful thing. Prima facie evidence of a dire conspiracy, definitely not the kind of thing you want your teenager reading. The information, however, is identical. It is public information, presented before the federal government in an open hearing. It is not secret. It is not proprietary. It is not even confidential. On the contrary, the development of advanced software systems is a matter of great public pride to Belcor. However, when Belcor publicly announces a project of this kind, it expects a certain attitude from the public, something along the lines of "Gosh wow, you guys are great, keep that up." Whatever it is, certainly not cruel mimicry, one-upmanship and outrageous speculations about possible security holes. Now put yourself in the place of a policeman confronted by an outraged parent, or telco official, with a copy of version B. This well-meaning citizen, to his horror, has discovered a local bulletin board carrying outrageous stuff like B, which his son is examining with a deep and unhealthy interest. If B were printed in a book or magazine, you, as an American law enforcement officer, would know that it would take a hell of a lot of trouble to do anything about it. But it doesn't take technical genius to recognize that if there's a computer in your area harboring stuff like B, there's going to be trouble. In fact, if you ask around, any computer-literate cop will tell you straight out that boards with stuff like B are the source of trouble. And the worst source of trouble on boards are the ringleaders inventing and spreading stuff like B. If it weren't for these jokers, there wouldn't be any trouble. And Legion of Doom were on boards like nobody else. Ploverny. The Legion of Doom board. The Farmers of Doom board. Metal Shop. Uni. Blottoland. Private Sector. Atlantis. Digital Logic. Hell Frozen Over. Lodi members also ran their own boards. Silver Spy started his own board, Catch-22, considered one of the heaviest around. So did Mentor with his Phoenix project. When they didn't run boards themselves, they showed up on other people's boards, to brag, boast, and strut. And where they themselves didn't go, their fills went, carrying evil knowledge and an even more evil attitude. As early as 1986, the police were under the vague impression that everyone in the underground was Legion of Doom. Lodi was never that large, considerably smaller than either Metal Communications or the administration, for instance, but Lodi got tremendous press. Especially in Frack, which at times read like an Lodi fan magazine, and Frack was everywhere, especially in the offices of telco security. You couldn't get busted as a phone freak, a hacker, or even a lousy codes kid or whereas dude, without the cops asking if you were Lodi. This was a difficult charge to deny, as Lodi never distributed membership badges or laminated ID cards. If they had, they would likely have died out quickly, for turnover in their membership was considerable. Lodi was less a high-tech street gang than an ongoing state of mind. Lodi was the gang that refused to die. By 1990, Lodi had ruled for 10 years, and it seemed weird to police that they were continually busting people who were only 16 years old. All these teenage small-timers were pleading the tiresome hacker litany of just curious, no criminal intent. Somewhere at the center of this conspiracy there had to be some serious adult masterminds, not this seemingly endless supply of myopic suburban white kids with high SATs and funny haircuts. There was no question that most any American hacker arrested would know Lodi. They knew the handles of contributors to Lodi Tech Journal, and were likely to have learned their craft through Lodi boards and Lodi activism. But they'd never met anyone from Lodi. Even some of the rotating cadre who were actually and formally in Lodi knew one another only by board mail and pseudonyms. This was a highly unconventional profile for a criminal conspiracy. Computer networking, and the rapid evolution of the digital underground, made the situation very diffuse and confusing. Furthermore, a big reputation in the digital underground did not coincide with one's willingness to commit crimes. Instead, reputation was based on cleverness and technical mastery. As a result, it often seemed that the heavier the hackers were, the less likely they were to have committed any kind of common, easily prosecutable crime. There were some hackers who could really steal. And there were hackers who could really hack. But the two groups didn't seem to overlap much, if at all. For instance, most people in the underground looked up to Emanuel Goldstein of 2600 as a hacker demigod. But Goldstein's publishing activities were entirely legal. Goldstein just printed dodgy stuff and talked about politics. He didn't even hack. When you came right down to it, Goldstein spent half his time complaining that computer security wasn't strong enough and ought to be drastically improved across the board. Truly heavy-duty hackers, those with serious technical skills who had earned the respect of the underground, never stole money or abused credit cards. Sometimes they might abuse phone codes, but often, they seemed to get all the free phone time they wanted without leaving a trace of any kind. The best hackers, the most powerful and technically accomplished, were not professional fraudsters. They raided computers habitually, but wouldn't alter anything, or damage anything. They didn't even steal computer equipment. Most had day jobs messing with hardware, and could get all the cheap second-hand equipment they wanted. The hottest hackers, unlike the teenage wannabes, weren't snobs about fancy or expensive hardware. Their machines tended to be raw second-hand digital hot rods full of custom add-ons that they'd cobbled together out of chicken wire, memory chips and spit. Some were adults, computer software writers and consultants by trade, and making quite good livings at it. Some of them actually worked for the phone company, and for those, the hackers actually found under the skirts of Ma Bell, there would be little mercy in 1990. It has long been an article of faith in the underground that the best hackers never get caught. They're far too smart, supposedly. They never get caught because they never boast, brag, or strut. These demigods may read underground boards, with a condescending smile, but they never say anything there. The best hackers, according to legend, are adult computer professionals, such as mainframe system administrators, who already know the ins and outs of their particular brand of security. Even the best hacker can't break into just any computer at random. The knowledge of security holes is too specialized, varying widely with different software and hardware. But if people are employed to run, say, a Unix mainframe or a VAX/VMS machine, then they tend to learn security from the inside out. Armed with this knowledge, they can look into most anybody else's Unix or VMS without much trouble or risk, if they want to. And, according to hacker legend, of course they want to, so of course they do. They just don't make a big deal of what they've done. So nobody ever finds out. It is also an article of faith in the underground that professional telco people freak like crazed weasels. Of course they spy on Madonna's phone calls, I mean, wouldn't you? Of course they give themselves free long distance, why the hell should they pay? They're running the whole shebang. It has, as a third matter, long been an article of faith that any hacker caught can escape serious punishment if he confesses how he did it. Hackers seem to believe that governmental agencies and large corporations are blundering about in cyberspace like eyeless jellyfish or cave salamanders. They feel that these large but pathetically stupid organizations will proffer up genuine gratitude, and perhaps even a security post and a big salary, to the hotshot intruder who will deign to reveal to them the supreme genius of his modus operandi. In the case of longtime Lodi member Control-C, this actually happened, more or less. Control-C had led Michigan Bell a merry chase, and when captured in 1987, he turned out to be a bright and apparently physically harmless young fanatic, fascinated by phones. There was no chance in hell that Control-C would actually repay the enormous and largely theoretical sums in long-distance service that he had accumulated from Michigan Bell. He could always be indicted for fraud or computer intrusion, but there seemed little real point in this. He hadn't physically damaged any computer. He'd just plead guilty, and he'd likely get the usual slap on the wrist, and in the meantime it would be a big hassle for Michigan Bell just to bring up the case. But if kept on the payroll, he might at least keep his fellow hackers at bay. There were uses for him. For instance, a contrite Control-C was featured on Michigan Bell internal posters, sternly warning employees to shred their trash. He'd always gotten most of his best inside info from trashing, raiding telco dumpsters, for useful data indiscreetly thrown away. He signed these posters, too. Control-C had become something like a Michigan Bell mascot. And in fact, Control-C did keep other hackers at bay. Little hackers were quite scared of Control-C and his heavy-duty Legion of Doom friends. And big hackers were his friends and didn't want to screw up his cushy situation. No matter what one might say of Lodi, they did stick together. When WASP, an apparently genuinely malicious New York hacker, began crashing Bell core machines, Control-C received swift volunteer help from the Mentor and the Georgia Lodi wing made up of the profiteervile and leftist. Using Mentor's Phoenix project board to coordinate, the Doomsters helped telco security to trap WASP, by luring him into a machine with a tap and line trace installed. WASP lost. Lodi won. And did they brag. Ervile, Profit and leftist were well qualified for this activity, probably more so even than the quite accomplished Control-C. The Georgia boys knew all about phone switching stations. The relative Johnny-come-latelys in the Legion of Doom, they were considered some of Lod's heaviest guys, into the hairiest systems around. They had the good fortune to live in or near Atlanta, home of the sleepy and apparently tolerant Bell South ABOC. As ABOC security went, Bell South were cake. U.S. West, of Arizona, the Rockies and the Pacific Northwest, were tough and aggressive, probably the heaviest ABOC around. Pacific Bell, California's Pac Bell, were sleek, high-tech, and long-time veterans of the LA phone freak wars. 9X had the misfortune to run the New York City area, and were warily prepared for most anything. Even Michigan Bell, a division of the Amritech ABOC, at least had the elementary sense to hire their own hacker as a useful scarecrow. But Bell South, even though their corporate PR proclaimed them to have everything you expect from a leader, were pathetic. When rumor about Lod's mastery of Georgia's switching network got around to Bell South through Bellcore and Telco security scuttlebutt, they at first refused to believe it. If you paid serious attention to every rumor out and about these hacker kids, you would hear all kinds of wacko sauce-nut nonsense, that the National Security Agency monitored all American phone calls, that the CIA and D tracked traffic on bulletin boards with word analysis programs, that the Conda could start World War III from a payphone. If there were hackers into Bell South switching stations, then how come nothing had happened? Nothing had been hurt. Bell South's machines weren't crashing. Bell South wasn't suffering especially badly from fraud. Bell South's customers weren't complaining. Bell South was headquartered in Atlanta, ambitious metropolis of the new high-tech Sun Belt, and Bell South was upgrading its network by leaps and bounds, digitizing the works left, right and center. They could hardly be considered sluggish or naive. Bell South's technical expertise was second to none, thank you kindly. But then came the Florida business. On the 13th of June, 1989, callers to the Palm Beach County Probation Department, in Delray Beach, Florida, found themselves involved in a remarkable discussion with a phone sex worker named Tina in New York State. Somehow, any call to this probation office near Miami was instantly and magically transported across state lines, at no extra charge to the user, to a pornographic phone sex hotline hundreds of miles away. This practical joke may seem utterly hilarious at first hearing, and indeed there was a good deal of chuckling about it in phone freak circles, including the autumn 1989 issue of 2600. But for Southern Bell, the division of the Bell South box supplying local service for Florida, Georgia, North Carolina and South Carolina, this was a smoking gun. For the first time ever, a computer intruder had broken into a Bell South Central Office switching station and reprogrammed it. Or so Bell South thought in June 1989. Actually, Lodi members had been frolicking harmlessly in Bell South switches since September 1987. The stunt of June 13, call forwarding a number through manipulation of a switching station, was child's play for hackers as accomplished as the Georgia wing of Lodi. Switching calls interstate sounded like a big deal, but it took only 4 lines of code to accomplish this. An easy, yet more discreet, stunt would be to call forward another number to your own house. If you were careful and considerate, and changed the software back later, then not a soul would know. Except you. And whoever you had bragged to about it. As for Bell South, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Except now somebody had blown the whole thing wide open, and Bell South knew. A now alerted and considerably paranoid Bell South began searching switches right and left for signs of impropriety, in that hot summer of 1989. No fewer than 42 Bell South employees were put on 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day, for 2 solid months, poring over records and monitoring computers for any sign of phony access. These 42 overworked experts were known as BellSouth's Intrusion Task Force. What the investigators found astounded them. Proprietary telco databases had been manipulated, phone numbers had been created out of thin air, with no users' names and no addresses. And perhaps worst of all, no charges and no records of use. The new digital REMOB, remote observation, diagnostic feature had been extensively tampered with. Hackers had learned to reprogram REMOB software, so that they could listen in on any switch-routed call at their leisure. They were using telco property to spy. The electrifying news went out throughout law enforcement in 1989. It had never really occurred to anyone at BellSouth that their prized and brand new digital switching stations could be reprogrammed. People seemed utterly amazed that anyone could have the nerve. Of course, these switching stations were computers, and everybody knew hackers liked to break into computers, but telephone people's computers were different from normal people's computers. The exact reason why these computers were different was rather ill-defined. It certainly wasn't the extent of their security. The security on these BellSouth computers was lousy. The AIMSC's computers, for instance, didn't even have passwords. But there was no question that BellSouth strongly felt that their computers were very different indeed. And if there were some criminals out there who had not gotten that message, BellSouth was determined to see that message taught. After all, a 5S switching station was no mere bookkeeping system for some local chain of florists. Public service depended on these stations. Public safety depended on these stations. And hackers, lurking in their call forwarding or remobbing, could spy on anybody in the local area. They could spy on telco officials. They could spy on police stations. They could spy on local offices of the Secret Service. In 1989, electronic cops and hacker trackers began using scrambler phones and secured lines. It only made sense. There was no telling who was into those systems. Whoever they were, they sounded scary. This was some new level of antisocial daring. Could be West German hackers, in the pay of the KGB. That too had seemed a weird and far-fetched notion, until Clifford Still had poked and prodded a sluggish Washington law enforcement bureaucracy into investigating a computer intrusion that turned out to be exactly that: hackers, in the pay of the KGB. Still, the systems manager for an internet lab in Berkeley, California, had ended up on the front page of the New York Times, proclaimed a national hero in the first true story of international computer espionage. Still's counter-spy efforts, which he related in a best-selling book, The Cuckoo's Egg, in 1989, had established the credibility of hacking as a possible threat to national security. The United States Secret Service doesn't mess around when it suspects a possible action by a foreign intelligence apparat. The Secret Service scrambler phones and secured lines put a tremendous kink in law enforcement's ability to operate freely, to get the word out, cooperate, prevent misunderstandings. Nevertheless, 1989 scarcely seemed the time for half measures. If the police and Secret Service themselves were not operationally secure, then how could they reasonably demand measures of security from private enterprise? At least, the inconvenience made people aware of the seriousness of the threat. If there was a final spur needed to get the police off the dime, it came in the realization that the emergency 911 system was vulnerable. The 911 system has its own specialized software, but it is run on the same digital switching systems as the rest of the telephone network. 911 is not physically different from normal telephony. But it is certainly culturally different, because this is the area of telephonic cyberspace reserved for the police and emergency services. Your average policeman may not know much about hackers or phone freaks. Computer people are weird. Even computer cops are rather weird. The stuff they do is hard to figure out. But a threat to the 911 system is anything but an abstract threat. If the 911 system goes, people can die. Imagine being in a car wreck, staggering to a phone booth, punching 911 and hearing Tina pick up the phone sex line somewhere in New York. The situation's no longer comical, somehow. And was it possible? No question. Hackers had attacked 911 systems before. Freaks can max out 911 systems just by sicking a bunch of computer modems on them in tandem, dialing them over and over until they clog. That's very crude and low-tech, but it's still a serious business. The time had come for action. It was time to take stern measures with the underground. It was time to start picking up the dropped threads, the loose edges, the bits of braggadocio here and there. It was time to get on the stick and start putting serious casework together. Hackers weren't invisible. They thought they were invisible, but the truth was, they had just been tolerated too long. Under sustained police attention in the summer of '89, the digital underground began to unravel as never before. The first big break in the case came very early on, July 1989, the following month. The perpetrator of the Tina switch was caught, and confessed. His name was Fry Guy, a 16-year-old in Indiana. Fry Guy had been a very wicked young man. Fry Guy had earned his handle from a stunt involving French fries. Fry Guy had filched the login of a local McDonald's manager and had logged on to the McDonald's mainframe on the Sprint Telenet system. Posing as the manager, Fry Guy had altered McDonald's records, and given some teenage hamburger-flipping friends of his generous raises. He had not been caught. Emboldened by success, Fry Guy moved on to credit card abuse. Fry Guy was quite an accomplished talker, with a gift for social engineering. If you can do social engineering, fast talk, fake-outs, impersonation, conning, scamming, then card abuse comes easy. Getting away with it in the long run is another question. Fry Guy had run across Ervil of the Legion of Doom on the Altos chat board in Bonn, Germany. Altos chat was a sophisticated board, accessible through globe-spanning computer networks like BINet, TIMNet, and Telenet. Altos was much frequented by members of Germany's Chaos Computer Club. Two Chaos hackers who hung out on Altos, Giga and Pengo, had been the central villains of Clifford Stoll's Cuckoo's Egg case, consorting in East Berlin with a spymaster from the KGB, and breaking into American computers for hire, through the Internet. When Lodi members learned the story of Giga's depredations from Stoll's book, they were rather less than impressed, technically speaking. On Lod's own favorite board of the moment, Black Ice Lodi members bragged that they themselves could have done all the Chaos break-ins in a week flat. Nevertheless, Lodi were grudgingly impressed by the Chaos rep, the sheer hairy-eyed daring of hash-smoking anarchist hackers who had rubbed shoulders with the fearsome big boys of international communist espionage. Lodi members sometimes traded bits of knowledge with friendly German hackers on Altos, phone numbers for vulnerable VAX/VMS computers in Georgia, for instance. Dutch and British phone freaks, and the Australian clique of Phoenix NOM and Electron were Altos regulars, too. In underground circles, to hang out on Altos was considered the sign of an elite dude, a sophisticated hacker of the international digital jet set. Fry Guy quickly learned how to raid information from credit card consumer reporting agencies. He had over 100 stolen credit card numbers in his notebooks, and upwards of 1,000 swiped long-distance access codes. He knew how to get onto Altos, and how to talk the talk of the underground convincingly. He now wheedled knowledge of switching station tricks from Ervil on the Altos system. Combining these two forms of knowledge enabled Fry Guy to bootstrap his way up to a new form of wire fraud. First, he'd snitched credit card numbers from credit company computers. The data he copied included names, addresses and phone numbers of the random card holders. Then Fry Guy, impersonating a card holder, called up Western Union and asked for a cash advance on his credit card. Western Union, as a security guarantee, would call the customer back, at home, to verify the transaction. But, just as he had switched the Florida probation office to Tina in New York, Fry Guy switched the cardholder's number to a local payphone. There he would lurk in wait, muddying his trail by routing and rerouting the call, through switches as far away as Canada. When the call came through, he would boldly social engineer or con the Western Union people, pretending to be the legitimate card holder. Since he'd answered the proper phone number, the deception was not very hard. Western Union's money was then shipped to a confederate of Fry Guys in his hometown in Indiana. Fry Guy and his cohort, using Lodi techniques, stole $6,000 from Western Union between December 1988 and July 1989. They also dabbled in ordering delivery of stolen goods through card fraud. Fry Guy was intoxicated with success. The 16-year-old fantasized wildly to hacker rivals, boasting that he'd used rip-off money to hire himself a big limousine, and had driven out of state with a groupie from his favorite heavy metal band, Motley Crue. Armed with knowledge, power, and a gratifying stream of free money, Fry Guy now took it upon himself to call local representatives of Indiana Bell Security, to brag, boast, strut, and utter tormenting warnings that his powerful friends in the notorious Legion of Doom could crash the national telephone network. Fry Guy even named a date for the scheme, the 4th of July, a national holiday. This egregious example of the begging for arrest syndrome was shortly followed by Fry Guy's arrest. After the Indiana Telephone Company figured out who he was, the Secret Service had DNRs, dialed number recorders, installed on his home phone lines. These devices are not taps, and can't record the substance of phone calls, but they do record the phone numbers of all calls going in and out. Tracing these numbers showed Fry Guy's long-distance code fraud, his extensive ties to pirate bulletin boards, and numerous personal calls to his Lodi friends in Atlanta. By the 11th of July 1989, Prophet, Ervil and Leftist also had Secret Service DNR pen registers installed on their own lines. The Secret Service showed up in force at Fry Guy's house on the 22nd of July 1989, to the horror of his unsuspecting parents. The raiders were led by a special agent from the Secret Service's Indianapolis office. However, the raiders were accompanied and advised by Timothy M. Foley of the Secret Service's Chicago office, a gentleman about whom we will soon be hearing a great deal. Following federal computer crime techniques that had been standard since the early 1980s, the Secret Service searched the house thoroughly, and seized all of Fry Guy's electronic equipment and notebooks. All Fry Guy's equipment went out the door in the custody of the Secret Service, which put a swift end to his depredations. The USSS interrogated Fry Guy at length. His case was put in the charge of Deborah Daniels, the federal U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Indiana. Fry Guy was charged with 11 counts of computer fraud, unauthorized computer access, and wire fraud. The evidence was thorough and irrefutable. For his part, Fry Guy blamed his corruption on the Legion of Doom and offered to testify against them. Fry Guy insisted that the Legion intended to crash the phone system on a national holiday. And when AT&T crashed on Martin Luther King Day, 1990, this lent a credence to his claim that genuinely alarmed telco security and the Secret Service. Fry Guy eventually pled guilty on the 31st of May, 1990. On the 14th of September, he was sentenced to 44 months probation and 400 hours community service. He could have had it much worse, but it made sense to prosecutors to take it easy on this teenage minor, while zeroing in on the notorious kingpins of the Legion of Doom. But the case against Lodi had nagging flaws. Despite the best effort of investigators, it was impossible to prove that the Legion had crashed the phone system on the 15th of January, because they, in fact, hadn't done so. The investigations of 1989 did show that certain members of the Legion of Doom had achieved unprecedented power over the telco switching stations, and that they were in active conspiracy to obtain more power yet. Investigators were privately convinced that the Legion of Doom intended to do awful things with this knowledge, but mere evil intent was not enough to put them in jail. And although the Atlanta Three, Prophet, Leftist, and especially Ervile, had taught Fry Guy plenty, they were not themselves credit card fraudsters. The only thing they'd stolen was long-distance service, and since they'd done much of that through phone switch manipulation, there was no easy way to judge how much they'd stolen or whether this practice was even theft of any easily recognizable kind. Fry Guy's theft of long-distance codes had cost the phone companies plenty. The theft of long-distance service may be a fairly theoretical loss, but it costs genuine money and genuine time to delete all those stolen codes, and to reissue new codes to the innocent owners of those corrupted codes. The owners of the codes themselves are victimized, and lose time and money and peace of mind in the hassle. And then there were the credit card victims to deal with, too, and Western Union. When it came to rip-off, Fry Guy was far more of a thief than Lodi. It was only when it came to actual computer expertise that Fry Guy was small potatoes. The Atlanta Legion thought most rules of cyberspace were for rodents and losers, but they did have rules. They never crashed anything, and they never took money. These were rough rules of thumb, and rather dubious principles when it comes to the ethical subtleties of cyberspace, but they enabled the Atlanta Three to operate with a relatively clear conscience, though never with peace of mind. If you didn't hack for money, if you weren't robbing people of actual funds, money in the bank, that is, then nobody really got hurt, in Lod's opinion. Theft of service was a bogus issue, and intellectual property was a bad joke. But Lodi had only elitist contempt for rip-off artists, leechers, thieves. They considered themselves clean. In their opinion, if you didn't smash up or crash any systems, well, not on purpose, anyhow, accidents can happen, just ask Robert Morris, then it was very unfair to call you a vandal or a cracker. When you were hanging out online with your pals in telco security, you could face them down from the higher plane of hacker morality. And you could mock the police from the supercilious heights of your hacker's quest for pure knowledge. But from the point of view of law enforcement and telco security, however, Fry Guy was not really dangerous. The Atlanta Three were dangerous. It wasn't the crimes they were committing, but the danger, the potential hazard, the sheer technical power Lodi had accumulated, that had made the situation untenable. Fry Guy was not Lodi. He'd never laid eyes on anyone in Lodi, his only contacts with them had been electronic. Core members of the Legion of Doom tended to meet physically for conventions every year or so, to get drunk, give each other the hacker high sign, send out for pizza and ravage hotel suites. Fry Guy had never done any of this. Deborah Daniels assessed Fry Guy accurately as an Lodi wannabe. Nevertheless, Fry Guy's crimes would be directly attributed to Lodi in much future police propaganda. Lodi would be described as a closely knit group involved in numerous illegal activities, including stealing and modifying individual credit histories and fraudulently obtaining money and property. Fry Guy did this, but the Atlanta Three didn't. They simply weren't into theft, but rather intrusion. This caused a strange kink in the prosecution's strategy. Lodi were accused of disseminating information about attacking computers to other computer hackers in an effort to shift the focus of law enforcement to those other hackers and away from the Legion of Doom. This last accusation, taken directly from a press release by the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, sounds particularly far-fetched. One might conclude at this point that investigators would have been well advised to go ahead and shift their focus from the Legion of Doom. Maybe they should concentrate on those other hackers, the ones who were actually stealing money and physical objects. But the hacker crackdown of 1990 was not a simple policing action. It wasn't meant just to walk the beat in cyberspace, it was a crackdown, a deliberate attempt to nail the core of the operation, to send a dire and potent message that would settle the hash of the digital underground for good. By this reasoning, Fry Guy wasn't much more than the electronic equivalent of a cheap street corner dope dealer. As long as the masterminds of Lodi were still flagrantly operating, pushing their mountains of illicit knowledge right and left, and whipping up enthusiasm for blatant law-breaking, then there would be an infinite supply of Fry Guys. Because Lodi were flagrant, they had left trails everywhere, to be picked up by law enforcement in New York, Indiana, Florida, Texas, Arizona, Missouri, even Australia. But 1990's war on the Legion of Doom was led out of Illinois, by the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force. The Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, led by federal prosecutor William J. Cook, had started in 1987 and had swiftly become one of the most aggressive local dedicated computer crime units. Chicago was a natural home for such a group. The world's first computer bulletin board system had been invented in Illinois. The state of Illinois had some of the nation's first and sternest computer crime laws. Illinois State Police were markedly alert to the possibilities of white-collar crime and electronic fraud. And William J. Cook in particular was a rising star in electronic crime busting. He and his fellow federal prosecutors at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago had a tight relation with the Secret Service, especially go-getting Chicago-based agent Timothy Foley. While Cook and his Department of Justice colleagues plotted strategy, Foley was their man on the street. Throughout the 1980s, the federal government had given prosecutors an army of new, untried legal tools against computer crime. Cook and his colleagues were pioneers in the use of these new statutes in the real-life cut and thrust of the federal courtroom. On the 2nd of October, 1986, the U.S. Senate had passed the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act unanimously, but there were pitifully few convictions under this statute. Cook's group took their name from this statute, since they were determined to transform this powerful but rather theoretical act of Congress into a real-life engine of legal destruction against computer fraudsters and scofflaws. It was not a question of merely discovering crimes, investigating them, and then trying and punishing their perpetrators. The Chicago unit, like most everyone else in the business, already knew who the bad guys were, the Legion of Doom and the writers and editors of Frack. The task at hand was to find some legal means of putting these characters away. This approach might seem a bit dubious to someone not acquainted with the gritty realities of prosecutorial work. But prosecutors don't put people in jail for crimes they have committed, they put people in jail for crimes they have committed that can be proved in court. Chicago Federal Police put Al Capone in prison for income tax fraud. Chicago is a big town, with a rough and ready bare-knuckle tradition on both sides of the law. Fry Guy had broken the case wide open and alerted telco security to the scope of the problem. But Fry Guy's crimes would not put the Atlanta Three behind bars, much less the wacko underground journalists of Frack. So on the 22nd of July, 1989, the same day that Fry Guy was raided in Indiana, the Secret Service descended upon the Atlanta Three. This was likely inevitable. By the summer of 1989, law enforcement were closing in on the Atlanta Three from at least 6 directions at once. First, there were the leads from Fry Guy, which had led to the DNR registers being installed on the lines of the Atlanta Three. The DNR evidence alone would have finished them off, sooner or later. But second, the Atlanta lads were already well known to Control C and his telco security sponsors. Lod's contacts with telco security had made them overconfident and even more boastful than usual. They felt that they had powerful friends in high places, and that they were being openly tolerated by telco security. But Bell South's intrusion task force were hot on the trail of Lodi and sparing no effort or expense. The Atlanta Three had also been identified by name and listed on the extensive anti-hacker files maintained, and retailed for pay, by private security operative John Maxfield of Detroit. Maxfield, who had extensive ties to telco security and many informants in the underground, was a beat noir of the Frack crowd, and the dislike was mutual. The Atlanta Three themselves had written articles for Frack. This boastful act could not possibly escape telco and law enforcement attention. Nightmare, a high school-age hacker from Arizona, was a close friend and disciple of Atlanta Lodi, but he had been nabbed by the formidable Arizona Organized Crime and Racketeering Unit. Nightmare was on some of Lod's favorite boards, Black Ice in particular, and was privy to their secrets. And to have Gail Thackeray, the Assistant Attorney General of Arizona, on one's trail was a dreadful peril for any hacker. And perhaps worst of all, Prophet had committed a major blunder by passing an illicitly copied Bell South computer file to Night Lightning, who had published it in Frack. This, as we will see, was an act of dire consequence for almost everyone concerned. On the 22nd of July, 1989, the Secret Service showed up at the leftist's house, where he lived with his parents. A massive squad of some 20 officers surrounded the building: Secret Service, federal marshals, local police, possibly Bell South telco security. It was hard to tell in the crush. Leftist's dad, at work in his basement office, first noticed a muscular stranger in plain clothes crashing through the backyard with a drawn pistol. As more strangers poured into the house, Leftist's dad naturally assumed there was an armed robbery in progress. Like most hacker parents, Leftist's mom and dad had only the vaguest notions of what their son had been up to all this time. Leftist had a day job repairing computer hardware. His obsession with computers seemed a bit odd, but harmless enough, and likely to produce a well-paying career. The sudden, overwhelming raid left Leftist's parents traumatized. The Leftist himself had been out after work with his co-workers, surrounding a couple of pitchers of margaritas. As he came trucking on tequila-numbed feet up the pavement, toting a bag full of floppy disks, he noticed a large number of unmarked cars parked in his driveway. All the cars sported tiny microwave antennas. The Secret Service had knocked the front door off its hinges, almost flattening his mom. Inside, Leftist was greeted by Special Agent James Cool of the U.S. Secret Service, Atlanta office. Leftist was flabbergasted. He'd never met a Secret Service agent before. He could not imagine that he'd ever done anything worthy of federal attention. He'd always figured that if his activities became intolerable, one of his contacts in telco security would give him a private phone call and tell him to knock it off. But now Leftist was searched for weapons by grim professionals, and his bag of floppies was quickly seized. He and his parents were all shepherded into separate rooms and grilled at length as a score of officers scoured their home for anything electronic. Leftist was horrified as his treasured IBM personal computer with its 40 meg hard disk, and his recently purchased 80,386 IBM clone with a whopping 100 meg hard disk, both went swiftly out the door in Secret Service custody. They also seized all his disks, all his notebooks, and a tremendous booty in dog-eared telco documents that Leftist had snitched out of trash dumpsters. Leftist figured the whole thing for a big misunderstanding. He'd never been into military computers. He wasn't a spy or a communist. He was just a good old Georgia hacker, and now he just wanted all these people out of the house. But it seemed they wouldn't go until he made some kind of statement. And so, he leveled with them. And that, Leftist said later from his federal prison camp in Talladega, Alabama, was a big mistake. The Atlanta area was unique, in that it had 3 members of the Legion of Doom who actually occupied more or less the same physical locality. Unlike the rest of Lodi, who tended to associate by phone and computer, Atlanta Lodi actually were tightly knit. It was no real surprise that the Secret Service agents apprehending Ervile at the computer labs at Georgia Tech would discover profit with him as well. Ervile, a 21-year-old Georgia Tech student in polymer chemistry, posed quite a puzzling case for law enforcement. Ervile, also known as Necron 99 as well as other handles, for he tended to change his cover alias about once a month, was both an accomplished hacker and a fanatic simulation gamer. Simulation games are an unusual hobby, but then hackers are unusual people, and their favorite pastimes tend to be somewhat out of the ordinary. The best-known American simulation game is probably Dungeons and Dragons, a multiplayer parlor entertainment played with paper, maps, pencils, statistical tables and a variety of oddly shaped dice. Players pretend to be heroic characters exploring a wholly invented fantasy world. The fantasy worlds of simulation gaming are commonly pseudo-medieval, involving swords and sorcery, spell-casting wizards, knights in armor, unicorns and dragons, demons and goblins. Ervile and his fellow gamers preferred their fantasies highly technological. They made use of a game known as G.U.R.P.S, the generic universal role-playing system published by a company called Steve Jackson Games, SJG. GURPS served as a framework for creating a wide variety of artificial fantasy worlds. Steve Jackson Games published a smorgasbord of books, full of detailed information and gaming hints, which were used to flesh out many different fantastic backgrounds for the basic GURPS framework. Ervile made extensive use of two SJG books called GURPS High Tech and GURPS Special Ops. In the artificial fantasy world of GURPS Special Ops, players entered a modern fantasy of intrigue and international espionage. On beginning the game, players started small and powerless, perhaps as minor league CIA agents or penny anti-arms dealers. But as players persisted through a series of game sessions generally lasted 4 hours, over long, elaborate campaigns that might be pursued for months on end, then they would achieve new skills, new knowledge, new power. They would acquire and hone new abilities, such as marksmanship, karate, wiretapping, or Watergate burglary. They could also win various kinds of imaginary booty, like Berettas, or martini shakers, or fast cars with ejection seats and machine guns under the headlights. As might be imagined from the complexity of these games, Ervile's gaming notes were very detailed and extensive. Ervile was a dungeon master inventing scenarios for his fellow gamers, giant simulated adventure puzzles for his friends to unravel. Ervile's game notes covered dozens of pages with all sorts of exotic lunacy, all about ninja raids on Libya and break-ins on encrypted red Chinese supercomputers. His notes were written on scrap paper and kept in loose-leaf binders. The handiest scrap paper around Ervile's college digs were the many pounds of Bell South printouts and documents that he had snitched out of telco dumpsters. His notes were written on the back of misappropriated telco property. Worse yet, the gaming notes were chaotically interspersed with Ervile's hand-scrawled records involving actual computer intrusions that he had committed. Not only was it next to impossible to tell Ervile's fantasy game notes from cyberspace reality, but Ervile himself barely made this distinction. It's no exaggeration to say that to Ervile it was all a game. Ervile was very bright, highly imaginative, and quite careless of other people's notions of propriety. His connection to reality was not something to which he paid a great deal of attention. Hacking was a game for Ervile. It was an amusement he was carrying out, it was something he was doing for fun. And Ervil was an obsessive young man. He could no more stop hacking than he could stop in the middle of a jigsaw puzzle, or stop in the middle of reading a Stephen Donaldson fantasy trilogy. The name Ervil came from a best-selling Donaldson novel. Ervil's airy, bulletproof attitude seriously annoyed his interrogators. First of all, he didn't consider that he'd done anything wrong. There was scarcely a shred of honest remorse in him. On the contrary, he seemed privately convinced that his police interrogators were operating in a demented fantasy world all their own. Ervil was too polite and well-behaved to say this straight out, but his reactions were askew and disquieting. For instance, there was the business about Lod's ability to monitor phone calls to the police and Secret Service. Ervil agreed that this was quite possible, and posed no big problem for Lodi. In fact, he and his friends had kicked the idea around on the black ice board, much as they had discussed many other nifty notions, such as building personal flamethrowers and jury-rigging fistfuls of blasting caps. They had hundreds of dial-up numbers for government agencies that they'd gotten through scanning Atlanta phones, or had pulled from raided VAX/VMS mainframe computers. Basically, they'd never gotten around to listening in on the cops because the idea wasn't interesting enough to bother with. Besides, if they'd been monitoring Secret Service phone calls, obviously they'd never have been caught in the first place. Right. The Secret Service was less than satisfied with this rapier-like hacker logic. Then there was the issue of crashing the phone system. No problem, Ervil admitted sunnily. Atlanta Lodi could have shut down phone service all over Atlanta any time they liked. Even the 911 service. Nothing special about that, Ervil explained patiently. Bring the switch to its knees, with say the Unix make it a bug, and 911 goes down too as a matter of course. The 911 system wasn't very interesting, frankly. It might be tremendously interesting to cops, for odd reasons of their own, but as technical challenges went, the 911 service was Yorbansville. So of course the Atlanta 3 could crash service. They probably could have crashed service all over Bell South Territory, if they'd worked at it for a while. But Atlanta Lodi weren't crashers. Only losers and rodents were crashers. Lodi were elite. Ervil was privately convinced that sheer technical expertise could win him free of any kind of problem. As far as he was concerned, elite status in the digital underground had placed him permanently beyond the intellectual grasp of cops and straights. Ervil had a lot to learn. Of the three Lodi stalwarts, Prophet was in the most direct trouble. Prophet was a Unix programming expert who burrowed in and out of the Internet as a matter of course. He'd started his hacking career at around age 14, meddling with a Unix mainframe system at the University of North Carolina. Prophet himself had written the handy Legion of Doom file Unix use and security from the ground up. Unix, pronounced Unix, is a powerful, flexible computer operating system, for multi-user, multitasking computers. In 1969, when Unix was created in Bell Labs, such computers were exclusive to large corporations and universities, but today Unix is run on thousands of powerful home machines. Unix was particularly well suited to telecommunications programming, and had become a standard in the field. Naturally, Unix also became a standard for the elite hacker and phone freak. Lately, Prophet had not been so active as leftist and Ervile, but Prophet was a recidivist. In 1986, when he was 18, Prophet had been convicted of unauthorized access to a computer network in North Carolina. He'd been discovered breaking into the Southern Bell Data Network, a Unix-based internal telco network supposedly closed to the public. He'd gotten a typical hacker sentence, 6 months suspended, 120 hours community service, and 3 years probation. After that humiliating bust, Prophet had gotten rid of most of his tonnage of illicit freak and hacker data, and had tried to go straight. He was, after all, still on probation. But by the autumn of 1988, the temptations of cyberspace had proved too much for young Prophet, and he was shoulder to shoulder with Ervile and leftist into some of the hairiest systems around. In early September 1988, he'd broken into Bell South's centralized automation system, AIMSX, or Advanced Information Management System. AIMSX was an internal business network for Bell South, where telco employees stored electronic mail, databases, memos, and calendars, and did text processing. Since AIMSX did not have public dial-ups, it was considered utterly invisible to the public, and was not well secured. It didn't even require passwords. Prophet abused an account known as WA1, the personal account of an unsuspecting telco employee. Disguised as the owner of WA1, Prophet made about 10 visits to AIMSX. Prophet did not damage or delete anything in the system. His presence in AIMSX was harmless and almost invisible. But he could not rest content with that. One particular piece of processed text on AIMSX was a telco document known as Bell South Standard Practice 660-225-104 SV Control Office Administration of Enhanced 911 Services for Special Services and Major Account Centers dated March 1988. Prophet had not been looking for this document. It was merely one among hundreds of similar documents with impenetrable titles. However, having blundered over it in the course of his illicit wanderings through AIMSX, he decided to take it with him as a trophy. It might prove very useful in some future boasting, bragging, and strutting session. So, sometime in September 1988, Prophet ordered the AIMSX mainframe computer to copy this document, henceforth simply called the E911 document, and to transfer this copy to his home computer. No one noticed that Prophet had done this. He had stolen the E911 document in some sense, but notions of property in cyberspace can be tricky. Bell South noticed nothing wrong, because Bell South still had their original copy. They had not been robbed of the document itself. Many people were supposed to copy this document, specifically, people who worked for the 19 Bell South Special Services and major account centers scattered throughout the southeastern United States. That was what it was for, why it was present on a computer network in the first place, so that it could be copied and read by telco employees. But now the data had been copied by someone who wasn't supposed to look at it. Prophet now had his trophy. But he further decided to store yet another copy of the E911 document on another person's computer. This unwitting person was a computer enthusiast named Richard Andrews who lived near Joliet, Illinois. Richard Andrews was a Unix programmer by trade, and ran a powerful Unix board called Jolnet in the basement of his house. Prophet, using the handle Robert Johnson, had obtained an account on Richard Andrews' computer. And there he stashed the E911 document, by storing it in his own private section of Andrews' computer. Why did Prophet do this? If Prophet had eliminated the E911 document from his own computer, and kept it hundreds of miles away, on another machine, under an alias, then he might have been fairly safe from discovery and prosecution, although his sneaky action had certainly put the unsuspecting Richard Andrews at risk. But, like most hackers, Prophet was a pack rat for illicit data. When it came to the crunch, he could not bear to part from his trophy. When Prophet's place in Decatur, Georgia was raided in July 1989, there was the E911 document, a smoking gun. And there was Prophet in the hands of the Secret Service, doing his best to explain. Our story now takes us away from the Atlanta Three and their raids of the summer of 1989. We must leave Atlanta Three cooperating fully with their numerous investigators. And all three of them did cooperate, as their sentencing memorandum from the U.S. District Court of the Northern Division of Georgia explained, just before all three of them were sentenced to various federal prisons in November 1990. We must now catch up on the other aspects of the War on the Legion of Doom. The War on the Legion was a war on a network, in fact, a network of three networks, which intertwined and interrelated in a complex fashion. The Legion itself, with Atlanta Lodi, and their hanger-on Fry Guy, were the first network. The second network was Frack Magazine, with its editors and contributors. The third network involved the electronic circle around a hacker known as Terminus. The war against these hacker networks was carried out by a law enforcement network. Atlanta Lodi and Fry Guy were pursued by USSS agents and federal prosecutors in Atlanta, Indiana, and Chicago. Terminus found himself pursued by USSS and federal prosecutors from Baltimore and Chicago. And the war against Frack was almost entirely a Chicago operation. The investigation of Terminus involved a great deal of energy, mostly from the Chicago Task Force, but it was to be the least known and least publicized of the Crackdown operations. Terminus, who lived in Maryland, was a Unix programmer and consultant, fairly well known, under his given name, in the Unix community, as an acknowledged expert on AT&T mini-computers. Terminus idolized AT&T, especially Bellcore, and longed for public recognition as a Unix expert. His highest ambition was to work for Bell Labs. But Terminus had odd friends and a spotted history. Terminus had once been the subject of an admiring interview in Frac, Volume 2, Issue 14, File 2, dated May 1987. In this article, Frac co-editor Taran King described Terminus as an electronics engineer, 5'9", brown-haired, born in 1959, at 28 years old, quite mature for a hacker. Terminus had once been sysop of a freak/hack underground board called Metronet, which ran on an Apple II. Later he'd replaced Metronet with an underground board called Meganet, specializing in IBMs. In his younger days, Terminus had written one of the very first and most elegant code scanning programs for the IBM PC. This program had been widely distributed in the underground. Uncounted legions of PC-owning freaks and hackers had used Terminus's scanner program to rip off telco codes. This feat had not escaped the attention of telco security. It hardly could, since Terminus's earlier handle, Terminal Technician, was proudly written right on the program. When he became a full-time computer professional, specializing in telecommunications programming, he adopted the handle Terminus, meant to indicate that he had reached the final point of being a proficient hacker. He'd moved up to the Unix-based NetSys board on an AT&T computer, with 4 phone lines and an impressive 240 megs of storage. NetSys carried complete issues of Frac, and Terminus was quite friendly with its publishers, Taran King and Night Lightning. In the early 1980s, Terminus had been a regular on Pluvene, Pirate 80, Sherwood Forest and Shadowland, all well-known pirate boards, all heavily frequented by the Legion of Doom. As it happened, Terminus was never officially in Lodi because he'd never been given the official Lodi high sign and backslap by Legion maven Lex Luthor. Terminus had never physically met anyone from Lodi. But that scarcely mattered much. The Atlanta Three themselves had never been officially vetted by Lex, either. As far as law enforcement was concerned, the issues were clear. Terminus was a full-time, adult computer professional with particular skills at AT&T software and hardware, but Terminus reeked of the Legion of Doom and the Underground. On February 1, 1990, half a month after the Martin Luther King Day crash, USSS agents Tim Foley from Chicago, and Jack Lewis from the Baltimore office, accompanied by AT&T security officer Jerry Dalton, traveled to Middletown, Maryland. There they grilled Terminus in his home, to the stark terror of his wife and small children, and, in their customary fashion, hauled his computers out the door. The NetSys machine proved to contain a plethora of arcane Unix software, proprietary source code formerly owned by AT&T software such as Unix System 5 Release 3.2, Unix SV Release 3.1, UUCP Communications Software, CAN Shell, RFS, IWB, WWB, DWB, the C++ programming language, Pman, tool chest, Quest, DACT, and S-Find. In the long-established piratical tradition of the underground, Terminus had been trading this illicitly copied software with a small circle of fellow Unix programmers. Very unwisely, he had stored 7 years of his electronic mail on his NetSys machine, which documented all the friendly arrangements he had made with his various colleagues. Terminus had not crashed the AT&T phone system on the 15th of January. He was, however, blithely running a not-for-profit AT&T software piracy ring. This was not an activity AT&T found amusing. AT&T security officer Jerry Dalton valued this stolen property at over $300,000. AT&T's entry into the tussle of free enterprise had been complicated by the new, vague ground rules of the information economy. Until the breakup of Ma Bell, AT&T was forbidden to sell computer hardware or software. Ma Bell was the phone company. Ma Bell was not allowed to use the enormous revenue from telephone utilities in order to finance any entry into the computer market. AT&T nevertheless invented the Unix operating system. And somehow AT&T managed to make Unix a minor source of income. Weirdly, Unix was not sold as computer software, but actually retailed under an obscure regulatory exemption allowing sales of surplus equipment and scrap. Any bolder attempt to promote or retail Unix would have aroused angry legal opposition from computer companies. Instead, Unix was licensed to universities, at modest rates, where the acids of academic freedom ate away steadily at AT&T's proprietary rights. Come the breakup, AT&T recognized that Unix was a potential gold mine. By now, large chunks of Unix code had been created that were not AT&T's, and were being sold by others. An entire rival Unix-based operating system had arisen in Berkeley, California, one of the world's great founts of ideological hackerdom. Today, hackers commonly consider Berkeley Unix to be technically superior to AT&T's System v Unix, but AT&T has not allowed mere technical elegance to intrude on the real-world business of marketing proprietary software. AT&T has made its own code deliberately incompatible with other folks' Unix, and has written code that it can prove is copyrightable, even if that code happens to be somewhat awkward, kludgy. AT&T Unix user licenses are serious business agreements, replete with very clear copyright statements and non-disclosure clauses. AT&T has not exactly kept the Unix cat in the bag, but it kept a grip on its scruff with some success. By the rampant, explosive standards of software piracy, AT&T Unix source code is heavily copyrighted, well-guarded, well-licensed. Unix was traditionally run only on mainframe machines, owned by large groups of suit and tie professionals, rather than on bedroom machines where people can get up to easy mischief. And AT&T Unix source code is serious high-level programming. The number of skilled Unix programmers with any actual motive to swipe Unix source code is small. It's tiny, compared to the tens of thousands prepared to rip off, say, entertaining PC games like Leisure Suit Larry. But by 1989, the Where's D00D Underground, in the persons of Terminus and his friends, was gnawing at AT&T Unix. And the property in question was not sold for $20 over the counter at the local branch of Babbage's or Eggheads. This was massive, sophisticated, multi-line, multi-author corporate code worth tens of thousands of dollars. It must be recognized at this point that Terminus's purported ring of Unix software pirates had not actually made any money from their suspected crimes. The $300,000 figure bandied about for the contents of Terminus's computer did not mean that Terminus was in actual illicit possession of $300,000 of AT&T's dollars. Terminus was shipping software back and forth, privately, person to person, for free. He was not making a commercial business of piracy. He hadn't asked for money, he didn't take money. He lived quite modestly. AT&T employees, as well as freelance Unix consultants, like Terminus, commonly worked with proprietary AT&T software, both in the office and at home on their private machines. AT&T rarely sent security officers out to comb the hard disks of its consultants. Cheap freelance Unix contractors were quite useful to AT&T. They didn't have health insurance or retirement programs, much less union membership in the Communication Workers of America. They were humble digital drudges, wandering with mop and bucket through the great technological temple of AT&T, but when the Secret Service arrived at their homes, it seemed they were eating with company silverware and sleeping on company sheets. Outrageously, they behaved as if the things they worked with every day belonged to them. And these were no mere hacker teenagers with their hands full of trash paper and their noses pressed to the corporate windowpane. These guys were Unix wizards, not only carrying AT&T data in their machines and their heads, but eagerly networking about it, over machines that were far more powerful than anything previously imagined in private hands. How do you keep people disposable, yet assure their awestruck respect for your property? It was a dilemma. Much Unix code was public domain, available for free. Much proprietary Unix code had been extensively rewritten, perhaps altered so much that it became an entirely new product, or perhaps not. Intellectual property rights for software developers were, and are, extraordinarily complex and confused. And software piracy, like the private copying of videos, is one of the most widely practiced crimes in the world today. The USSS were not experts in Unix or familiar with the customs of its use. The United States Secret Service, considered as a body, did not have one single person in it who could program in a Unix environment, no, not even one. The Secret Service were making extensive use of expert help, but the experts they had chosen were AT&T and Belcorp security officials, the very victims of the purported crimes under investigation. The very people whose interest in AT&T's proprietary software was most pronounced. On 6 February 1990, Terminus was arrested by Agent Lewis, Eventually, Terminus would be sent to prison for his illicit use of a piece of AT&T software. The issue of pirated AT&T software would bubble along in the background during the War on the Legion of Doom. Some half-dozen of Terminus's online acquaintances, including people in Illinois, Texas and California, were grilled by the Secret Service in connection with the illicit copying of software. Except for Terminus, however, none were charged with a crime. None of them shared his peculiar prominence in the hacker underground. But that did not mean that these people would, or could, stay out of trouble. The transferal of illicit data in cyberspace is hazy and ill-defined business, with paradoxical dangers for everyone concerned: hackers, signal carriers, board owners, cops, prosecutors, even random passers-by. Sometimes, well-meant attempts to avert trouble or punish wrongdoing bring more trouble than would simple ignorance, indifference or impropriety. Terminus's NetSys board was not a common garden bulletin board system, though it had most of the usual functions of a board. NetSys was not a standalone machine, but part of the globe-spanning UUCP cooperative network. The UUCP network uses a set of Unix software programs called Unix to Unix copy, which allows Unix systems to throw data to one another at high speed through the public telephone network. UUCP is a radically decentralized, not-for-profit network of Unix computers. There are tens of thousands of these Unix machines. Some are small, but many are powerful and also link to other networks. UUCP has certain arcane links to major networks such as JANET, EasyNet, BitNet, June, VNet, DACnet, PeaceNet and FidoNet, as well as the gigantic Internet. The so-called Internet is not actually a network itself, but rather an internetwork connections standard that allows several globe-spanning computer networks to communicate with one another. Readers fascinated by the weird and intricate tangles of modern computer networks may enjoy John S. Quarterman's authoritative 719-page explication, The Matrix, Digital Press, 1990. A skilled user of Terminus Unix machine could send and receive electronic mail from almost any major computer network in the world. NetSys was not called a board per se, but rather a node. Nodes were larger, faster, and more sophisticated than mere boards, and for hackers, to hang out on internationally connected nodes was quite the step up from merely hanging out on local boards. Terminus's NetSys node in Maryland had a number of direct links to other, similar UUCP nodes, run by people who shared his interests and at least something of his freewheeling attitude. One of these nodes was JOLNet, owned by Richard Andrews, who, like Terminus, was an independent Unix consultant. JOLNet also ran Unix, and could be contacted at high speed by mainframe machines from all over the world. JOLNet was quite a sophisticated piece of work, technically speaking, but it was still run by an individual, as a private, not-for-profit hobby. JOLNet was mostly used by other Unix programmers, for mail, storage, and access to networks. JOLNet supplied network access to about 200 people, as well as a local junior college. Among its various features and services, JOLNet also carried Frack magazine. For reasons of his own, Richard Andrews had become suspicious of a new user called Robert Johnson. Richard Andrews took it upon himself to have a look at what Robert Johnson was storing in JOLNet. And Andrews found the E911 document. Robert Johnson was the prophet from the Legion of Doom, and the E911 document was illicitly copied data from Prophet's raid on the Bell South computers. The E911 document, a particularly illicit piece of digital property, was about to resume its long, complex, and disastrous career. It struck Andrews as fishy that someone not a telephone employee should have a document referring to the enhanced 911 system. Besides, the document itself bore an obvious warning. Warning: not for use or disclosure outside Bell South or any of its subsidiaries except under written agreement. These standard non-disclosure tags are often appended to all sorts of corporate material. Telcos as a species are particularly notorious for stamping most everything in sight as not for use or disclosure. Still, this particular piece of data was about the 911 system. That sounded bad to Rich Andrews. Andrews was not prepared to ignore this sort of trouble. He thought it would be wise to pass the document along to a friend and acquaintance on the Unix network, for consultation. So, around September 1988, Andrews sent yet another copy of the E911 document electronically to an AT&T employee, one Charles Boykin, who ran a Unix-based node called ATTC in Dallas, Texas. ATTC was the property of AT&T, and was run from AT&T's Customer Technology Center in Dallas, hence the name ATTC. ATTC was better known as Killer, the name of the machine that the system was running on. Killer was a hefty, powerful, AT&T 3B2500 model, a multi-user, multitasking Unix platform with 32 MB of memory and a mind-boggling 3.2 GB of storage. When Killer had first arrived in Texas, in 1985, the 3B2 had been one of AT&T's great white hopes for going head-to-head with IBM for the corporate computer hardware market. Killer had been shipped to the Customer Technology Center in the Dallas Infomart, essentially a high-technology mall, and there it sat, a demonstration model. Charles Boykin, a veteran AT&T hardware and digital communications expert, was a local technical backup man for the AT&T 3B2 system. As a display model in the Infomart Mall, Killer had little to do, and it seemed a shame to waste the system's capacity. So Boykin ingeniously wrote some Unix bulletin board software for Killer and plugged the machine into the local phone network. Killer's debut in late 1985 made it the first publicly available Unix site in the state of Texas. Anyone who wanted to play was welcome. The machine immediately attracted an electronic community. It joined the UUCP network, and offered network links to over 80 other computer sites, all of which became dependent on Killer for their links to the greater world of cyberspace. And it wasn't just for the big guys. Personal computer users also stored freeware programs for the Amiga, the Apple, the IBM and the Macintosh on Killer's vast 3,200 meg archives. At one time, Killer had the largest library of public domain Macintosh software in Texas. Eventually, Killer attracted about 1,500 users, all busily communicating, uploading and downloading, getting mail, gossiping, and linking to arcane and distant networks. Boykin received no pay for running Killer. He considered it good publicity for the AT&T 3B2 system, whose sales were somewhat less than stellar, but he also simply enjoyed the vibrant community his skill had created. He gave away the bulletin board Unix software he had written, free of charge. In the Unix programming community, Charlie Boykin had the reputation of a warm, open-hearted, level-headed kind of guy. In 1989, a group of Texan Unix professionals voted Boykin System Administrator of the Year. He was considered a fellow you could trust for good advice. In September 1988, without warning, the E911 document came plunging into Boykin's life, forwarded by Richard Andrews. Boykin immediately recognized that the document was hot property. He was not a voice communications man, and knew little about the ins and outs of the Baby Bells, but he certainly knew what the 911 system was, and he was angry to see confidential data about it in the hands of a no-goodnik. This was clearly a matter for telco security. So, on the 21st of September 1988, Boykin made yet another copy of the E911 document and passed this one along to a professional acquaintance of his, one Jerome Dalton, from AT&T Corporate Information Security. Jerry Dalton was the very fellow who would later raid Terminus's house. From AT&T's security division, the E911 document went to Bellcore. Bellcore, or Bell Communications Research, had once been the central laboratory of the Bell system. Bell Labs employees had invented the Unix operating system. Now Bellcore was a quasi-independent, jointly owned company that acted as the research arm for all 7 of the Baby Bell RBOCs. Bellcore was in a good position to coordinate security technology and consultation for the RBOCs, and the gentleman in charge of this effort was Henry M. Kloopfel, a veteran of the Bell system who had worked there for 24 years. On the 13th of October 1988, Dalton passed the E911 document to Henry Kloopfel. Kloopfel, a veteran expert witness in telecommunications fraud and computer fraud cases, had certainly seen worse trouble than this. He recognized the document for what it was, a trophy from a hacker break-in. However, whatever harm had been done in the intrusion was presumably old news. At this point there seemed little to be done. Kloopfel made a careful note of the circumstances and shelved the problem for the time being. Whole months passed. February 1989 arrived. The Atlanta Three were living it up in Bell South's switches, and had not yet met their comeuppance. The Legion was thriving. So was Frack magazine. A good 6 months had passed since Prophet's Ames's break-in. Prophet, as hackers will, grew weary of sitting on his laurels. Night Lightning and Taran King, the editors of Frack, were always begging Prophet for material they could publish. Prophet decided that the heat must be off by this time, and that he could safely brag, boast, and strut. So he sent a copy of the E911 document, yet another one, from Rich Andrews' JOLNet machine to Night Lightning's BINIT account at the University of Missouri. Let's review the fate of the document so far. 0. The original E911 document. This in the Ames's system on a mainframe computer in Atlanta, available to hundreds of people, but all of them, presumably, Bell South employees. An unknown number of them may have their own copies of this document, but they are all professionals and all trusted by the phone company. One Prophet's illicit copy, at home on his own computer in Decatur, Georgia. 2 Prophet's backup copy, stored on Rich Andrews' JOLNet machine in the basement of Rich Andrews' house near Joliet, Illinois. 3 Charles Boykin's copy on Killer in Dallas, Texas, sent by Rich Andrews from Joliet. 4 Jerry Dalton's copy at AT&T Corporate Information Security in New Jersey, sent from Charles Boykin in Dallas. 5 Henry Klupfel's copy at Belcore Security Headquarters in New Jersey, sent by Dalton. 6 Night Lightning's copy, sent by Prophet from Rich Andrews' machine, and now in Columbia, Missouri. We can see that the security situation of this proprietary document, once dug out of Ames's, swiftly became bizarre. Without any money changing hands, without any particular special effort, this data had been reproduced at least 6 times and had spread itself all over the continent. By far the worst, however, was yet to come. In February 1989, Prophet and Night Lightning bargained electronically over the fate of this trophy. Prophet wanted to boast, but, at the same time, scarcely wanted to be caught. For his part, Night Lightning was eager to publish as much of the document as he could manage. Night Lightning was a fledgling political science major with a particular interest in freedom of information issues. He would gladly publish most anything that would reflect glory on the prowess of the underground and embarrass the telcos. However, Night Lightning himself had contacts in telco security, and sometimes consulted them on material he'd received that might be too dicey for publication. Prophet and Night Lightning decided to edit the E911 document so as to delete most of its identifying traits. First of all, its large not for use or disclosure warning had to go. Then there were other matters. For instance, it listed the office telephone numbers of several Bell South 911 specialists in Florida. If these phone numbers were published in Frack, the Bell South employees involved would very likely be hassled by phone freaks, which would anger Bell South no end, and pose a definite operational hazard for both Prophet and Frack. So Night Lightning cut the document almost in half, removing the phone numbers and some of the touchier and more specific information. He passed it back electronically to Prophet. Prophet was still nervous, so Night Lightning cut a bit more. They finally agreed that it was ready to go, and that it would be published in Frack under the pseudonym, The Eavesdropper. And this was done on the 25th of February, 1989. The 24th issue of Frack featured a chatty interview with co-ed phone freak Chandler, 3 articles on BitNet and its links to other computer networks, an article on 800 and 900 numbers by unknown user Vaxcat's article on telco basics, slyly entitled Lifting Marbell's Veil of Secrecy, and the usual Frack World News. The news section, with painful irony, featured an extended account of the sentencing of Shadow Ork, an 18-year-old Chicago hacker who had just been put in federal prison by William J. Cook himself. And then there were the 2 articles by The Eavesdropper. The first was the edited E911 document, now titled Control Office Administration of Enhanced 911 Services for Special Services and Major Account Centers. Eavesdropper's second article was a glossary of terms explaining the blizzard of telco acronyms and buzzwords in the E911 document. The hapless document was now distributed, in the usual Frack routine, to a good 150 sites. Not 150 people, mind you, 150 sites. Some of these sites linked to Unix nodes or bulletin board systems, which themselves had readerships of tens, dozens, even hundreds of people. This was February 1989. Nothing happened immediately. Summer came, and the Atlanta crew were raided by the Secret Service. Fry Guy was apprehended. Still nothing whatever happened to Frack. 6 more issues of Frack came out, 30 in all, more or less on a monthly schedule. Night Lightning and co-editor Taran King went untouched. Frack tended to duck and cover whenever the heat came down. During the summer busts of 1987, hacker busts tended to cluster in summer, perhaps because hackers were easier to find at home than in college. Frack had ceased publication for several months, and laid low. Several Lodi hangers-on had been arrested, but nothing had happened to the Frack crew, the premier gossips of the underground. In 1988, Frack had been taken over by a new editor, Crimson Death, a raucous youngster with a taste for anarchy files. 1989, however, looked like a bounty year for the underground. Night Lightning and his co-editor Taran King took up the reins again, and Frack flourished throughout 1989. Atlanta Lodi went down hard in the summer of 1989, but Frack rolled merrily on. Prophet's E911 document seemed unlikely to cause Frack any trouble. By January 1990, it had been available in Frack for almost a year. Kloopfel and Dalton, officers of Belcore and AT&T Security, had possessed the document for 16 months. In fact, they'd had it even before Night Lightning himself, and had done nothing in particular to stop its distribution. They hadn't even told Rich Andrews or Charles Boykin to erase the copies from their Unix nodes, Jolnet and Killer. But then came the monster Martin Luther King Day crash of the 15th of January, 1990. A flat 3 days later, on the 18th of January, 4 agents showed up at Night Lightning's fraternity house. One was Timothy Foley, the second Barbara Golden, both of them Secret Service agents from the Chicago office. Also along was a University of Missouri security officer, and Reed Newlin, a security man from southwestern Bell, the ABOC having jurisdiction over Missouri. Foley accused Night Lightning of causing the nationwide crash of the phone system. Night Lightning was aghast at this allegation. On the face of it, the suspicion was not entirely implausible, though Night Lightning knew that he himself hadn't done it. Plenty of hot dog hackers had bragged that they could crash the phone system, however. Shadowhawk, for instance, the Chicago hacker whom William Cook had recently put in jail, had several times boasted on boards that he could shut down AT&T's public switched network. And now this event, or something that looked just like it, had actually taken place. The crash had lit a fire under the Chicago task force. And the former fence-sitters at Bellcore and AT&T were now ready to roll. The consensus among telco security, already horrified by the skill of the Bell South intruders, was that the digital underground was out of hand. Lodi and Frack must go. And in publishing Profit's E911 document, Frack had provided law enforcement with what appeared to be a powerful legal weapon. Foley confronted Night Lightning about the E911 document. Night Lightning was cowed. He immediately began cooperating fully in the usual tradition of the digital underground. He gave Foley a complete run of Frack, printed out in a set of 3-ring binders. He handed over his electronic mailing list of Frack subscribers. Night Lightning was grilled for 4 hours by Foley and his cohorts. Night Lightning admitted that Profit had passed him the E911 document, and he admitted that he had known it was stolen booty from a hacker raid on a telephone company. Night Lightning signed a statement to this effect, and agreed, in writing, to cooperate with investigators. Next day, January 19, 1990, a Friday, the Secret Service returned with a search warrant, and thoroughly searched Night Lightning's upstairs room in the fraternity house. They took all his floppy disks, though, interestingly, they left Night Lightning in possession of both his computer and his modem. The computer had no hard disk, and in Foley's judgment was not a store of evidence. But this was a very minor bright spot among Night Lightning's rapidly multiplying troubles. By this time, Night Lightning was in plenty of hot water, not only with federal police, prosecutors, telco investigators, and university security, but with the elders of his own campus fraternity, who were outraged to think that they had been unwittingly harboring a federal computer criminal. On Monday, Night Lightning was summoned to Chicago, where he was further grilled by Foley and USSS veteran agent Barbara Golden, this time with an attorney present. And on Tuesday, he was formally indicted by a federal grand jury. The trial of Night Lightning, which occurred on July 24 to 27, 1990, was the crucial show trial of the hacker crackdown. We will examine the trial at some length in Part 4 of this book. In the meantime, we must continue our dogged pursuit of the E911 document. It must have been clear by January 1990 that the E911 document, in the form FRAC had published it back in February 1989, had gone off at the speed of light in at least 150 different directions. To attempt to put this electronic genie back in the bottle was flatly impossible. And yet, the E911 document was still stolen property, formally and legally speaking. Any electronic transference of this document, by anyone unauthorized to have it, could be interpreted as an act of wire fraud. Interstate transfer of stolen property, including electronic property, was a federal crime. The Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force had been assured that the E911 document was worth a hefty sum of money. In fact, they had a precise estimate of its worth from Bell South security personnel, $79,449. A sum of this scale seemed to warrant vigorous prosecution. Even if the damage could not be undone, at least this large sum offered a good legal pretext for stern punishment of the thieves. It seemed likely to impress judges and juries. And it could be used in court to mop up the Legion of Doom. The Atlanta crowd was already in the bag, by the time the Chicago Task Force had gotten around to FRAC. But the Legion was a hydra-headed thing. In late '89, a brand new Legion of Doom board, Phoenix Project, had gone up in Austin, Texas. Phoenix Project was sizzoped by no less a man than the mentor himself, ably assisted by University of Texas student and hardened doomster Eric Bloodaxe. As we have seen from his FRAC manifesto, the mentor was a hacker zealot who regarded computer intrusion as something close to a moral duty. Phoenix Project was an ambitious effort, intended to revive the digital underground to what Mentor considered the full flower of the early '80s. The Phoenix board would also boldly bring elite hackers face to face with the telco opposition. On Phoenix, America's cleverest hackers would supposedly shame the telco squareheads out of their stick-in-the-mud attitudes, and perhaps convince them that the Legion of Doom elite were really an all-right crew. The premiere of Phoenix Project was heavily trumpeted by FRAC, and Phoenix Project carried a complete run of FRAC issues, including the E911 document as FRAC had published it. Phoenix Project was only one of many, possibly hundreds, of nodes and boards all over America that were in guilty possession of the E911 document. But Phoenix was an outright, unashamed Legion of Doom board. Under Mentor's guidance, it was flaunting itself in the face of telco security personnel. Worse yet, it was actively trying to win them over as sympathizers for the digital underground elite. Phoenix had no cards or codes on it. Its hacker elite considered Phoenix at least technically legal. But Phoenix was a corrupting influence, where hacker anarchy was eating away like digital acid at the underbelly of corporate propriety. The Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force now prepared to descend upon Austin, Texas. Oddly, not one but two trails of the task force's investigation led toward Austin. The city of Austin, like Atlanta, had made itself a bulwark of the Sun Belt's information age, with a strong university research presence, and a number of cutting-edge electronics companies, including Motorola, Dell, CompuAd, IBM, Semitech and MCC. Where computing machinery went, hackers generally followed. Austin boasted not only Phoenix Project, currently LOD's most flagrant underground board, but a number of Unix nodes. One of these nodes was Elephant, run by a Unix consultant named Robert Isenberg. Isenberg, in search of a relaxed Southern lifestyle and a lowered cost of living, had recently migrated to Austin from New Jersey. In New Jersey, Isenberg had worked for an independent contracting company, programming Unix code for AT&T itself. Terminus had been a frequent user on Isenberg's privately owned Elephant node. Having interviewed Terminus and examined the records on NetSys, the Chicago Task Force were now convinced that they had discovered an underground gang of Unix software pirates, who were demonstrably guilty of interstate trafficking in illicitly copied AT&T source code. Isenberg was swept into the dragnet around Terminus, the self-proclaimed ultimate Unix hacker. Isenberg, in Austin, had settled down into a Unix job with a Texan branch of IBM. Isenberg was no longer working as a contractor for AT&T, but he had friends in New Jersey, and he still logged on to AT&T Unix computers back in New Jersey, more or less whenever it pleased him. Isenberg's activities appeared highly suspicious to the task force. Isenberg might well be breaking into AT&T computers, swiping AT&T software, and passing it to Terminus and other possible confederates, through the Unix node network. And this data was worth, not merely $79,499, but hundreds of thousands of dollars. On the 21st of February, 1990, Robert Isenberg arrived home from work at IBM to find that all the computers had mysteriously vanished from his Austin apartment. Naturally, he assumed that he had been robbed. His Elephant node, his other machines, his notebooks, his disks, his tapes, all gone. However, nothing much else seemed disturbed. The place had not been ransacked. The puzzle becoming much stranger some 5 minutes later. Austin U.S. Secret Service agent Earl Solis, accompanied by University of Texas campus security officer Larry Kutry and the ubiquitous Tim Foley, made their appearance at Isenberg's door. They were in plain clothes, slacks, polo shirts. They came in, and Tim Foley accused Isenberg of belonging to the Legion of Doom. Isenberg told them that he had never heard of the Legion of Doom. And what about a certain stolen E911 document that posed a direct threat to the police emergency lines? Isenberg claimed that he'd never heard of that, either. His interrogators found this difficult to believe. Didn't he know Terminus? Who? They gave him Terminus's real name. Oh yes, said Isenberg. He knew that guy all right. He was leading discussions on the internet about AT&T computers, especially the AT&T 3B2. AT&T had thrust this machine into the marketplace, but, like many of AT&T's ambitious attempts to enter the computing arena, the 3B2 project had something less than a glittering success. Isenberg himself had been a contractor for the division of AT&T that supported the 3B2. The entire division had been shut down. Nowadays, the cheapest and quickest way to get help with this fractious piece of machinery was to join one of Terminus's discussion groups on the internet, where friendly and knowledgeable hackers would help you for free. Naturally, the remarks within this group were less than flattering about the Death Star. Was that the problem? Foley told Isenberg that Terminus had been acquiring hot software through his, Isenberg's, machine. Isenberg shrugged this off. A good 8 megabytes of data flowed through his UUCP site every day. UUCP nodes spewed data like fire hoses. Elephant had been directly linked to NetSys, not surprising, since Terminus was a 3B2 expert and Isenberg had been a 3B2 contractor. Isenberg was also linked to ATC and the University of Texas. Terminus was a well-known Unix expert, and might have been up to all manner of hijinks on Elephant. Nothing Isenberg could do about that. That was physically impossible. Needle in a haystack. In a 4-hour grilling, Foley urged Isenberg to come clean and admit that he was in conspiracy with Terminus, and a member of the Legion of Doom. Isenberg denied this. He was no weirdo teenage hacker, he was 32 years old, and didn't even have a handle. Isenberg was a former TV technician and electronics specialist who had drifted into Unix consulting as a full-grown adult. Isenberg had never met Terminus, physically. He'd once bought a cheap high-speed modem from him, though. Foley told him that this modem, a Telenet T2500 which ran at 19.2 kilobaud, and which had just gone out Isenberg's door in Secret Service custody, was likely hot property. Isenberg was taken aback to hear this, but then again, most of Isenberg's equipment, like that of most freelance professionals in the industry, was discounted, passed hand to hand through various kinds of barter and grey market. There was no proof that the modem was stolen, and even if it were, Isenberg hardly saw how that gave them the right to take every electronic item in his house. Still, if the United States Secret Service figured they needed his computer for national security reasons, or whatever, then Isenberg would not kick. He figured he would somehow make the sacrifice of his $20,000 worth of professional equipment, in the spirit of full cooperation and good citizenship. Robert Isenberg was not arrested. Isenberg was not charged with any crime. His UUCP node, full of some 140 megabytes of the files, mail, and data of himself and his dozen or so entirely innocent users, went out the door as evidence. Along with the discs and tapes, Isenberg had lost about 800 megabytes of data. 6 months would pass before Isenberg decided to phone the Secret Service and ask how the case was going. That was the first time that Robert Isenberg would ever hear the name of William Cook. As of January 1992, a full 2 years after the seizure, Isenberg, still not charged with any crime, would be struggling through the morass of the courts, in hope of recovering his thousands of dollars worth of seized equipment. In the meantime, the Isenberg case received absolutely no press coverage. The Secret Service had walked into an Austin home, removed a Unix bulletin board system, and met with no operational difficulties whatsoever. Except that word of a crackdown had percolated through the Legion of Doom. The Mentor voluntarily shut down the Phoenix Project. It seemed a pity, especially as telco security employees had, in fact, shown up on Phoenix, just as he had hoped, along with the usual motley crowd of low-D heavies, hangers-on, freaks, hackers and wannabes. There was Sandy Sandquist from US Sprint Security, and some guy named Henry Kloopfel, from Belcore itself. Kloopfel had been trading friendly banter with hackers on Phoenix since the 30th of January, 2 weeks after the Martin Luther King Day crash. The presence of such a stellar telco official seemed quite the coup for Phoenix Project. Still, Mentor could judge the climate. Atlanta in ruins, Frack in deep trouble, something weird going on with Unix nodes, discretion was advisable. Phoenix Project went offline. Kloopfel, of course, had been monitoring this low-D bulletin board for his own purposes, and those of the Chicago unit. As far back as June 1987, Kloopfel had logged onto a Texas underground board called Freak Class 2600. There he'd discovered an Chicago youngster named Shadowhawk strutting and boasting about rifling AT&T computer files, and bragging of his ambitions to riddle AT&T's Belcore computers with Trojan horse programs. Kloopfel had passed the news to Cook in Chicago. Shadowhawk's computers had gone out the door in Secret Service custody, and Shadowhawk himself had gone to jail. Now it was Phoenix Project's turn. Phoenix Project postured about legality and merely intellectual interest, but it reeked of the underground. It had Frack on it. It had the E911 document. It had a lot of dicey talk about breaking into systems, including some bold and reckless stuff about a supposed decryption service that Mentor and friends were planning to run, to help crack encrypted passwords off of hacked systems. Mentor was an adult. There was a bulletin board at his place of work, as well. Kloopfel logged onto this board, too, and discovered it to be called Illuminati. It was run by some company called Steve Jackson Games. On the 1st of March, 1990, the Austin crackdown went into high gear. On the morning of March 1, a Thursday, 21-year-old University of Texas student Eric Bloodaxe Kosizop of Phoenix Project and an avowed member of the Legion of Doom, was wakened by a police revolver leveled at his head. Bloodaxe watched, jittery, as Secret Service agents appropriated his 300-baud terminal and, rifling his files, discovered his treasured source code for Robert Morris's notorious Internet worm. But Blood Axe, a wily operator, had suspected that something of the like might be coming. All his best equipment had been hidden away elsewhere. The raiders took everything electronic, however, including his telephone. They were stymied by his hefty arcade-style Pac-Man game, and left it in place, as it was simply too heavy to move. Blood Axe was not arrested. He was not charged with any crime. A good 2 years later, the police still had what they had taken from him, however. The mentor was less wary. The dawn raid roosted him and his wife from bed in their underwear, and 6 Secret Service agents, accompanied by an Austin policeman and Henry Kloopfel himself, made a rich haul. Off went the works, into the agent's white Chevrolet minivan, an IBM PC at clone with 4 meg of RAM and a 120 meg hard disk, a Hewlett-Packard LaserJet 2 printer, a completely legitimate and highly expensive SCO Xenix 286 operating system, PageMaker disks and documentation, and the Microsoft Word processing program. Mentor's wife had her incomplete academic thesis stored on the hard disk. That went, too, and so did the couple's telephone. As of 2 years later, all this property remained in police custody. Mentor remained under guard in his apartment as agents prepared to raid Steve Jackson Games. The fact that this was a business headquarters and not a private residence did not deter the agents. It was still very early, no one was at work yet. The agents prepared to break down the door, but Mentor, eavesdropping on the Secret Service walkie-talkie traffic, begged them not to do it, and offered his key to the building. The exact details of the next events are unclear. The agents would not let anyone else into the building. Their search warrant, when produced, was unsigned. Apparently they breakfasted from the local Whataburger as the litter from hamburgers was later found inside. They also extensively sampled a bag of jelly beans kept by an SJG employee. Someone tore a UK Keys for President sticker from the wall. SJG employees, diligently showing up for the day's work, were met at the door and briefly questioned by U.S. Secret Service agents. The employees watched in astonishment as agents wielding crowbars and screwdrivers emerged with captive machines. They attacked outdoor storage units with bowl cutters. The agents wore blue nylon windbreakers with Secret Service stenciled across the back, with running shoes and jeans. Jackson's company lost 3 computers, several hard disks, 100 of floppy disks, 2 monitors, 3 modems, a laser printer, various power cords, cables, and adapters, and, oddly, a small bag of screws, bolts and nuts. The seizure of Illuminati BBS deprived SJG of all the programs, text files, and private email on the board. The loss of 2 other SJG computers was a severe blow as well, since it caused the loss of electronically stored contracts, financial projections, address directories, mailing lists, personnel files, business correspondence, and, not least, the drafts of forthcoming games and gaming books. No one at Steve Jackson Games was arrested. No one was accused of any crime. No charges were filed. Everything appropriated was officially kept as evidence of crimes never specified. After the Frack Show trial, the Steve Jackson Games scandal was the most bizarre and aggravating incident of the hacker crackdown of 1990. This raid by the Chicago Task Force on a science fiction gaming publisher was to rouse a swarming host of civil liberties issues, and gave rise to an enduring controversy that was still recomplicating itself, and growing in the scope of its implications, a full 2 years later. The pursuit of the E911 document stopped with the Steve Jackson Games raid. As we have seen, there were hundreds, perhaps thousands of computer users in America with the E911 document in their possession. Theoretically, Chicago had a perfect legal right to raid any of these people, and could have legally seized the machines of anybody who subscribed to Frack. However, there was no copy of the E911 document on Jackson's Illuminati board. And there the Chicago Raiders stopped dead. They have not raided anyone since. It might be assumed that Rich Andrews and Charlie Boykin, who had brought the E911 document to the attention of telco security, might be spared any official suspicion. But as we have seen, the willingness to cooperate fully offers little, if any, assurance against federal anti-hacker prosecution. Richard Andrews found himself in deep trouble, thanks to the E911 document. Andrews lived in Illinois, the native stomping grounds of the Chicago Task Force. On February the 3rd and 6th, both his home and his place of work were raided by USSS. His machines went out the door, too, and he was grilled at length, though not arrested. Andrews proved to be in purportedly guilty possession of Unix SVR 3.2, Unix SVR 3.1, UUCP, PMAN, WWB, IWB, DWB, NROF, CONSHEL 88, C++, and Quest, among other items. Andrews had received this proprietary code, which AT&T officially valued at well over $250,000, through the Unix network, much of it supplied to him as a personal favor by Terminus. Perhaps worse yet, Andrews admitted to returning the favor, by passing Terminus a copy of AT&T proprietary Stalin source code. Even Charles Boykin, himself an AT&T employee, entered some very hot water. By 1990, he'd almost forgotten about the E911 problem he'd reported in September '88. In fact, since that date, he'd passed 2 more security alerts to Jerry Dalton, concerning matters that Boykin considered far worse than the E911 document. But by 1990, year of the crackdown, AT&T corporate information security was fed up with Killer. This machine offered no direct income to AT&T, and was providing aid and comfort to a cloud of suspicious yokels from outside the company, some of them actively malicious toward AT&T, its property, and its corporate interests. Whatever goodwill and publicity had been won among Killer's 1,500 devoted users was considered no longer worth the security risk. On the 20th of February, 1990, Jerry Dalton arrived in Dallas and simply unplugged the phone jacks, to the puzzled alarm of Killer's many Texan users. Killer went permanently offline, with the loss of vast archives of programs and huge quantities of electronic mail. It was never restored to service. AT&T showed no particular regard for the property of these 1,500 people. Whatever property the users had been storing on AT&T's computer simply vanished completely. Boykin, who had himself reported the E911 problem, now found himself under a cloud of suspicion. In a weird private security replay of the Secret Service seizures, Boykin's own home was visited by AT&T security and his own machines were carried out the door. However, there were marked special features in the Boykin case. Boykin's disks and his personal computers were swiftly examined by his corporate employers and returned politely in just 2 days, unlike Secret Service seizures, which commonly take months or years. Boykin was not charged with any crime or wrongdoing, and he kept his job with AT&T. Though he did retire from AT&T in September 1991, at the age of 52. It's interesting to note that the U.S. Secret Service somehow failed to seize Boykin's killer node and carry AT&T's own computer out the door. Nor did they raid Boykin's home. They seemed perfectly willing to take the word of AT&T security that AT&T's employee, and AT&T's killer node, were free of hacker contraband and on the up and up. It's digital water under the bridge at this point, as Killer's 3,200 megabytes of Texan electronic community were erased in 1990. And Killer itself was shipped out of the state. But the experiences of Andrews and Boykin, and the users of their systems, remained side issues. They did not begin to assume the social, political, and legal importance that gathered, slowly but inexorably, around the issue of the raid on Steve Jackson Games. We must now turn our attention to Steve Jackson Games itself, and explain what SJG was, what it really did, and how it had managed to attract this particularly odd and virulent kind of trouble. The reader may recall that this is not the first but the second time that the company has appeared in this narrative. A Steve Jackson game called GURPS was a favorite pastime of Atlanta hacker Irvile, and Irvile's science-fictional gaming notes had been mixed up promiscuously with notes about his actual computer intrusions. First, Steve Jackson Games, Inc., was not a publisher of computer games. SJG published simulation games, parlor games that were played on paper, with pencils, and dice, and printed guidebooks full of rules and statistics tables. There were no computers involved in the games themselves. When you bought a Steve Jackson game, you did not receive any software disks. What you got was a plastic bag with some cardboard game tokens, maybe a few maps or a deck of cards. Most of their products were books. However, computers were deeply involved in the Steve Jackson Games business. Like almost all modern publishers, Steve Jackson and his 15 employees used computers to write text, to keep accounts, and to run the business generally. They also used a computer to run their official bulletin board system for Steve Jackson Games, a board called Illuminati. On Illuminati, simulation gamers who happened to own computers and modems could associate, trade mail, debate the theory and practice of gaming, and keep up with the company's news and its product announcements. Illuminati was a modestly popular board, run on a small computer with limited storage, only one phone line, and no ties to large-scale computer networks. It did, however, have hundreds of users, many of them dedicated gamers willing to call from out of state. Illuminati was not an underground board. It did not feature hints on computer intrusion, or anarchy files or illicitly posted credit card numbers, or long-distance access codes. Some of Illuminati's users, however, were members of the Legion of Doom. And so was one of Steve Jackson's senior employees, the Mentor. The Mentor wrote for Frack, and also ran an underground board, Phoenix Project, but the Mentor was not a computer professional. The Mentor was the managing editor of Steve Jackson Games and a professional game designer by trade. These low-D members did not use Illuminati to help their hacking activities. They used it to help their game-playing activities, and they were even more dedicated to simulation gaming than they were to hacking. Illuminati got its name from a card game that Steve Jackson himself, the company's founder and sole owner, had invented. This multiplayer card game was one of Mr. Jackson's best-known, most successful, most technically innovative products. Illuminati was a game of paranoid conspiracy in which various antisocial cults warred covertly to dominate the world. Illuminati was hilarious, and great fun to play, involving flying saucers, the CIA, the KGB, the phone companies, the Ku Klux Klan, the South American Nazis, the cocaine cartels, the Boy Scouts, and dozens of other splinter groups from the twisted depths of Mr. Jackson's professionally fervid imagination. For the uninitiated, any public discussion of the Illuminati card game sounded, by turns, utterly menacing or completely insane. And then there was SJG's Car Wars, in which souped-up armored hot rods with rocket launchers and heavy machine guns did battle on the American highways of the future. The lively Car Wars discussion on the Illuminati board featured many meticulous, painstaking discussions of the effects of grenades, landmines, flamethrowers and napalm. It sounded like hacker anarchy files run amok. Mr. Jackson and his co-workers earned their daily bread by supplying people with make-believe adventures and weird ideas. The more far out, the better. Simulation gaming is an unusual pastime, but gamers have not generally had to beg the permission of the Secret Service to exist. War games and role-playing adventures are an old and honored pastime, much favored by professional military strategists. Once little known, these games are now played by hundreds of thousands of enthusiasts throughout North America, Europe and Japan. Gaming books, once restricted to hobby outlets, now commonly appear in chain stores like B. Dalton's and Walden Books, and sell vigorously. Steve Jackson Games, Inc., of Austin, Texas, was a games company of the middle rank. In 1989, SJG grossed about $1 million. Jackson himself had a good reputation in his industry as a talented and innovative designer of rather unconventional games, but his company was something less than a titan of the field, certainly not like the multimillion-dollar TSR Incorporated, or Britain's gigantic Games Workshop. SJG's Austin headquarters was a modest two-story brick office suite, cluttered with phones, photocopiers, fax machines and computers. It bustled with semi-organized activity and was littered with glossy promotional brochures and dog-eared science fiction novels. Attached to the offices was a large tin-roofed warehouse piled 20 feet high with cardboard boxes of games and books. Despite the weird imaginings that went on within it, the SJG headquarters was quite a quotidian, everyday sort of place. It looked like what it was, a publisher's digs. Both Car Wars and Illuminati were well-known, popular games. But the mainstay of the Jackson organization was their generic Universal Role-Playing System, GURPS. The GURPS system was considered solid and well-designed, an asset for players. But perhaps the most popular feature of the GURPS system was that it allowed gaming masters to design scenarios that closely resembled well-known books, movies, and other works of fantasy. Jackson had licensed and adapted works from many science fiction and fantasy authors. There was GURPS Conan, GURPS Riverworld, GURPS Horseclans, GURPS Witchworld, names eminently familiar to science fiction readers. And there was GURPS Special Ops, from the world of espionage fantasy and unconventional warfare. And then there was GURPS Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was a term given to certain science fiction writers who had entered the genre in the 1980s. Cyberpunk, as the label implies, had two general distinguishing features. First, its writers had a compelling interest in information technology, an interest closely akin to science fiction's earlier fascination with space travel. And second, these writers were punks with all the distinguishing features that implies: bohemian artiness, youth run wild, an air of deliberate rebellion, funny clothes and hair, odd politics, a fondness for abrasive rock and roll, in a word, trouble. The cyberpunk SF writers were a small group of mostly college-educated white middle-class literateurs, scattered through the US and Canada. Only one, Rudy Rucker, a professor of computer science in Silicon Valley, could rank with even the humblest computer hacker. But, except for Professor Rucker, the cyberpunk authors were not programmers or hardware experts. They considered themselves artists, as, indeed, did Professor Rucker. However, these writers all owned computers, and took an intense and public interest in the social ramifications of the information industry. The cyberpunks had a strong following among the global generation that had grown up in a world of computers, multinational networks, and cable television. Their outlook was considered somewhat morbid, cynical, and dark, but then again, so was the outlook of their generational peers. As that generation matured and increased in strength and influence, so did the cyberpunks. As science fiction writers went, they were doing fairly well for themselves. By the late 1980s, their work had attracted attention from gaming companies, including Steve Jackson Games, which was planning a cyberpunk simulation for the flourishing GURPS gaming system. The time seemed ripe for such a product, which had already been proven in the marketplace. The first games company out of the gate, with a product boldly called Cyberpunk in defiance of possible infringement of copyright suits, had been an upstart group called Talsorian. Talsorian's Cyberpunk was a fairly decent game, but the mechanics of the simulation system left a lot to be desired. Commercially, however, the game did very well. The next cyberpunk game had been the even more successful Shadowrun by Fazer Corporation. The mechanics of this game were fine, but the scenario was rendered moronic by sappy fantasy elements like elves, trolls, wizards, and dragons, all highly ideologically incorrect, according to the hard-edged, high-tech standards of cyberpunk science fiction. Other game designers were champing at the bit. Prominent among them was the Mentor, a gentleman who, like most of his friends in the Legion of Doom, was quite the cyberpunk devotee. Mentor reasoned that the time had come for a real cyberpunk gaming book, one that the princes of computer mischief in the Legion of Doom could play without laughing themselves sick. This book, GURPS Cyberpunk, would reek of culturally online authenticity. Mentor was particularly well qualified for this task. Naturally, he knew far more about computer intrusion and digital skullduggery than any previously published cyberpunk author. Not only that, but he was good at his work. A vivid imagination, combined with an instinctive feeling for the working of systems and, especially, the loopholes within them, are excellent qualities for a professional game designer. By the 1st of March, GURPS Cyberpunk was almost complete, ready to print and ship. Steve Jackson expected vigorous sales for this item, which, he hoped, would keep the company financially afloat for several months. GURPS Cyberpunk, like the other GURPS modules, was not a game like a Monopoly set, but a book, a bound paperback book the size of a glossy magazine, with a slick color cover, and pages full of text, illustrations, tables and footnotes. It was advertised as a game, and was used as an aid to game playing, but it was a book, with an ISBN number, published in Texas, copyrighted, and sold in bookstores. And now, that book, stored on a computer, had gone out the door in the custody of the Secret Service. The day after the raid, Steve Jackson visited the local Secret Service headquarters with a lawyer in tow. There he confronted Tim Foley, still in Austin at that time, and demanded his book back. But there was trouble. GURPS Cyberpunk, alleged a Secret Service agent to astonished businessman Steve Jackson, was a manual for computer crime. It's science fiction, Jackson said. No, this is real. This statement was repeated several times, by several agents. Jackson's ominously accurate game had passed from pure, obscure, small-scale fantasy into the impure, highly publicized, large-scale fantasy of the hacker crackdown. No mention was made of the real reason for the search. According to their search warrant, the raiders had expected to find the E911 document stored on Jackson's bulletin board system. But that warrant was sealed, a procedure that most law enforcement agencies will use only when lives are demonstrably in danger. The raiders' true motives were not discovered until the Jackson search warrant was unsealed by his lawyers, many months later. The Secret Service, and the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, said absolutely nothing to Steve Jackson about any threat to the police 911 system. They said nothing about the Atlanta 3, nothing about Frack or Night Lightning, nothing about Terminus. Jackson was left to believe that his computers had been seized because he intended to publish a science fiction book that law enforcement considered too dangerous to see print. This misconception was repeated again and again, for months, to an ever-widening public audience. It was not the truth of the case, but as months passed, and this misconception was publicly printed again and again, it became one of the few publicly known facts about the mysterious hacker crackdown. The Secret Service had seized a computer to stop the publication of a cyberpunk science fiction book. The second section of this book, The Digital Underground, is almost finished now. We have become acquainted with all the major figures of this case who actually belong to the underground milieu of computer intrusion. We have some idea of their history, their motives, their general modus operandi. We now know, I hope, who they are, where they came from, and more or less what they want. In the next section of this book, Law and Order, we will leave this milieu and directly enter the world of America's computer crime police. At this point, however, I have another figure to introduce, myself. My name is Bruce Sterling. I live in Austin, Texas, where I am a science fiction writer by trade, specifically, a cyberpunk science fiction writer. Like my cyberpunk colleagues in the US and Canada, I've never been entirely happy with this literary label, especially after it became a synonym for computer criminal. But I did once edit a book of stories by my colleagues, called Mirror Shades, the Cyberpunk Anthology, and I've long been a writer of literary critical cyberpunk manifestos. I am not a hacker of any description, though I do have readers in the digital underground. When the Steve Jackson game seizure occurred, I naturally took an intense interest. If cyberpunk books were being banned by federal police in my own hometown, I reasonably wondered whether I myself might be next. Would my computer be seized by the Secret Service? At the time, I was in possession of an aging Apple IIe without so much as a hard disk. If I were to be raided as an author of computer crime manuals, the loss of my feeble word processor would likely provoke more snickers than sympathy. I'd known Steve Jackson for many years. We knew one another as colleagues, for we frequented the same local science fiction conventions. I'd played Jackson games, and recognized his cleverness, but he certainly had never struck me as a potential mastermind of computer crime. I also knew a little about computer bulletin board systems. In the mid-1980s I had taken an active role in an Austin board called SMOF BBS, one of the first boards dedicated to science fiction. I had a modem, and on occasion I'd logged on to Illuminati, which always looked entertainingly wacky, but certainly harmless enough. At the time of the Jackson seizure, I had no experience whatsoever with underground boards. But I knew that no one on Illuminati talked about breaking into systems illegally, or about robbing phone companies. Illuminati didn't even offer pirated computer games. Steve Jackson, like many creative artists, was markedly touchy about theft of intellectual property. It seemed to me that Jackson was either seriously suspected of some crime, in which case, he would be charged soon, and would have his day in court, or else he was innocent, in which case the Secret Service would quickly return his equipment, and everyone would have a good laugh. I rather expected the good laugh. The situation was not without its comic side. The raid, known as the cyberpunk bust in the science fiction community, was winning a great deal of free national publicity both for Jackson himself and the cyberpunk science fiction writers generally. Besides, science fiction people are used to being misinterpreted. Science fiction is a colorful, disreputable, slipshod occupation, full of unlikely oddballs, which, of course, is why we like it. Weirdness can be an occupational hazard in our field. People who wear Halloween costumes are sometimes mistaken for monsters. Once upon a time, back in 1939, in New York City, science fiction and the U.S. Secret Service collided in a comic case of mistaken identity. This weird incident involved a literary group quite famous in science fiction, known as the Futurians, whose membership included such future genre greats as Isaac Asimov, Frederik Pohl, and Damon Knight. The Futurians were every bit as offbeat and wacky as any of their spiritual descendants, including the cyberpunks, and were given to communal living, spontaneous group renditions of light opera, and midnight fencing exhibitions on the lawn. The Futurians didn't have bulletin board systems, but they did have the technological equivalent in 1939, mimeographs and a private printing press. These were in steady use, producing a stream of science fiction fan magazines, literary manifestos, and weird articles, which were picked up in ink-sticky bundles by a succession of strange, gangly, spotty young men in fedoras and overcoats. The neighbors grew alarmed at the antics of the Futurians and reported them to the Secret Service as suspected counterfeiters. In the winter of 1939, a squad of USSS agents with drawn guns burst into Futurian House prepared to confiscate the forged currency and illicit printing presses. There they discovered a slumbering science fiction fan named George Hahn, a guest of the Futurian commune who had just arrived in New York. George Hahn managed to explain himself and his group, and the Secret Service agents left the Futurians in peace henceforth. Alas, Hahn died in 1991, just before I had discovered this astonishing historical parallel, and just before I could interview him for this book. But the Jackson case did not come to a swift and comic end. No quick answers came his way, or mine, no swift reassurances that all was right in the digital world, that matters were well in hand after all. Quite the opposite. In my alternate role as a sometime pop science journalist, I interviewed Jackson and his staff for an article in a British magazine. The strange details of the raid left me more concerned than ever. Without its computers, the company had been financially and operationally crippled. Half the SJG workforce, a group of entirely innocent people, had been sorrowfully fired, deprived of their livelihoods by the seizure. It began to dawn on me that authors, American writers, might well have their computers seized, under sealed warrants, without any criminal charge, and that, as Steve Jackson had discovered, there was no immediate recourse for this. This was no joke, this wasn't science fiction, this was real. I determined to put science fiction aside until I had discovered what had happened and where this trouble had come from. It was time to enter the purportedly real world of electronic free expression and computer crime. Hence, this book. Hence, the world of the telcos, and the world of the digital underground, and next, the world of the police. Part 3, Law and Order of the various anti-hacker activities of 1990. Operation Sun Devil had by far the highest public profile. The sweeping, nationwide computer seizures of the 8th of May 1990 were unprecedented in scope and highly, if rather selectively, publicized. Unlike the efforts of the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, Operation Sun Devil was not intended to combat hacking in the sense of computer intrusion or sophisticated raids on telco switching stations. Nor did it have anything to do with hacker misdeeds with AT&T's software, or with Southern Bell's proprietary documents. Instead, Operation Sun Devil was a crackdown on those traditional scourges of the digital underground, credit card theft and telephone code abuse. The ambitious activities out of Chicago, and the somewhat lesser-known but vigorous anti-hacker actions of the New York State Police in 1990, were never a part of Operation Sun Devil per se, which was based in Arizona. Nevertheless, after the spectacular May 8 raids, the public, misled by police secrecy, hacker panic, and a puzzled National Press Corps, conflated all aspects of the nationwide crackdown in 1990 under the blanket term Operation Sun Devil. Sun Devil is still the best-known synonym for the crackdown of 1990. But the Arizona organizers of Sun Devil did not really deserve this reputation, any more, for instance, than all hackers deserve a reputation as hackers. There was some justice in this confused perception, though. For one thing, the confusion was abetted by the Washington office of the Secret Service, who responded to Freedom of Information Act requests on Operation Sun Devil by referring investigators to the publicly known cases of Night Lightning and the Atlanta 3. And Sun Devil was certainly the largest aspect of the crackdown, the most deliberate and the best organized. As a crackdown on electronic fraud, Sun Devil lacked the frantic pace of the War on the Legion of Doom. On the contrary, Sun Devil's targets were picked out with cool deliberation over an elaborate investigation lasting 2 full years. And once again the targets were bulletin board systems. Boards can be powerful aids to organized fraud. Underground boards carry lively, extensive, detailed, and often quite flagrant discussions of law-breaking techniques and law-breaking activities. Discussing crime in the abstract, or discussing the particulars of criminal cases, is not illegal, but there are stern state and federal laws against cold-bloodedly conspiring in groups in order to commit crimes. In the eyes of police, people who actively conspire to break the law are not regarded as clubs, debating salons, users groups, or free speech advocates. Rather, such people tend to find themselves formally indicted by prosecutors as gangs, racketeers, corrupt organizations, and organized crime figures. What's more, the illicit data contained on outlaw boards goes well beyond mere acts of speech and / or possible criminal conspiracy. As we have seen, it was common practice in the digital underground to post purloined telephone codes on boards, for any freak or hacker who cared to abuse them. Is posting digital booty of this sort supposed to be protected by the First Amendment? Hardly, though the issue, like most issues in cyberspace, is not entirely resolved. Some theorists argue that to merely recite a number publicly is not illegal, only its use is illegal. But anti-hacker police point out that magazines and newspapers, more traditional forms of free expression, never publish stolen telephone codes, even though this might well raise their circulation. Stolen credit card numbers, being riskier and more valuable, were less often publicly posted on boards. But there is no question that some underground boards carried carding traffic, generally exchanged through private mail. Underground boards also carried handy programs for scanning telephone codes and raiding credit card companies, as well as the usual obnoxious galaxy of pirated software, cracked passwords, blue box schematics, intrusion manuals, anarchy files, porn files, and so forth. But besides their nuisance potential for the spread of illicit knowledge, bulletin boards have another vitally interesting aspect for the professional investigator. Bulletin boards are cramfull of evidence. All that busy trading of electronic mail, all those hacker boasts, brags and struts, even the stolen codes and cards, can be neat, electronic, real-time recordings of criminal activity. As an investigator, when you seize a pirate board, you have scored a coup as effective as tapping phones or intercepting mail. However, you have not actually tapped a phone or intercepted a letter. The rules of evidence regarding phone taps and mail interceptions are old, stern and well understood by police, prosecutors and defense attorneys alike. The rules of evidence regarding boards are new, waffling, and understood by nobody at all. Sun Devil was the largest crackdown on boards in world history. On May 7, 8, and 9, 1990, about 42 computer systems were seized. Of those 42 computers, about 25 actually were running boards. The vagueness of this estimate is attributable to the vagueness of a. What a computer system is, and b. What it actually means to run a board with one, or with two computers, or with three. About 25 boards vanished into police custody in May 1990. As we have seen, there are an estimated 30,000 boards in America today. If we assume that one board in 100 is up to no good with codes and cards, which rather flatters the honesty of the board-using community, then that would leave 2,975 outlaw boards untouched by Sun Devil. Sun Devil seized about 0.1% of all computer bulletin boards in America. Seen objectively, this is something less than a comprehensive assault. In 1990, Sun Devil's organizers, the team at the Phoenix Secret Service office, and the Arizona Attorney General's office, had a list of at least 300 boards that they considered fully deserving of search and seizure warrants. The 25 boards actually seized were merely among the most obvious and egregious of this much larger list of candidates. All these boards had been examined beforehand, either by informants, who had passed printouts to the Secret Service, or by Secret Service agents themselves, who not only come equipped with modems but know how to use them. There were a number of motives for Sun Devil. First, it offered a chance to get ahead of the curve on wire fraud crimes. Tracking back credit card rip-offs to their perpetrators can be appallingly difficult. If these miscreants have any kind of electronic sophistication, they can snarl their tracks through the phone network into a mind-boggling, untraceable mess, while still managing to reach out and rob someone. Boards, however, full of brags and boasts, codes and cards, offer evidence in the handy congealed form. Seizures themselves, the mere physical removal of machines, tends to take the pressure off. During Sun Devil, a large number of code kids, whereas D00DZ, and credit card thieves would be deprived of those boards, their means of community and conspiracy, in one swift blow. As for the sysops themselves, commonly among the boldest offenders, they would be directly stripped of their computer equipment, and rendered digitally mute and blind. And this aspect of Sun Devil was carried out with great success. Sun Devil seems to have been a complete tactical surprise. Unlike the fragmentary and continuing seizures of the War on the Legion of Doom, Sun Devil was precisely timed and utterly overwhelming. At least 40 computers were seized during May 7, 8 and 9, 1990, in Cincinnati, Detroit, Los Angeles, Miami, Newark, Phoenix, Tucson, Richmond, San Diego, San Jose, Pittsburgh and San Francisco. Some cities saw multiple raids, such as the 5 separate raids in the New York City environs. Plano, Texas, essentially a suburb of the Dallas/Fort Worth metroplex, and a hub of the telecommunications industry, saw 4 computer seizures. Chicago, ever in the forefront, saw its own local Sun Devil raid, briskly carried out by Secret Service agents Timothy Foley and Barbara Golden. Many of these raids occurred, not in the cities proper, but in associated white middle-class suburbs, places like Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania and Clark Lake, Michigan. There were a few raids on offices. Most took place in people's homes, the classic hacker basements and bedrooms. The Sun Devil raids were searches and seizures, not a group of mass arrests. There were only 4 arrests during Sun Devil. Tony the Trashman, a longtime teenage beat noir of the Arizona racketeering unit, was arrested in Tucson on May 9. Dr. Ripko Sizopov, an outlaw board with the misfortune to exist in Chicago itself, was also arrested, on illegal weapons charges. Local units also arrested a 19-year-old female phone freak named Electra in Pennsylvania, and a male juvenile in California. Federal agents, however, were not seeking arrests, but computers. Hackers are generally not indicted, if at all, until the evidence in their seized computers is evaluated, a process that can take weeks, months, even years. When hackers are arrested on the spot, it's generally an arrest for other reasons. Drugs and /or illegal weapons show up in a good third of anti-hacker computer seizures, though not during Sun Devil. That scofflaw teenage hackers, or their parents, should have marijuana in their homes is probably not a shocking revelation, but the surprisingly common presence of illegal firearms in hacker dens is a bit disquieting. A personal computer can be a great equalizer for the techno-cowboy, much like that more traditional American great equalizer, the personal 6-gun. Maybe it's not all that surprising that some guy obsessed with power through illicit technology would also have a few illicit high-velocity impact devices around. An element of the digital underground particularly dotes on those anarchy fills, and this element tends to shade into the crackpot milieu of survivalists, gun nuts, anarcho-leftists and the ultra-libertarian right wing. This is not to say that hacker raids to date have uncovered any major crackdens or illegal arsenals, but Secret Service agents do not regard hackers as just kids. They regard hackers as unpredictable people, bright and slippery. It doesn't help matters that the hacker himself has been hiding behind his keyboard all this time. Commonly, police have no idea what he looks like. This makes him an unknown quantity, someone best treated with proper caution. To date, no hacker has come out shooting, though they do sometimes brag on boards that they will do just that. Threats of this sort are taken seriously. Secret Service hacker raids tend to be swift, comprehensive, well-manned, even overmanned, and agents generally burst through every door in the home at once, sometimes with drawn guns. Any potential resistance is swiftly quelled. Hacker raids are usually raids on people's homes. It can be a very dangerous business to raid an American home. People can panic when strangers invade their sanctum. Statistically speaking, the most dangerous thing a policeman can do is to enter someone's home. The second most dangerous thing is to stop a car in traffic. People have guns in their homes. More cops are hurt in homes than are ever hurt in biker bars or massage parlors. But in any case, no one was hurt during Sun Devil, or indeed during any part of the hacker crackdown. Nor were there any allegations of any physical mistreatment of a suspect. Guns were pointed, interrogations were sharp and prolonged, but no one in 1990 claimed any act of brutality by any crackdown raider. In addition to the 40 or so computers, Sun Devil reaped floppy disks in particularly great abundance, an estimated 23,000 of them, which naturally included every manner of illegitimate data, pirated games, stolen codes, hot credit card numbers, the complete text and software of entire pirate bulletin boards. These floppy disks, which remain in police custody today, offer a gigantic, almost embarrassingly rich source of possible criminal indictments. These 23,000 floppy disks also include a thus far unknown quantity of legitimate computer games, legitimate software, purportedly private mail from boards, business records, and personal correspondence of all kinds. Standard computer crime search warrants lay great emphasis on seizing written documents as well as computers, specifically including photocopies, computer printouts, telephone bills, address books, logs, notes, memoranda and correspondence. In practice, this has meant that diaries, gaming magazines, software documentation, non-fiction books on hacking and computer security, sometimes even science fiction novels, have all vanished out the door in police custody. A wide variety of electronic items have been known to vanish as well, including telephones, televisions, answering machines, Sony Walkmans, desktop printers, compact discs, and audio tapes. No fewer than 150 members of the Secret Service were sent into the field during Sun Devil. They were commonly accompanied by squads of local and forward/or state police. Most of these officers, especially the locals, had never been on an anti-hacker raid before. This was one good reason, in fact, why so many of them were invited along in the first place. Also, the presence of a uniformed police officer assures the raidees that the people entering their homes are, in fact, police. Secret Service agents wear plain clothes. So do the telco security experts who commonly accompany the Secret Service on raids, and who make no particular effort to identify themselves as mere employees of telephone companies. A typical hacker raid goes something like this. First, police storm in rapidly, through every entrance, with overwhelming force, in the assumption that this tactic will keep casualties to a minimum. Second, possible suspects are immediately removed from the vicinity of any and all computer systems, so that they will have no chance to purge or destroy computer evidence. Suspects are herded into a room without computers, commonly the living room, and kept under guard, not armed guard, for the guns are swiftly holstered, but under guard nevertheless. They are presented with the search warrant and warned that anything they say may be held against them. Commonly they have a great deal to say, especially if they are unsuspecting parents. Somewhere in the house is the hot spot, a computer tied to a phone line, possibly several computers and several phones. Commonly it's a teenager's bedroom, but it can be anywhere in the house. There may be several such rooms. This hot spot is put in charge of a two-agent team, the finder and the recorder. The finder is computer trained, commonly the case agent who has actually obtained the search warrant from a judge. He or she understands what is being sought, and actually carries out the seizures, unplugs machines, opens drawers, desks, files, floppy disk containers, etc. The recorder photographs all the equipment, just as it stands, especially the tangle of wired connections in the back, which can otherwise be a real nightmare to restore. The recorder will also commonly photograph every room in the house, lest some wily criminal claim that the police had robbed him during the search. Some recorders carry video cams or tape recorders, however, it's more common for the recorder to simply take written notes. Objects are described and numbered as the finder seizes them, generally on standard pre-printed police inventory forms. Even Secret Service agents were not, and are not, expert computer users. They have not made, and do not make, judgments on the fly about potential threats posed by various forms of equipment. They may exercise discretion. They may leave Dad his computer, for instance, but they don't have to. Standard computer crime search warrants, which date back to the early 80s, use a sweeping language that targets computers, most anything attached to a computer, most anything used to operate a computer, most anything that remotely resembles a computer, plus most any and all written documents surrounding it. Computer crime investigators have strongly urged agents to seize the works. In this sense, Operation Sun Devil appears to have been a complete success. Boards went down all over America, and were shipped en masse to the Computer Investigation Lab of the Secret Service, in Washington, D.C., along with the 23,000 floppy disks and unknown quantities of printed material. But the seizure of 25 boards, and the multi-megabyte mountains of possibly useful evidence contained in these boards, and in their owners' other computers, also out the door, were far from the only motives for Operation Sun Devil. An unprecedented action of great ambition and size, Sun Devil's motives can only be described as political. It was a public relations effort, meant to pass certain messages, meant to make certain situations clear, both in the mind of the general public, and in the minds of various constituencies of the electronic community. First, and this motivation was vital, a message would be sent from law enforcement to the digital underground. This very message was recited in so many words by Gary M. Jenkins, the Assistant Director of the U.S. Secret Service, at the Sun Devil press conference in Phoenix on the 9th of May, 1990, immediately after the raids. In brief, hackers were mistaken in their foolish belief that they could hide behind the relative anonymity of their computer terminals. On the contrary, they should fully understand that state and federal cops were actively patrolling the beat in cyberspace, that they were on the watch everywhere, even in those sleazy and secretive dens of cybernetic vice, the underground boards. This is not an unusual message for police to publicly convey to crooks. The message is a standard message, only the context is new. In this respect, the Sun Devil raids were the digital equivalent of the standard Vice Squad crackdown on massage parlors, porno bookstores, head shops, or floating crap games. There may be few or no arrests in a raid of this sort, no convictions, no trials, no interrogations. In cases of this sort, police may well walk out the door with many pounds of sleazy magazines, X-rated videotapes, sex toys, gambling equipment, baggies of marijuana. Of course, if something truly horrendous is discovered by the raiders, there will be arrests and prosecutions. Far more likely, however, there will simply be a brief but sharp disruption of the closed and secretive world of the no-goodniks. There will be street hassle, heat, deterrence, and, of course, the immediate loss of the seized goods. It is very unlikely that any of this seized material will ever be returned. Whether charged or not, whether convicted or not, the perpetrators will almost surely lack the nerve ever to ask for this stuff to be given back. Arrests and trials, putting people in jail, may involve all kinds of formal legalities, but dealing with the justice system is far from the only task of police. Police do not simply arrest people. They don't simply put people in jail. That is not how the police perceive their jobs. Police protect and serve. Police keep the peace, they keep public order. Like other forms of public relations, keeping public order is not an exact science. Keeping public order is something of an art form. If a group of tough-looking teenage hoodlums was loitering on a street corner, no one would be surprised to see a street cop arrive and sternly order them to break it up. On the contrary, the surprise would come if one of these ne'er-do-wells stepped briskly into a phone booth, called a civil rights lawyer, and instituted a civil suit in defense of his constitutional rights of free speech and free assembly. But something much along this line was one of the many anomalous outcomes of the hacker crackdown. Sun Devil also carried useful messages for other constituents of the electronic community. These messages may not have been read aloud from the Phoenix podium in front of the press corps, but there was little mistaking their meaning. There was a message of reassurance for the primary victims of coding and carding, the telcos, and the credit companies. Sun Devil was greeted with joy by the security officers of the electronic business community. After years of high-tech harassment and spiraling revenue losses, their complaints of rampant outlawry were being taken seriously by law enforcement. No more head-scratching or dismissive shrugs, no more feeble excuses about lack of computer-trained officers or the low priority of victimless white-collar telecommunication crimes. Computer crime experts have long believed that computer-related offenses are drastically underreported. They regard this as a major open scandal of their field, Some victims are reluctant to come forth, because they believe that police and prosecutors are not computer literate, and can and will do nothing. Others are embarrassed by their vulnerabilities, and will take strong measures to avoid any publicity. This is especially true of banks, who fear a loss of investor confidence should an embezzlement case or wire fraud surface. And some victims are so helplessly confused by their own high technology that they never even realize that a crime has occurred, even when they have been fleeced to the bone. The results of this situation can be dire. Criminals escape apprehension and punishment. The computer crime units that do exist can't get work. The true scope of computer crime, its size, its real nature, the scope of its threats, and the legal remedies for it, all remain obscured. Another problem is very little publicized, but it is a cause of genuine concern. Where there is persistent crime, but no effective police protection, then vigilantism can result. Telcos, banks, credit companies, the major corporations who maintain extensive computer networks vulnerable to hacking, these organizations are powerful, wealthy, and politically influential. They are disinclined to be pushed around by crooks, or by most anyone else, for that matter. They often maintain well-organized private security forces, commonly run by experienced veterans of military and police units, who have left public service for the greener pastures of the private sector. For police, the corporate security manager can be a powerful ally, but if this gentleman finds no allies in the police, and the pressure is on from his board of directors, he may quietly take certain matters into his own hands. Nor is there any lack of disposable hired help in the corporate security business. Private security agencies, the security business generally, grew explosively in the 1980s. Today there are spooky gumshood armies of security consultants, rent-a-cops, privatize outside experts, every manner of shady operator who retails in results and discretion. Of course, many of these gentlemen and ladies may be paragons of professional and moral rectitude. But as anyone who has read a hard-boiled detective novel knows, police tend to be less than fond of this sort of private sector competition. Companies in search of computer security have even been known to hire hackers. Police shudder at this prospect. Police treasure good relations with the business community. Rarely will you see a policeman so indiscreet as to allege publicly that some major employer in his state or city has succumbed to paranoia and gone off the rails. Nevertheless, police, and computer police in particular, are aware of this possibility. Computer crime police can and do spend up to half of their business hours just doing public relations, seminars, dog and pony shows, sometimes with parents' groups or computer users, but generally with their core audience, the likely victims of hacking crimes. These, of course, are telcos, credit card companies and large computer-equipped corporations. The police strongly urge these people, as good citizens, to report offenses and press criminal charges. They pass the message that there is someone in authority who cares, understands, and, best of all, will take useful action should a computer crime occur. But reassuring talk is cheap. Sun Devil offered action. The final message of Sun Devil was intended for internal consumption by law enforcement. Sun Devil was offered as proof that the community of American computer crime police had come of age. Sun Devil was proof that enormous things like Sun Devil itself could now be accomplished. Sun Devil was proof that the Secret Service and its local law enforcement allies could act like a well-oiled machine, despite the hampering use of those scrambled phones. It was also proof that the Arizona Organized Crime and Racketeering Unit, the spark plug of Sun Devil, ranked with the best in the world in ambition, organization, and sheer conceptual daring. And, as a final fillip, Sun Devil was a message from the Secret Service to their longtime rivals in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. By congressional fiat, both USSS and FBI formally share jurisdiction over federal computer crime busting activities. Neither of these groups has ever been remotely happy with this muddled situation. It seems to suggest that Congress cannot make up its mind as to which of these groups is better qualified. And there is scarcely a G-man or a special agent anywhere without a very firm opinion on that topic. For the neophyte, one of the most puzzling aspects of the crackdown on hackers is why the United States Secret Service has anything at all to do with this matter. The Secret Service is best known for its primary public role. Its agents protect the President of the United States. They also guard the President's family, the Vice President and his family, former presidents, and presidential candidates. They sometimes guard foreign dignitaries who are visiting the United States, especially foreign heads of state, and have been known to accompany American officials on diplomatic missions overseas. Special agents of the Secret Service don't wear uniforms, but the Secret Service also has two uniformed police agencies. There's the former White House Police, now known as the Secret Service Uniformed Division, since they currently guard foreign embassies in Washington, as well as the White House itself. And there's the Uniformed Treasury Police Force. The Secret Service has been charged by Congress with a number of little-known duties. They guard the precious metals in Treasury vaults. They guard the most valuable historical documents of the United States, originals of the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, Lincoln's second inaugural address, an American-owned copy of the Magna Carta, and so forth. Once they were assigned to guard the Mona Lisa, on her American tour in the 1960s. The entire Secret Service is a division of the Treasury Department. Secret Service Special Agents, there are about 1,900 of them, are bodyguards for the President et al., but they all work for the Treasury. And the Treasury, through its divisions of the U.S. Mint and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, prints the nation's money. As Treasury Police, the Secret Service guards the nation's currency. It is the only federal law enforcement agency with direct jurisdiction over counterfeiting and forgery. It analyzes documents for authenticity, and its fight against fake cash is still quite lively, especially since the skilled counterfeiters of Medellin, Colombia have gotten into the act. Government checks, bonds, and other obligations, which exist in untold millions and are worth untold billions, are common targets for forgery, which the Secret Service also battles. It even handles forgery of postage stamps. But cash is fading in importance today as money has become electronic. As necessity beckoned, the Secret Service moved from fighting the counterfeiting of paper currency and the forging of checks, to the protection of funds transferred by wire. From wire fraud, it was a simple skip and jump to what is formally known as access device fraud. Congress granted the Secret Service the authority to investigate access device fraud under Title 18 of the United States Code, USC Section 1029. The term access device seems intuitively simple. It's some kind of high-tech gizmo you use to get money with. It makes good sense to put this sort of thing in the charge of counterfeiting and wire fraud experts. However, in Section 1029, the term access device is very generously defined. An access device is any card, plate, code, account number, or other means of account access that can be used, alone or in conjunction with another access device, to obtain money, goods, services, or any other thing of value, or that can be used to initiate a transfer of funds. Access device can therefore be construed to include credit cards themselves, a popular forgery item nowadays. It also includes credit card account numbers, those standards of the digital underground. The same goes for telephone charge cards, an increasingly popular item with telcos, who are tired of being robbed of pocket change by phone booth thieves. And also telephone access codes, those other standards of the digital underground. Stolen telephone codes may not obtain money, but they certainly do obtain valuable services, which is specifically forbidden by Section 1029. We can now see that Section 1029 already pits the United States Secret Service directly against the digital underground, without any mention at all of the word computer. Standard phreaking devices, like blue boxes used to steal phone service from old-fashioned mechanical switches, are unquestionably counterfeit access devices. Thanks to Sector 1029, it is not only illegal to use counterfeit access devices, but it is even illegal to build them. Producing, designing, duplicating or assembling blue boxes are all federal crimes today, and if you do this, the Secret Service has been charged by Congress to come after you. Automatic teller machines, which replicated all over America during the 1980s, are definitely access devices too, and an attempt to tamper with their punch-in codes and plastic bank cards falls directly under Sector 1029. Section 1029 is remarkably elastic. Suppose you find a computer password in somebody's trash. That password might be a code, it's certainly a means of account access. Now suppose you log on to a computer and copy some software for yourself. You've certainly obtained service, computer service, and a thing of value, the software. Suppose you tell a dozen friends about your swiped password, and let them use it, too. Now you're trafficking in unauthorized access devices. And when the prophet, a member of the Legion of Doom, passed a stolen telephone company document to Night Lightning at Frack Magazine, they were both charged under Sector 1029. There are two limitations on Section 1029. First, the offense must affect interstate or foreign commerce in order to become a matter of federal jurisdiction. The term affecting commerce is not well defined, but you may take it as a given that the Secret Service can take an interest if you've done most anything that happens to cross a state line. State and local police can be touchy about their jurisdictions, and can sometimes be mulish when the feds show up. But when it comes to computer crime, the local police are pathetically grateful for federal help. In fact, they complain that they can't get enough of it. If you're stealing long-distance service, you're almost certainly crossing state lines, and you're definitely affecting the interstate commerce of the telcos. And if you're abusing credit cards by ordering stuff out of glossy catalogs from, say, Vermont, you're in for it. The second limitation is money. As a rule, the feds don't pursue penny anti-offenders. Federal judges will dismiss cases that appear to waste their time. Federal crimes must be serious. Section 1029 specifies a minimum loss of $1,000. We now come to the very next section of Title 18, which is Section 1030, Fraud and Related Activity in Connection with Computers. This statute gives the Secret Service direct jurisdiction over acts of computer intrusion. On the face of it, the Secret Service would now seem to command the field. Section 1030, however, is nowhere near so ductile as Section 1029. The first annoyance is Section 1030, d, which reads, d. The United States Secret Service shall, in addition to any other agency having such authority, have the authority to investigate offenses under this section. Such authority of the United States Secret Service shall be exercised in accordance with an agreement which shall be entered into by the Secretary of the Treasury and the Attorney General. Authors italics. Represented by capitals. The Secretary of the Treasury is the titular head of the Secret Service, while the Attorney General is in charge of the FBI. In Section D, Congress shrugged off responsibility for the computer crime turf battle between the service and the Bureau, and made them fight it out all by themselves. The result was a rather dire one for the Secret Service, for the FBI ended up with exclusive jurisdiction over computer break-ins having to do with national security, foreign espionage, federally insured banks, and U.S. military bases, while retaining joint jurisdiction over all the other computer intrusions. Essentially, when it comes to Section 1030, the FBI not only gets the real glamour stuff for itself, but can peer over the shoulder of the Secret Service and barge in to meddle whenever it suits them. The second problem has to do with the dicey term federal interest computer. Section 1030, A.2, makes it illegal to access a computer without authorization if that computer belongs to a financial institution or an issuer of credit cards, fraud cases, in other words. Congress was quite willing to give the Secret Service jurisdiction over money transferring computers, but Congress balked at letting them investigate any and all computer intrusions. Instead, the USSS had to settle for the money machines and the federal interest computers. A federal interest computer is a computer which the government itself owns, or is using. Large networks of interstate computers, linked over state lines, are also considered to be of federal interest. This notion of federal interest is legally rather foggy and has never been clearly defined in the courts. The Secret Service has never yet had its hand slapped for investigating computer break-ins that were not of federal interest, but conceivably someday this might happen. So the Secret Service's authority over unauthorized access to computers covers a lot of territory, but by no means the whole ball of cyberspatial wax. If you are, for instance, a local computer retailer, or the owner of a local bulletin board system, then a malicious local intruder can break in, crash your system, trash your files and scatter viruses, and the US Secret Service cannot do a single thing about it. At least, it can't do anything directly. But the Secret Service will do plenty to help the local people who can. The FBI may have dealt itself an ace off the bottom of the deck when it comes to Section 1030, but that's not the whole story, that's not the street. What Congress thinks is one thing, and Congress has been known to change its mind. The real turf struggle is out there in the streets where it's happening. If you're a local street cop with a computer problem, the Secret Service wants you to know where you can find the real expertise. While the bureau crowd are off having their favorite shoes polished, wingtips, and making derisive fun of the service's favorite shoes, pansy-ass tassels, the tassel-toting Secret Service has a crew of ready and able hacker trackers installed in the capital of every state in the Union. Need advice? They'll give you advice, or at least point you in the right direction. Need training? They can see to that, too. If you're a local cop and you call in the FBI, as is widely and slanderously rumored, will order you around like a coolie, take all the credit for your busts, and mop up every possible scrap of reflected glory. The Secret Service, on the other hand, doesn't brag a lot. They're the quiet types. Very quiet. Very cool. Efficient. High-tech. Mirror shades, icy stares, radio earplugs, a Uzi machine pistol tucked somewhere in that well-cut jacket. American samurai, sworn to give their lives to protect our president. The Granite Agents. Trained in martial arts, absolutely fearless. Every single one of them has a top-secret security clearance. Something goes a little wrong, you're not gonna hear any whining and moaning and political buck passing out of these guys. The facade of the granite agent is not, of course, the reality. Secret Service agents are human beings. And the real glory in service work is not in battling computer crime, not yet, anyway, but in protecting the president. The real glamour of Secret Service work is in the White House detail. If you're at the president's side, then the kids and the wife see you on television, you rub shoulders with the most powerful people in the world. That's the real heart of service work, the number one priority. More than one computer investigation has stopped dead in the water when service agents vanished at the president's need. There's romance in the work of the service. The intimate access to circles of great power, the esprit de corps of a highly trained and disciplined elite, the high responsibility of defending the chief executive, the fulfillment of a patriotic duty. And as police work goes, the pay's not bad. But there's squalor in service work, too. You may get spat upon by protesters howling abuse, and if they get violent, if they get too close, sometimes you have to knock one of them down, discreetly. The real squalor in service work is drudgery such as the quarterlies traipsing out 4 times a year, year in, year out, to interview the various pathetic wretches, many of them in prisons and asylums, who have seen fit to threaten the president's life. And then there's the grinding stress of searching all those faces in the endless bustling crowds, looking for hatred, looking for psychosis, looking for the tight, nervous face of an Arthur Brimmer, a Squeaky Frum, a Lee Harvey Oswald. It's watching all those grasping, waving hands for sudden movements, while your ears strain at your radio headphone for the long-rehearsed cry of gun. It's poring, in grinding detail, over the biographies of every rotten loser who ever shot at a president. It's the unsung work of the Protective Research Section, who study scrawled, anonymous death threats with all the meticulous tools of anti-forgery techniques. And it's maintaining the hefty computerized files on anyone who ever threatened the president's life. Civil libertarians have become increasingly concerned at the government's use of computer files to track American citizens, but the Secret Service file of potential presidential assassins, which has upward of 20,000 names, rarely causes a peep of protest. If you ever state that you intend to kill the president, the Secret Service will want to know and record who you are, where you are, and what you're up to. If you're a serious threat, if you're officially considered of protective interest, then the Secret Service may well keep tabs on you for the rest of your natural life. Protecting the president has first call on all the service's resources. But there's a lot more to the service's traditions and history than standing guard outside the Oval Office. The Secret Service is the nation's oldest general federal law enforcement agency. Compared to the Secret Service, the FBI are new hires and the CIA are temps. The Secret Service was founded way back in 1865, at the suggestion of Hugh McCulloch, Abraham Lincoln's Secretary of the Treasury. McCulloch wanted a specialized Treasury police to combat counterfeiting. Abraham Lincoln agreed that this seemed a good idea, and, with a terrible irony, Abraham Lincoln was shot that very night by John Wilkes Booth. The Secret Service originally had nothing to do with protecting presidents. They didn't take this on as a regular assignment until after the Garfield assassination in 1881. And they didn't get any congressional money for it until President McKinley was shot in 1901. The service was originally designed for one purpose: destroying counterfeiters. There are interesting parallels between the service's 19th-century entry into counterfeiting, and America's 20th-century entry into computer crime. In 1865, America's paper currency was a terrible muddle. Security was drastically bad. Currency was printed on the spot by local banks in literally hundreds of different designs. No one really knew what the heck a dollar bill was supposed to look like. Bogus bills passed easily. If some joker told you that a $1 bill from the Railroad Bank of Lowell, Massachusetts had a woman leaning on a shield, with a locomotive, a cornucopia, a compass, various agricultural implements, a railroad bridge, and some factories, then you pretty much had to take his word for it. And in fact he was telling the truth. 1,600 local American banks designed and printed their own paper currency, and there were no general standards for security. Like a badly guarded node in a computer network, badly designed bills were easy to fake, and posed a security hazard for the entire monetary system. No one knew the exact extent of the threat to the currency. There were panicked estimates that as much as a third of the entire national currency was faked. Counterfeiters, known as boodlers in the underground slang of the time, were mostly technically skilled printers who had gone to the bad. Many had once worked printing legitimate currency. Boodlers operated in rings and gangs. Technical experts engraved the bogus plates, commonly in basements in New York City. Smooth confidence men passed large wads of high-quality, high-denomination fakes, including the really sophisticated stuff, government bonds, stock certificates, and railway shares. Cheaper, botched fakes were sold or sharewared to low-level gangs of boodler wannabes. The really cheesy low-life boodlers merely upgraded real bills by altering face values, changing ones to fives, tens to hundreds, and so on. The techniques of boodling were little known and regarded with a certain awe by the mid-19th century public. The ability to manipulate the system for rip-off seemed diabolically clever. As the skill and daring of the boodlers increased, the situation became intolerable. The federal government stepped in, and began offering its own federal currency, which was printed in fancy green ink, but only on the back, the original greenbacks. And at first, the improved security of the well-designed, well-printed federal greenbacks seemed to solve the problem, but then the counterfeiters caught on. Within a few years things were worse than ever, a centralized system where all security was bad. The local police were helpless. The government tried offering blood money to potential informants, but this met with little success. Banks, plagued by boodling, gave up hope of police help and hired private security men instead. Merchants and bankers queued up by the thousands to buy privately printed manuals on currency security, slim little books like Laban Heath's infallible government counterfeit detector. The back of the book offered Laban Heath's patent microscope for $5. Then the Secret Service entered the picture. The first agents were a rough and ready crew. Their chief was one William P. Wood, a former guerrilla in the Mexican War who'd won a reputation busting contractor fraudsters for the War Department during the Civil War. Wood, who was also keeper of the Capitol Prison, had a sideline as a counterfeiting expert, bagging boodlers for the federal bounty money. Wood was named chief of the new Secret Service in July 1865. There were only 10 Secret Service agents in all, Wood himself, a handful who'd worked for him in the War Department, and a few former private investigators, counterfeiting experts, whom Wood had won over to public service. The Secret Service of 1865 was much the size of the Chicago Computer Fraud Task Force or the Arizona Racketeering Unit of 1990. These 10 operatives had an additional 20 or so assistant operatives and informants. Besides salary and per diem, each Secret Service employee received a whopping $25 for each boodler he captured. Wood himself publicly estimated that at least half of America's currency was counterfeit, a perhaps pardonable perception. Within a year the Secret Service had arrested over 200 counterfeiters. They busted about 200 boodlers a year for 4 years straight. Wood attributed his success to traveling fast and light, hitting the bad guys hard, and avoiding bureaucratic baggage. Because my raids were made without military escort and I did not ask the assistance of state officers, I surprised the professional counterfeiter. Wood's social message to the once impudent boodler bore an eerie ring of Sun Devil. It was also my purpose to convince such characters that it would no longer be healthy for them to ply their vocation without being handled roughly, a fact they soon discovered. William P. Wood, the Secret Service's guerrilla pioneer, did not end well. He succumbed to the lure of aiming for the really big score. The notorious Brockway Gang of New York City, headed by William E. Brockway, the king of the counterfeiters, had forged a number of government bonds. They'd passed these brilliant fakes on the prestigious Wall Street investment firm of J. Cook and Company. The Cook firm were frantic and offered a huge reward for the forgers' plates. Laboring diligently, Wood confiscated the plates, though not Mr. Brockway, and claimed the reward. But the Cook Company treacherously reneged. Wood got involved in a down and dirty lawsuit with the Cook capitalists. Wood's boss, Secretary of the Treasury McCulloch, felt that Wood's demands for money and glory were unseemly, and even when the reward money finally came through, McCulloch refused to pay Wood anything. Wood found himself mired in a seemingly endless round of federal suits and congressional lobbying. Wood never got his money. And he lost his job to boot. He resigned in 1869. Wood's agents suffered, too. On the 12th of May 1869, the second chief of the Secret Service took over, and almost immediately fired most of Wood's pioneer Secret Service agents, operatives, assistants and informants alike. The practice of receiving $25 per crook was abolished, and the Secret Service began the long, uncertain process of thorough professionalization. Wood ended badly. He must have felt stabbed in the back. In fact, his entire organization was mangled. On the other hand, William P. Wood was the first head of the Secret Service. William Wood was the pioneer. People still honor his name. Who remembers the name of the second head of the Secret Service? As for William Brockway, also known as Colonel Spencer, he was finally arrested by the Secret Service in 1880. He did 5 years in prison, got out, and was still boodling at the age of 74. Anyone with an interest in Operation Sun Devil, or in American computer crime generally, could scarcely miss the presence of Gail Thackeray, Assistant Attorney General of the state of Arizona. Computer crime training manuals often cited Thackeray's group and her work. She was the highest-ranking state official to specialize in computer-related offenses. Her name had been on the Sun Devil press release, though modestly ranked well after the local federal prosecuting attorney and the head of the Phoenix Secret Service office. As public commentary and controversy began to mount about the hacker crackdown, this Arizonan state official began to take a higher and higher public profile. Though uttering almost nothing specific about the Sun Devil operation itself, she coined some of the most striking soundbites of the growing propaganda war. Agents are operating in good faith, and I don't think you can say that for the hacker community was one. Another was the memorable "I am not a mad dog prosecutor," Houston Chronicle, September 2, 1990. In the meantime, the Secret Service maintained its usual extreme discretion. The Chicago unit, smarting from the backlash of the Steve Jackson scandal, had gone completely to earth. As I collated my growing pile of newspaper clippings, Gail Thackeray ranked as a comparative fount of public knowledge on police operations. I decided that I had to get to know Gail Thackeray. I wrote to her at the Arizona Attorney General's office. Not only did she kindly reply to me, but, to my astonishment, she knew very well what cyberpunk science fiction was. Shortly after this, Gail Thackeray lost her job. And I temporarily misplaced my own career as a science fiction writer, to become a full-time computer crime journalist. In early March 1991, I flew to Phoenix, Arizona, to interview Gail Thackeray for my book on the hacker crackdown. Credit cards didn't used to cost anything to get, says Gail Thackeray. Now they cost $40, and that's all just to cover the costs from rip-off artists. Electronic nuisance criminals are parasites. One by one they're not much harm, no big deal. But they never come just one by one. They come in swarms, heaps, legions, sometimes whole subcultures. And they bite. Every time we buy a credit card today, we lose a little financial vitality to a particular species of bloodsucker. What, in her expert opinion, are the worst forms of electronic crime? I ask, consulting my notes. Is it credit card fraud? Breaking into ATM bank machines? Phone phreaking? Computer intrusions? Software viruses? Access code theft? Records tampering? Software piracy? Pornographic bulletin boards? Satellite TV piracy? Theft of cable service? It's a long list. By the time I reach the end of it, I feel rather depressed. Oh no, says Gail Thackeray, leaning forward over the table, her whole body gone stiff with energetic indignation. The biggest damage is telephone fraud. Fake sweepstakes, fake charities. Boiler room con operations. You could pay off the national debt with what these guys steal. They target old people, they get hold of credit ratings and demographics, they rip off the old and the weak. The words come tumbling out of her. It's low-tech stuff, your everyday boiler room fraud. Grifters, conning people out of money over the phone, have been around for decades. This is where the word phony came from. It's just that it's so much easier now, horribly facilitated by advances in technology and the Byzantine structure of the modern phone system. The same professional fraudsters do it over and over, Thackeray tells me. They hide behind dense onion shells of fake companies, fake holding corporations 9 or 10 layers deep, registered all over the map. They get a phone installed under a false name in an empty safe house. And then they call forward everything out of that phone to yet another phone, a phone that may even be in another state. And they don't even pay the charges on their phones. After a month or so, they just split, set up somewhere else in another podunkville with the same seedy crew of veteran phone crooks. They buy or steal commercial credit card reports, slap them on the PC, have a program pick out people over 65 who pay a lot to charities. A whole subculture living off this, merciless folks on the con. The light bulbs for the blind people Thackeray muses, with a special loathing. There's just no end to them. We're sitting in a downtown diner in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a tough town, Phoenix. A state capital seeing some hard times. Even to a Texan like myself, Arizona state politics seem rather baroque. There was, and remains, endless trouble over the Martin Luther King holiday, the sort of stiff-necked, foot-shooting incident for which Arizona politics seem famous. There was Evan McCorm, the eccentric Republican millionaire governor who was impeached, after reducing state government to a ludicrous shambles. Then there was the national Keating scandal, involving Arizona savings and loans, in which both of Arizona's U.S. senators, Dickinson and McCain, played sadly prominent roles. And the very latest is the bizarre AZ scam case, in which state legislators were videotaped, eagerly taking cash from an informant of the Phoenix City Police Department, who was posing as a Vegas mobster. Oh, says Thackeray cheerfully. These people are amateurs here. They thought they were finally getting to play with the big boys. They don't have the least idea how to take a bribe. It's not institutional corruption. It's not like back in Philly. Gail Thackeray was a former prosecutor in Philadelphia. Now she's a former Assistant Attorney General of the state of Arizona. Since moving to Arizona in 1986, she had worked under the aegis of Steve Twist, her boss in the Attorney General's office. Steve Twist wrote Arizona's pioneering computer crime laws and naturally took an interest in seeing them enforced. It was a snug niche, and Thackeray's organized crime and racketeering unit won a national reputation for ambition and technical knowledgeability. Until the latest election in Arizona. Thackeray's boss ran for the top job, and lost. The victor, the new Attorney General, apparently went to some pains to eliminate the bureaucratic traces of his rival, including his pet group, Thackeray's Group. 12 people got their walking papers. Now Thackeray's painstakingly assembled computer lab sits gathering dust somewhere in the glass and concrete Attorney General's HQ on 1275 Washington Street. Her computer crime books, her painstakingly garnered back issues of Freak and Hacker zines, all bought at her own expense, are piled in boxes somewhere. The state of Arizona is simply not particularly interested in electronic racketeering at the moment. At the moment of our interview, Gail Thackeray, officially unemployed, is working out of the county sheriff's office, living on her savings, and prosecuting several cases, working 60-hour weeks, just as always, for no pay at all. I'm trying to train people, she mutters. Half her life seems to be spent training people, merely pointing out, to the naive and incredulous, such as myself, that this stuff is actually going on out there. It's a small world, computer crime. A young world. Gail Thackeray, a trim blonde baby boomer who favors Grand Canyon whitewater rafting to kill some slow time, is one of the world's most senior, most veteran hacker trackers. Her mentor was Don Parker, the California think tank theorist who got it all started way back in the mid-70s, the grandfather of the field, the great bald eagle of computer crime. And what she has learned, Gail Thackeray teaches. Endlessly. Tirelessly. To anybody. To Secret Service agents and state police, at the Glencoe, Georgia Federal Training Center. To local police, on road shows with her slide projector and notebook. To corporate security personnel. To journalists. To parents. Even crooks look to Gail Thackeray for advice. Phone freaks call her at the office. They know very well who she is. They pump her for information on what the cops are up to, how much they know. Sometimes whole crowds of phone freaks, hanging out on illegal conference calls, will call Gail Thackeray up. They taunt her. And, as always, they boast. Phone freaks, real stone phone freaks, simply cannot shut up. They natter on for hours. Left to themselves, they mostly talk about the intricacies of ripping off phones. It's about as interesting as listening to hot rodders talk about suspension and distributor caps. They also gossip cruelly about each other. And when talking to Gail Thackeray, they incriminate themselves. I have tapes, Thackeray says coolly. Phone freaks just talk like crazy. Dial tone out in Alabama has been known to spend half an hour simply reading stolen phone codes aloud into voicemail answering machines. Hundreds, thousands of numbers, recited in a monotone, without a break, an eerie phenomenon. When arrested, it's a rare phone freak who doesn't inform at endless length on everybody he knows. Hackers are no better. What other group of criminals, she asks rhetorically, publishes newsletters and holds conventions? She seems deeply nettled by the sheer brazenness of this behavior, though to an outsider, this activity might make one wonder whether hackers should be considered criminals at all. Skateboarders have magazines, and they trespass a lot. Hot rod people have magazines and they break speed limits and sometimes kill people. I ask her whether it would be any loss to society if phone freaking and computer hacking, as hobbies, simply dried up and blew away, so that nobody ever did it again. She seems surprised. No, she says swiftly. Maybe a little, in the old days, the MIT stuff. But there's a lot of wonderful, legal stuff you can do with computers now. You don't have to break into somebody else's just to learn. You don't have that excuse. You can learn all you like. Did you ever hack into a system? I ask. The trainees do it at Glencoe. Just to demonstrate system vulnerabilities. She's cool to the notion. Genuinely indifferent. What kind of computer do you have? A Compaq 286, she mutters. What kind do you wish you had? At this question, the unmistakable light of true hackerdom flares in Gail Thackeray's eyes. She becomes tense, animated, the words pour out, an Amiga 2000 with an IBM card and Mac emulation. The most common hacker machines are Amigas and Commodores. And Apples. If she had the Amiga, she enthuses, she could run a whole galaxy of seized computer evidence disks on one convenient multifunctional machine. A cheap one, too. Not like the old Attorney General lab, where they had an ancient CP/M machine, assorted Amiga flavors and Apple flavors, a couple IBMs, all the utility software, but no Commodores. The workstations down at the Attorney General's are Wang-dedicated word processors. Lame machines tied into an office net, though at least they get online to the Lexis and Westlaw legal data services. I don't say anything. I recognize the syndrome, though. This computer fever has been running through segments of our society for years now. It's a strange kind of lust, K-hunger, meg-hunger, but it's a shared disease. It can kill parties dead, as conversation spirals into the deepest and most deviant recesses of software releases and expensive peripherals. The mark of the hacker beast. I have it too. The whole electronic community, whatever the hell that is, has it. Gail Thackeray has it. Gail Thackeray is a hacker cop. My immediate reaction is a strong rush of indignant pity. Why doesn't somebody buy this woman her Amiga? It's not like she's asking for a Cray XMP supercomputer mainframe. An Amiga's a sweet little cookie box thing. We're losing zillions in organized fraud. Prosecuting and defending a single hacker case in court can cost $100,000 easy. How come nobody can come up with $4 lousy grand so this woman can do her job? For $100,000 we could buy every computer cop in America an Amiga. There aren't that many of them. Computers. The lust, the hunger, for computers. The loyalty they inspire, the intense sense of possessiveness. The culture they have bred. I myself am sitting in downtown Phoenix, Arizona because it suddenly occurred to me that the police might, just might, come and take away my computer. The prospect of this, the mere implied threat, was unbearable. It literally changed my life. It was changing the lives of many others. Eventually it would change everybody's life. Gail Thackeray was one of the top computer crime people in America. And I was just some novelist, and yet I had a better computer than hers. Practically everybody I knew had a better computer than Gail Thackeray and her feeble laptop 286. It was like sending the sheriff in to clean up Dodge City and arming her with a slingshot cut from an old rubber tire. But then again, you don't need a howitzer to enforce the law. You can do a lot just with a badge. With a badge alone, you can basically wreak havoc, take a terrible vengeance on wrongdoers. 90% of computer crime investigation is just crime investigation: names, places, dossiers, modus operandi, search warrants, victims, complainants, informants. What will computer crime look like in 10 years? Will it get better? Did Sun Devil send em reeling back in confusion? It'll be like it is now, only worse, she tells me with perfect conviction. Still there in the background, ticking along, changing with the times, the criminal underworld. It'll be like drugs are. Like our problems with alcohol. All the cops and laws in the world never solved our problems with alcohol. If there's something people want, a certain percentage of them are just going to take it. 15% of the populace will never steal. 15% will steal most anything not nailed down. The battle is for the hearts and minds of the remaining 70%. And criminals catch on fast. If there's not too steep a learning curve, if it doesn't require a baffling amount of expertise and practice, then criminals are often some of the first through the gate of a new technology. Especially if it helps them to hide. They have tons of cash, criminals. The new communications tech, like pagers, cellular phones, faxes, Federal Express, were pioneered by rich corporate people, and by criminals. In the early years of pagers and beepers, dope dealers were so enthralled this technology that owning a beeper was practically prima facie evidence of cocaine dealing. CB radio exploded when the speed limit hit 55 and breaking the highway law became a national pastime. Dope dealers send cash by Federal Express, despite, or perhaps because of, the warnings in FedEx offices that tell you never to try this. FedEx uses X-rays and dogs on their mail to stop drug shipments. That doesn't work very well. Drug dealers went wild over cellular phones. There are simple methods of faking ID on cellular phones, making the location of the call mobile, free of charge, and effectively untraceable. Now victimized cellular companies routinely bring in vast toll lists of calls to Colombia and Pakistan. Judge Green's fragmentation of the phone company is driving law enforcement nuts. 4,000 telecommunications companies. Fraud skyrocketing. Every temptation in the world available with a phone and a credit card number. Criminals untraceable. A galaxy of new neat rotten things to do. If there were one thing Thackeray would like to have, it would be an effective legal end run through this new fragmentation minefield. It would be a new form of electronic search warrant, an electronic letter of marque to be issued by a judge. It would create a new category of electronic emergency. Like a wiretape, its use would be rare, but it would cut across state lines and force swift cooperation from all concerned. Cellular, phone, laser, computer network, PBXs, AT&T, baby bells, long-distance entrepreneurs, packet radio. Some document, some mighty court order, that could slice through 4,000 separate forms of corporate red tape, and get her at once to the source of calls, the source of email threats and viruses, the sources of bomb threats, kidnapping threats. From now on, she says, the Lindbergh baby will always die. Something that would make the net sit still, if only for a moment. Something that would get her up to speed. 7 league boots. That's what she really needs. Those guys move in nanoseconds and I'm on the Pony Express. And then, too, there's the coming international angle. Electronic crime has never been easy to localize, to tie to a physical jurisdiction. And phone freaks and hackers loathe boundaries, they jump them whenever they can. The English, the Dutch, and the Germans, especially the ubiquitous Chaos Computer Club. The Australians. They've all learned phone freaking from America. It's a growth mischief industry. The multinational networks are global, but governments and the police simply aren't. Neither are the laws or the legal frameworks for citizen protection. One language is global, though, English. Phone freaks speak English, it's their native tongue even if they're Germans. English may have started in England but now it's the net language, it might as well be called CNese. Asians just aren't much into phone freaking. They're the world masters at organized software piracy. The French aren't into phone freaking either. The French are into computerized industrial espionage. In the old days of the MIT righteous hackerdom, crashing systems didn't hurt anybody. Not all that much, anyway. Not permanently. Now the players are more venal. Now the consequences are worse. Hacking will begin killing people soon. Already there are methods of stacking calls onto 911 systems, annoying the police, and possibly causing the death of some poor soul calling in with a genuine emergency. Hackers in Amtrak computers, or air traffic control computers, will kill somebody someday. Maybe a lot of people. Gail Thackeray expects it. And the viruses are getting nastier. The Scud virus is the latest one out. It wipes hard disks. According to Thackeray, the idea that phone phreaks are Robin Hoods is a fraud. They don't deserve this repute. Basically, they pick on the weak. AT&T now protects itself with the fearsome money, automatic number identification, trace capability. When AT&T wised up and tightened security generally, the freaks drifted into the baby bells. The baby bells lashed out in 1989 and 1990. So the freaks switched to smaller long-distance entrepreneurs. Today, they are moving into locally owned PBXs and voicemail systems, which are full of security holes, dreadfully easy to hack. These victims aren't the moneybags sheriff of Nottingham or bad King John, but small groups of innocent people who find it hard to protect themselves, and who really suffer from these depredations. Phone phreaks pick on the weak. They do it for power. If it were legal, they wouldn't do it. They don't want service, or knowledge, they want the thrill of power tripping. There's plenty of knowledge or service around if you're willing to pay. Phone phreaks don't pay, they steal. It's because it is illegal that it feels like power, that it gratifies their vanity. I leave Gail Thackeray with a handshake at the door of her office building, a vast international-style office building downtown. The sheriff's office is renting part of it. I get the vague impression that quite a lot of the building is empty, real estate crash. In a Phoenix sports apparel store, in a downtown mall, I meet the Sun Devil himself. He is the cartoon mascot of Arizona State University, whose football stadium, Sun Devil, is near the local Secret Service HQ, hence the name Operation Sun Devil. The Sun Devil himself is named Sparky. Sparky the Sun Devil is maroon and bright yellow, the school colors. Sparky brandishes a three-tinned yellow pitchfork. He has a small mustache, pointed ears, a barbed tail, and is dashing forward, jabbing the air with the pitchfork, with an expression of devilish glee. Phoenix was the home of Operation Sun Devil. The Legion of Doom ran a hacker bulletin board called the Phoenix Project. An Australian hacker named Phoenix once burrowed through the internet to attack Cliffstall, then bragged and boasted about it to the New York Times. This net of coincidence is both odd and meaningless. The headquarters of the Arizona Attorney General, Gail Thackeray's former workplace, is on 1275 Washington Avenue. Many of the downtown streets in Phoenix are named after prominent American presidents: Washington, Jefferson, Madison. After dark, All the employees go home to their suburbs. Washington, Jefferson and Madison. What would be the Phoenix inner city, if there were an inner city in this sprawling automobile-bred town, become the haunts of transients and derelicts? The homeless. The sidewalks along Washington are lined with orange trees. Ripe fallen fruit lies scattered like croquet balls on the sidewalks and gutters. No one seems to be eating them. I try a fresh one. It tastes unbearably bitter. The Attorney General's office, built in 1981 during the Babbitt administration, is a long low two-story building of white cement and wall-sized sheets of curtain glass. Behind each glass wall is a lawyer's office, quite open and visible to anyone strolling by. Across the street is a government building labeled simply Economic Security, something that has not been in great supply in the American Southwest lately. The offices are about 12 feet square. They feature tall wooden cases full of red-spinned law books, Wang computer monitors, telephones, post-it notes galore. Also framed law diplomas and a general excess of bad Western landscape art. Ansel Adams photos are a big favorite, perhaps to compensate for the dismal specter of the parking lot, 2 acres of striped black asphalt, which features gravel landscaping and some sickly-looking barrel cacti. It has grown dark. Gail Thackeray has told me that the people who work late here are afraid of muggings in the parking lot. It seems cruelly ironic that a woman tracing electronic racketeers across the interstate labyrinth of cyberspace should fear an assault by a homeless derelict in the parking lot of her own workplace. Perhaps this is less than coincidence. Perhaps these two seemingly disparate worlds are somehow generating one another. The poor and disenfranchised take to the streets, while the rich and computer-equipped, safe in their bedrooms, chatter over their modems. Quite often the derelicts kick the glass out and break into the lawyers' offices, if they see something they need or want badly enough. I cross the parking lot to the street behind the Attorney General's office. A pair of young tramps are bedding down on flattened sheets of cardboard, under an alcove stretching over the sidewalk. One tramp wears a glitter-covered t-shirt reading California in Coca-Cola cursive. His nose and cheeks look chafed and swollen, they glisten with what seems to be Vaseline. The other tramp has a ragged long-sleeved shirt and lank brown hair parted in the middle. They both wear blue jeans coated in grime. They are both drunk. "You guys crash here a lot?" I ask them. They look at me warily. I am wearing black jeans, a black pinstriped suit jacket and a black silk tie. I have odd shoes and a funny haircut. "It's our first time here," says the red-nosed tramp unconvincingly. There is a lot of cardboard stacked here. More than any two people could use. "We usually stay at the Vinnie's down the street," says the brown-haired tramp, puffing a Marlboro with a meditative air, as he sprawls with his head on a blue nylon backpack. "The St. Vincent's. You know who works in that building over there?" I ask, pointing. The brown-haired tramp shrugs. Some kind of attorneys, it says. We urge one another to take it easy. I give them $5. A block down the street I meet a vigorous workman who is wheeling along some kind of industrial trolley. It has what appears to be a tank of propane on it. We make eye contact. We nod politely. I walk past him. Hey. Excuse me, sir, he says. Yes. I say, stopping and turning. Have you seen the guy? Says rapidly, a black guy, about 6'7", scars on both his cheeks like this, he gestures, wears a black baseball cap on backwards, wandering around here any place. Sounds like I don't much want to meet him, I say. He took my wallet, says my new acquaintance. Took it this morning. You know, some people would be scared of a guy like that. But I'm not scared. I'm from Chicago. I'm gonna hunt him down. We do things like that in Chicago. Yeah. I went to the cops and now he's got an APB out on his ass, he says with satisfaction. You run into him, you let me know. Okay, I say. What is your name, sir? Stanley. And how can I reach you? Oh, Stanley says, in the same rapid voice, you don't have to reach, me. You can just call the cops. Go straight to the cops. He reaches into a pocket and pulls out a greasy piece of pasteboard. See, here's my report on him. I look. The report, the size of an index card, is labeled Pro Act, Phoenix residents opposing active crime threat. Or is it organized against crime threat? In the darkening street it's hard to read. Some kind of vigilante group. Neighborhood watch. I feel very puzzled. Are you a police officer, sir? He smiles, seems very pleased by the question. No, he says. But you are a Phoenix resident. Would you believe a homeless person? Stanley says. Really? But what's with the... For the first time I take a close look at Stanley's trolley. It's a rubber-wheeled thing of industrial metal, but the device I had mistaken for a tank of propane is in fact a water cooler. Stanley also has an army duffel bag, stuffed tight as a sausage with clothing or perhaps a tent, and, at the base of his trolley, a cardboard box and a battered leather briefcase. I see, I say, quite at a loss. For the first time I notice that Stanley has a wallet. He has not lost his wallet at all. It is in his back pocket and chained to his belt. It's not a new wallet. It seems to have seen a lot of wear. Well, you know how it is, brother, says Stanley. Now that I know that he is homeless, a possible threat, my entire perception of him has changed in an instant. His speech, which once seemed just bright and enthusiastic, now seems to have a dangerous tang of mania. I have to do this, he assures me. Track this guy down. It's a thing I do, you know, to keep myself together. He smiles, nods, lifts his trolley by its decaying rubber hand grips. Gotta work together, you know, Stanley booms, his face alight with cheerfulness, the police can't do everything. The gentlemen I met in my stroll in downtown Phoenix are the only computer illiterates in this book. To regard them as irrelevant, however, would be a grave mistake. As computerization spreads across society, the populace at large is subjected to wave after wave of future shock. But, as a necessary converse, the computer community itself is subjected to wave after wave of incoming computer illiterates. How will those currently enjoying America's digital bounty regard, and treat, all this teeming refuse yearning to breathe free? Will the electronic frontier be another land of opportunity, or an armed and monitored enclave, where the disenfranchised snuggle on their cardboard at the locked doors of our houses of justice? Some people just don't get along with computers. They can't read. They can't type. They just don't have it in their heads to master arcane instructions in wire-bound manuals. Somewhere, the process of computerization of the populace will reach a limit. Some people, quite decent people maybe, who might have thrived in any other situation, will be left irretrievably outside the bounds. What's to be done with these people, in the bright new shiny electro world? How will they be regarded, by the mouse-whizzing masters of cyberspace? With contempt, indifference, fear. In retrospect, it astonishes me to realize how quickly poor Stanley became a perceived threat. Surprise and fear are closely allied feelings. And the world of computing is full of surprises. I met one character in the streets of Phoenix whose role in this book is supremely and directly relevant. That personage was Stanley's giant thieving scarred phantom. This phantasm is everywhere in this book. He is the specter haunting cyberspace. Sometimes he's a maniac vandal ready to smash the phone system for no sane reason at all. Sometimes he's a fascist Fed, coldly programming his mighty mainframes to destroy our Bill of Rights. Sometimes he's a telco bureaucrat, covertly conspiring to register all modems in the service of an Orwellian surveillance regime. Mostly, though, this fearsome phantom is a hacker. He's strange, he doesn't belong, he's not authorized, he doesn't smell right, he's not keeping his proper place, he's not one of us. The focus of fear is the hacker, for much the same reasons that Stanley's fancied assailant is black. Stanley's demon can't go away, because he doesn't exist. Despite single-minded and tremendous effort, he can't be arrested, sued, jailed, or fired. The only constructive way to do anything about him is to learn more about Stanley himself. This learning process may be repellent, it may be ugly, it may involve grave elements of paranoid confusion, but it's necessary. Knowing Stanley requires something more than class-crossing condescension. It requires more than steely legal objectivity. It requires human compassion and sympathy. To know Stanley is to know his demon. If you know the other guy's demon, then maybe you'll come to know some of your own. You'll be able to separate reality from illusion. And then you won't do your cause, and yourself, more harm than good. like poor damned Stanley from Chicago did. The Federal Computer Investigations Committee, FSIC, is the most important and influential organization in the realm of American computer crime. Since the police of other countries have largely taken their computer crime cues from American methods, the FSIC might well be called the most important computer crime group in the world. It is also, by federal standards, an organization of great unorthodoxy. State and local investigators mix with federal agents. Lawyers, financial auditors and computer security programmers trade notes with street cops. Industry vendors and telco security people show up to explain their gadgetry and plead for protection and justice. Private investigators, think tank experts and industry pundits throw in their 2 cents worth. The FSIC is the antithesis of a formal bureaucracy. Members of the FSIC are obscurely proud of this fact. They recognize their group as aberrant, but are entirely convinced that this, for them, outright weird behavior is nevertheless absolutely necessary to get their jobs done. FSIC regulars, from the Secret Service, the FBI, the IRS, the Department of Labor, the offices of federal attorneys, state police, the Air Force, from military intelligence, often attend meetings, held hither and thither across the country, at their own expense. The FSIC doesn't get grants. It doesn't charge membership fees. It doesn't have a boss. It has no headquarters, just a mail drop in Washington, D.C., at the Fraud Division of the Secret Service. It doesn't have a budget. It doesn't have schedules. It meets 3 times a year, sort of. Sometimes it issues publications, but the FSIC has no regular publisher, no treasurer, not even a secretary. There are no minutes of FSIC meetings. Non-federal people are considered non-voting members, but there's not much in the way of elections. There are no badges, lapel pins or certificates of membership. Everyone is on a first-name basis. There are about 40 of them. Nobody knows how many, exactly. People come, people go. Sometimes people go formally but still hang around anyway. Nobody has ever exactly figured out what membership of this committee actually entails. Strange as this may seem to some, to anyone familiar with the social world of computing, the organization of the FSIC is very recognizable. For years now, economists and management theorists have speculated that the tidal wave of the information revolution would destroy rigid, pyramidal bureaucracies, where everything is top-down and centrally controlled. Highly trained employees would take on much greater autonomy, being self-starting, and self-motivating, moving from place to place, task to task, with great speed and fluidity. Adhocracy would rule, with groups of people spontaneously knitting together across organizational lines, tackling the problem at hand, applying intense computer-aided expertise to it, and then vanishing whence they came. This is more or less what has actually happened in the world of federal computer investigation. With the conspicuous exception of the phone companies, which are after all over 100 years old, Practically every organization that plays any important role in this book functions just like the FSIC. The Chicago Task Force, the Arizona Racketeering Unit, the Legion of Doom, the Frack Crowd, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, they all look and act like tiger teams or users groups. They are all electronic adhocracies leaping up spontaneously to attempt to meet a need. Some are police. Some are, by strict definition, criminals. Some are political interest groups. But every single group has that same quality of apparent spontaneity. Hey, gang. My uncle's got a barn, let's put on a show. Every one of these groups is embarrassed by this amateurism and, for the sake of their public image in a world of non-computer people, they all attempt to look as stern and formal and impressive as possible. These electronic frontier dwellers resemble groups of 19th-century pioneers hankering after the respectability of statehood. There are, however, two crucial differences in the historical experience of these pioneers of the 19th and 21st centuries. First, powerful information technology does play into the hands of small, fluid, loosely organized groups. There have always been pioneers, hobbyists, amateurs, dilettantes, volunteers, movements, users groups and blue ribbon panels of experts around. But a group of this kind, when technically equipped to ship huge amounts of specialized information, at lightning speed, to its members, to government, and to the press, is simply a different kind of animal. It's like the difference between an eel and an electric eel. The second crucial change is that American society is currently in a state approaching permanent technological revolution. In the world of computers particularly, it is practically impossible to ever stop being a pioneer unless you either drop dead or deliberately jump off the bus. The scene has never slowed down enough to become well institutionalized. And after 20, 30, 40 years the computer revolution continues to spread, to permeate new corners of society. Anything that really works is already obsolete. If you spend your entire working life as a pioneer, the word pioneer begins to lose its meaning. Your way of life looks less and less like an introduction to something else more stable and organized, and more like just the way things are. A permanent revolution is really a contradiction in terms. If turmoil lasts long enough, it simply becomes a new kind of society, still the same game of history, but new players, new rules. Apply this to the world of late 20th century law enforcement, and the implications are novel and puzzling indeed. Any bureaucratic rulebook you write about computer crime will be flawed when you write it, and almost an antique by the time it sees print. The fluidity and fast reactions of the FSIC give them a great advantage in this regard, which explains their success. Even with the best will in the world, which it does not, in fact, possess, it is impossible for an organization the size of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation to get up to speed on the theory and practice of computer crime. If they tried to train all their agents to do this, it would be suicidal, as they would never be able to do anything else. The FBI does try to train its agents in the basics of electronic crime, at their base in Quantico, Virginia. And the Secret Service, along with many other law enforcement groups, runs quite successful and well-attended training courses on wire fraud, business crime, and computer intrusion at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC, pronounced FLETC, in Glencoe, Georgia. But the best efforts of these bureaucracies does not remove the absolute need for a cutting-edge mess like the FSIC. For you see, the members of FSIC are the trainers of the rest of law enforcement. Practically and literally speaking, they are the Glencoe Computer Crime Faculty by another name. If the FSIC went over a cliff on a bus, the U.S. law enforcement community would be rendered deaf, dumb and blind in the world of computer crime, and would swiftly feel a desperate need to reinvent them. And this is no time to go starting from scratch. On the 11th of June, 1991, I once again arrived in Phoenix, Arizona, for the latest meeting of the Federal Computer Investigations Committee. This was more or less the 20th meeting of this stellar group. The count was uncertain, since nobody could figure out whether to include the meetings of the Kalukai, which is what the FSIC was called in the mid-1980s before it had even managed to obtain the dignity of its own acronym. Since my last visit to Arizona, in May, the local AZ scam bribery scandal had resolved itself in a general muddle of humiliation. The Phoenix chief of police, whose agents had videotaped 9 state legislators up to no good, had resigned his office in a tussle with the Phoenix City Council over the propriety of his undercover operations. The Phoenix chief could now join Gail Thackeray and 11 of her closest associates in the shared experience of politically motivated unemployment. As of June, resignations were still continuing at the Arizona Attorney General's office, which could be interpreted as either a new broom sweeping clean or a Night of the Long Knives Part 2, depending on your point of view. The meeting of FSIC was held at the Scottsdale Hilton Resort. Scottsdale is a wealthy suburb of Phoenix, known as Scottsdale to scoffing local trendies, but well equipped with posh shopping malls and manicured lawns, while conspicuously undersupplied with homeless derelicts. The Scottsdale Hilton Resort was a sprawling hotel in postmodern crypto-southwestern style. It featured a Mission bell tower plated in turquoise tile and vaguely resembling a Saudi minaret. Inside it was all barbarically striped Santa Fe-style decor. There was a health spa downstairs and a large oddly-shaped pool in the patio. A poolside umbrella stand offered Ben & Jerry's politically correct peace pops. I registered as a member of FSIC, attaining a handy discount rate, then went in search of the feds. Sure enough, at the back of the hotel grounds came the unmistakable sound of Gail Thackeray holding forth. Since I had also attended the Computers Freedom and Privacy Conference, about which more later, this was the second time I had seen Thackeray in a group of her law enforcement colleagues. Once again I was struck by how simply pleased they seemed to see her. It was natural that she'd get some attention, as Gail was one of 2 women in a group of some 30 men, but there was a lot more to it than that. Gail Thackeray personifies the social glue of the FSIC. They could give a damn about her losing her job with the Attorney General. They were sorry about it, of course, but hell, they'd all lost jobs. If they were the kind of guys who liked steady boring jobs, they would never have gotten into computer work in the first place. I wandered into her circle and was immediately introduced to 5 strangers. The conditions of my visit at FSIC were reviewed. I would not quote anyone directly. I would not tie opinions expressed to the agencies of the attendees. I would not, a purely hypothetical example, report the conversation of a guy from the Secret Service talking quite civilly to a guy from the FBI, as these 2 agencies never talk to each other, and the IRS, also present, also hypothetical, never talks to anybody. Worse yet, I was forbidden to attend the first conference. And I didn't. I have no idea what the FSIC was up to behind closed doors that afternoon. I rather suspect that they were engaging in a frank and thorough confession of their errors, goof-ups and blunders, as this has been a feature of every FSIC meeting since their legendary Memphis beer bust of 1986. Perhaps the single greatest attraction of FSIC is that it is a place where you can go, let your hair down, and completely level with people who actually comprehend what you are talking about. Not only do they understand you, but they really pay attention, they are grateful for your insights, and they forgive you, which in 9 cases out of 10 is something even your boss can't do, because as soon as you start talking wrong BBS or T1 trunk his eyes glaze over. I had nothing much to do that afternoon. The FSIC were beavering away in their conference room. Doors were firmly closed, windows too dark to peer through. I wondered what a real hacker, a computer intruder, would do at a meeting like this. The answer came at once. He would trash the place. Not reduce the place to trash in some orgy of vandalism, that's not the use of the term in the hacker milieu. No, he would quietly empty the trash baskets and silently raid any valuable data indiscreetly thrown away. Journalists have been known to do this. Journalists hunting information have been known to do almost every single unethical thing that hackers have ever done. They also throw in a few awful techniques all their own. The legality of trashing is somewhat dubious, but it is not in fact flagrantly illegal. It was, however, absurd to contemplate trashing the FSIC. These people knew all about trashing. I wouldn't last 15 seconds. The idea sounded interesting, though. I'd been hearing a lot about the practice lately. On the spur of the moment, I decided I would try trashing the office across the hall from the FSIC, an area which had nothing to do with the investigators. The office was tiny, 6 chairs, a table. Nevertheless, it was open, so I dug around in its plastic trash can. To my utter astonishment, I came up with the torn scraps of a Sprint long-distance phone bill. More digging produced a bank statement and the scraps of a handwritten letter, along with gum, cigarette ashes, candy wrappers and a day-old issue of USA Today. The trash went back in its receptacle while the scraps of data went into my travel bag. I detoured through the hotel souvenir shop for some Scotch tape and went up to my room. Coincidence or not, it was quite true. Some poor soul had, in fact, thrown a Sprint bill into the hotel's trash. Date May 1991, total amount due, $252.36. Not a business phone, either, but a residential bill, in the name of someone called Evelyn, not her real name. Evelyn's records showed a # past due bill #. Here was her 9-digit account ID. Here was a stern computer-printed warning: treat your phone card as you would any credit card. To secure against fraud, never give your phone card number over the phone unless you initiated the call. If you receive suspicious calls, please notify customer service immediately. I examined my watch. Still plenty of time left for the FSIC to carry on. I sorted out the scraps of Evelyn's Sprint bill and reassembled them with fresh Scotch tape. Here was her 10-digit phone card number. Didn't seem to have the ID number necessary to cause real fraud trouble. I did, however, have Evelyn's home phone number. And the phone numbers for a whole crowd of Evelyn's long-distance friends and acquaintances. In San Diego, Folsom, Redondo, Las Vegas, La Jolla, Topeka, and Northampton, Massachusetts. Even somebody in Australia. I examined other documents. Here was a bank statement. It was Evelyn's IA account down at a bank in San Mateo, California, total balance $1,877.20. Here was a charge card bill for $382.64. She was paying it off bit by bit. Driven by motives that were completely unethical and prurient, I now examined the handwritten notes. They had been torn fairly thoroughly, so much so that it took me almost an entire 5 minutes to reassemble them. They were drafts of a love letter. They had been written on the lined stationery of Evelyn's employer, a biomedical company. Probably written at work when she should have been doing something else. Dear Bob, not his real name. I guess in everyone's life there comes a time when hard decisions have to be made, and this is a difficult one for me, very upsetting. Since you haven't called me, and I don't understand why, I can only surmise it's because you don't want to. I thought I would have heard from you Friday. I did have a few unusual problems with my phone and possibly you tried, I hope so. Robert, you asked me to let go. The first note ended. Unusual problems with her phone. I looked swiftly at the next note. Bob, not hearing from you for the whole weekend has left me very perplexed. Next draft. Dear Bob, there is so much I don't understand right now, and I wish I did. I wish I could talk to you, but for some unknown reason you have elected not to call. This is so difficult for me to understand. She tried again. Bob, since I have always held you in such high esteem, I had every hope that we could remain good friends, but now one essential ingredient is missing: respect. Your ability to discard people when their purpose is served is appalling to me. The kindest thing you could do for me now is to leave me alone. You are no longer welcome in my heart or home. Try again. Bob, I wrote a very factual note to you to say how much respect I had lost for you, by the way you treat people, me in particular, so uncaring and cold. The kindest thing you can do for me is to leave me alone entirely, as you are no longer welcome in my heart or home. I would appreciate it if you could retire your debt to me as soon as possible. I wish no link to you in any way. Sincerely, Evelyn. Good heavens, I thought, the bastard actually owes her money. I turned to the next page. Bob, very simple. Goodbye. No more mind games, no more fascination, no more coldness, no more respect for you. It's over, Finesse. Evie, there were two versions of the final brush-off letter, but they read about the same. Maybe she hadn't sent it. The final item in my illicit and shameful booty was an envelope addressed to Bob at his home address, but it had no stamp on it and it hadn't been mailed. Maybe she'd just been blowing off steam because her rascal boyfriend had neglected to call her one weekend. Big deal. Maybe they'd kissed and made up. Maybe she and Bob were down at Pop's chocolate shop now, sharing a malted. Sure. Easy to find out. All I had to do was call Evelyn up. With a half-clever story and enough brass-plated gall, I could probably trick the truth out of her. Phone freaks and hackers deceive people over the phone all the time. It's called social engineering. Social engineering is a very common practice in the underground, and almost magically effective. Human beings are almost always the weakest link in computer security. The simplest way to learn things you are not meant to know is simply to call up and exploit the knowledgeable people. With social engineering, you use the bits of specialized knowledge you already have as a key, to manipulate people into believing that you are legitimate. You can then coax, flatter, or frighten them into revealing almost anything you want to know. Deceiving people, especially over the phone, is easy and fun. Exploiting their gullibility is very gratifying. It makes you feel very superior to them. If I'd been a malicious hacker on a trashing raid, I would now have Evelyn very much in my power. Given all this inside data, it wouldn't take much effort at all to invent a convincing lie. If I were ruthless enough, and jaded enough, and clever enough, this momentary indiscretion of hers, maybe committed in tears, who knows, could cause her a whole world of confusion and grief. I didn't even have to have a malicious motive. Maybe I'd be on her side and call up Bob instead, and anonymously threaten to break both his kneecaps if he didn't take Evelyn out for a steak dinner pronto. It was still profoundly none of my business. To have gotten this knowledge at all was a sordid act, and to use it would be to inflict a sordid injury. To do all these awful things would require exactly zero high-tech expertise. All it would take was the willingness to do it and a certain amount of bent imagination. I went back downstairs. The hard-working FSIC, who had labored 45 minutes over their schedule, were through for the day, and adjourned to the hotel bar. We all had a beer. I had a chat with a guy about ISIS, or rather IASIS, the International Association of Computer Investigation Specialists. They're into computer forensics, the techniques of picking computer systems apart without destroying vital evidence. IASIS, currently run out of Oregon, is comprised of investigators in the US, Canada, Taiwan and Ireland. Taiwan and Ireland. I said. Are Taiwan and Ireland really in the forefront of this stuff? Well, not exactly, my informant admitted. They just happen to have been the first ones to have caught on by word of mouth. Still, the international angle counts, because this is obviously an international problem. Phone lines go everywhere. There was a Mountie here from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. He seemed to be having quite a good time. Nobody had flung this Canadian out because he might pose a foreign security risk. These are cyberspace cops. They still worry a lot about jurisdictions, but mere geography is the least of their troubles. NASA had failed to show. NASA suffers a lot from computer intrusions, in particular from Australian raiders and a well-trumpeted Chaos Computer Club case, and in 1990 there was a brief press flurry when it was revealed that one of NASA's Houston branch exchanges had been systematically ripped off by a gang of phone freaks. But the NASA guys had had their funding cut. They were stripping everything. Air Force OSI, its Office of Special Investigations, is the only federal entity dedicated full-time to computer security. They'd been expected to show up in force, but some of them had cancelled, a Pentagon budget pinch. As the empties piled up, the guys began joshing around and telling war stories. These are cops, Thackeray said tolerantly. If they're not talking shop, they talk about women and beer. I heard the story about the guy who asked for a copy of a computer disk, photocopied the label on it. He put the floppy disk onto the glass plate of a photocopier. The blast of static when the copier worked completely erased all the real information on the disk. Some other poor souls threw a whole bag of confiscated diskettes into the squad car trunk next to the police radio. The powerful radio signal blasted them, too. We heard a bit about Dave Jenison, the first computer prosecutor, a mainframe runner in Dade County, turned lawyer. Dave Jenison was one guy who had hit the ground running, a signal virtue in making the transition to computer crime. It was generally agreed that it was easier to learn the world of computers first, then police or prosecutorial work. You could take certain computer people and train them to successful police work, but of course they had to have the cop mentality. They had to have street smarts, patience, persistence, and discretion. You've got to make sure they're not hot shots, show-offs, cowboys. Most of the folks in the bar had backgrounds in military intelligence, or drugs, or homicide. It was rudely opined that military intelligence was a contradiction in terms, while even the grisly world of homicide was considered cleaner than drug enforcement. One guy had been way undercover doing dope work in Europe for 4 years straight. "I'm almost recovered now," he said deadpan, with the acid black humor that is pure cop. "Hey, now I can say fucker without putting mother in front of it." In the cop world, another guy said earnestly, "Everything is good and bad, black and white." In the computer world, everything is gray. One guy, a founder of the FSIC, who'd been with the group since it was just the Kalukai, described his own introduction to the field. He'd been a Washington, D.C. homicide guy called in on a hacker case. From the word hacker, he naturally assumed he was on the trail of a knife-wielding marauder, and went to the computer center expecting blood and a body. When he finally figured out what was happening there, after loudly demanding, in vain, that the programmers speak English, he called headquarters and told them he was clueless about computers. They told him nobody else knew diddly either, and to get the hell back to work. So, he said, he had proceeded by comparisons, by analogy, by metaphor. Somebody broke into your computer, huh? Breaking and entering, I can understand that. How'd he get in? Over the phone lines. Harassing phone calls, I can understand that. What we need here is a tap and a trace. It worked. It was better than nothing. And it worked a lot faster when he got hold of another cop who'd done something similar. And then the two of them got another, and pretty soon the Kalukai was a happening thing. It helped a lot that everybody seemed to know Carlton Fitzpatrick, the data processing trainer in Glencoe. The ice broke big time in Memphis in '86. The Kalukai had attracted a bunch of new guys, Secret Service, FBI, military, other feds, heavy guys. Nobody wanted to tell anybody anything. They suspected that if word got back to the Home Office they'd all be fired. They passed an uncomfortably guarded afternoon. The formalities got them nowhere. But after the formal session was over, the organizers brought in a case of beer. As soon as the participants knocked it off with the bureaucratic ranks and turf fighting, everything changed. I bared my soul, one veteran reminisced proudly. By nightfall they were building pyramids of empty beer cans and doing everything but composing a team fight song. FSIC were not the only computer crime people around. There was DATA, District Attorney's Technology Theft Association, though they mostly specialized in chip theft, intellectual property, and black market cases. There was TSIA, High-Tech Computer Investigators Association, also out in Silicon Valley, a year older than FSIC and featuring brilliant people like Donald Ingraham. There was LETAC, Law Enforcement Electronic Technology Assistance Committee, in Florida, and computer crime units in Illinois and Maryland and Texas and Ohio and Colorado and Pennsylvania. But these were local groups. FSIC were the first to really network nationally and on a federal level. FSIC people live on the phone lines. Not on bulletin board systems. They know very well what boards are, and they know that boards aren't secure. Everyone in the FSIC has a voice phone bill like you wouldn't believe. FSIC people have been tight with the telco people for a long time. Telephone cyberspace is their native habitat. FSIC has 3 basic sub-tribes: the trainers, the security people, and the investigators. That's why it's called an investigations committee with no mention of the term computer crime, the dreaded C word. FSIC, officially, is an association of agencies rather than individuals. Unofficially, this field is small enough that the influence of individuals and individual expertise is paramount. Attendance is by invitation only, and most everyone in FSIC considers himself a prophet without honor in his own house. Again and again I heard this, with different terms but identical sentiments. I'd been sitting in the wilderness talking to myself. I was totally isolated. I was desperate. FSIC is the best thing there is about computer crime in America. FSIC is what really works. This is where you hear real people telling you what's really happening out there, not just lawyers picking nits. We taught each other everything we knew. The sincerity of these statements convinces me that this is true. FSIC is the real thing and it is invaluable. It's also very sharply at odds with the rest of the traditions and power structure in American law enforcement. There probably hasn't been anything around as loose and go-getting as the FSIC since the start of the U.S. Secret Service in the 1860s. FSIC people are living like 21st century people in a 20th century environment, and while there's a great deal to be said for that, there's also a great deal to be said against it, and those against it happen to control the budgets. I listened to 2 FSIC guys from Jersey compare life histories. One of them had been a biker in a fairly heavy-duty gang in the 1960s. "Oh, did you know so-and-so?" said the other guy from Jersey. Big guy, heavy-set. "Yeah, I knew him. Yeah, he was one of ours. He was our plant in the gang." "Really?" "Well, yeah, I knew him. Helluva guy." Thackeray reminisced at length about being tear-gassed blind in the November 1969 anti-war protests in Washington Circle, covering them for her college paper. "Oh yeah, I was there," said another cop. "Glad to hear that tear gas hit something." Haw haw haw. He'd been so blind himself, he confessed, that later that day he'd arrested a small tree. FSIC are an odd group, sifted out by coincidence and necessity, and turned into a new kind of cop. There are a lot of specialized cops in the world, your bunco guys, your drug guys, your tax guys, but the only group that matches FSIC for sheer isolation are probably the child pornography people. Because they both deal with conspirators who are desperate to exchange forbidden data and also desperate to hide, and because nobody else in law enforcement even wants to hear about it. FSIC people tend to change jobs a lot. They tend not to get the equipment and training they want and need. And they tend to get sued quite often. As the night wore on and a band set up in the bar, the talk grew darker. Nothing ever gets done in government, someone opined, until there's a disaster. Computing disasters are awful, but there's no denying that they greatly help the credibility of sick people. The internet worm, for instance. For years we'd been warning about that, but it's nothing compared to what's coming. They expect horrors, these people. They know that nothing will really get done until there is a horror. Next day we heard an extensive briefing from a guy who'd been a computer cop, gotten into hot water with an Arizona city council, and now installed computer networks for a living, at a considerable rise in pay. He talked about pulling fiber optic networks apart. Even a single computer, with enough peripherals, is a literal network, a bunch of machines all cabled together, generally with a complexity that puts stereo units to shame. Sick people invent and publicize methods of seizing computers and maintaining their evidence. Simple things, sometimes, but vital rules of thumb for street cops, who nowadays often stumble across a busy computer in the midst of a drug investigation or a white-collar bust. For instance, photograph the system before you touch it. Label the ends of all the cables before you detach anything. Park the heads on the disk drives before you move them. Get the diskettes. Don't put the diskettes in magnetic fields. Don't write on diskettes with ballpoint pens. Get the manuals. Get the printouts. Get the handwritten notes. Copy data before you look at it, and then examine the copy instead of the original. Now our lecturer distributed copied diagrams of a typical LAN or local area network, which happened to be out of Connecticut. 159 desktop computers, each with its own peripherals. 3 file servers. 5 star couplers each with 32 ports. 1 16-port coupler off in the corner office. All these machines talking to each other, distributing electronic mail, distributing software, distributing, quite possibly, criminal evidence. All linked by high-capacity fiber optic cable. A bad guy, cops talker about bad guys, might be lurking on PC #47 lot or #123 and distributing his ill-doings onto some dupe's personal machine in another office, or another floor, or, quite possibly, 2 or 3 miles away. Or, conceivably, the evidence might be data-striped, split up into meaningless slivers stored, one by one, on a whole crowd of different disk drives. The lecturer challenged us for solutions. I for one was utterly clueless. As far as I could figure, the car sacks were at the gate. There were probably more disks in this single building than were seized during the entirety of Operation Sun Devil. Inside informant somebody said. Right. There's always the human angle, something easy to forget when contemplating the arcane recesses of high technology. Cops are skilled at getting people to talk, and computer people, given a chair and some sustained attention, will talk about their computers till their throats go raw. There's a case on record of a single question, How'd you do it? Eliciting a 4 to 5 minute videotaped confession from a computer criminal who not only completely incriminated himself but drew helpful diagrams. Computer people talk. Hackers brag. Phone freaks talk pathologically. Why else are they stealing phone codes, if not to natter for 10 hours straight to their friends on an opposite seaboard? Computer-literate people do in fact possess an arsenal of nifty gadgets and techniques that would allow them to conceal all kinds of exotic skullduggery, and if they could only shut up about it, they could probably get away with all manner of amazing information crimes. But that's just not how it works, or at least, that's not how it's worked so far. Most every phone freak ever busted has swiftly implicated his mentors, his disciples, and his friends. Most every white-collar computer criminal, smugly convinced that his clever scheme is bulletproof, swiftly learns otherwise when, for the first time in his life, an actual no-kidding policeman leans over, grabs the front of his shirt, looks him right in the eye and says, "All right, asshole, you and me are going downtown." All the hardware in the world will not insulate your nerves from these actual real-life sensations of terror and guilt. Cops know ways to get from point A to point Z without thumbing through every letter in some smart-ass bad guy's alphabet. Cops know how to cut to the chase. Cops know a lot of things other people don't know. Hackers know a lot of things other people don't know, too. Hackers know, for instance, how to sneak into your computer through the phone lines. But cops can show up right on your doorstep and carry off you and your computer in separate steel boxes. A cop interested in hackers can grab them and grill them. A hacker interested in cops has to depend on hearsay, underground legends, and what cops are willing to publicly reveal. And the Secret Service didn't get named the Secret Service because they blab a lot. Some people, our lecturer informed us, were under the mistaken impression that it was impossible to tap a fiber optic line. Well, he announced, he and his son had just whipped up a fiber optic tap in his workshop at home. He passed it around the audience, along with a circuit-covered LAN plug-in card so we'd all recognize one if we saw it on a case. We all had a look. The tap was a classic goofy prototype, a thumb-length rounded metal cylinder with a pair of plastic brackets on it. From one end dangled 3 thin black cables, each of which ended in a tiny black plastic cap. When you plucked the safety cap off the end of a cable, you could see the glass fiber, no thicker than a pinhole. Our lecturer informed us that the metal cylinder was a wavelength division multiplexer. Apparently, what one did was to cut the fiber optic cable, insert 2 of the legs into the cut to complete the network again, and then read any passing data on the line by hooking up the 3rd leg to some kind of monitor. Sounded simple enough. I wondered why nobody had thought of it before. I also wondered whether this guy's son back at the workshop had any teenage friends. We had a break. The guy sitting next to me was wearing a giveaway baseball cap advertising the Uzi submachine gun. We had a desultory chat about the merits of Uzis. Long a favorite of the Secret Service, it seems Uzis went out of fashion with the advent of the Persian Gulf War, our Arab allies taking some offense at Americans toting Israeli weapons. Besides, I was informed by another expert, Uzi's jam. The equivalent weapon of choice today is the Heckler & Koch, manufactured in Germany. The guy with the Uzi cap was a forensic photographer. He also did a lot of photographic surveillance work in computer crime cases. He used to, that is, until the firings in Phoenix. He was now a private investigator and, with his wife, ran a photography salon specializing in weddings and portrait photos. One must repeat, a considerable rise in income. He was still sick. If you were sick, and you needed to talk to an expert about forensic photography, well, there he was, willing and able. If he hadn't shown up, people would have missed him. Our lecturer had raised the point that preliminary investigation of a computer system is vital before any seizure is undertaken. It's vital to understand how many machines are in there, what kinds there are, what kind of operating system they use, how many people use them, where the actual data itself is stored. To simply barge into an office demanding all the computers is a recipe for swift disaster. This entails some discreet inquiries beforehand. In fact, what it entails is basically undercover work. An intelligence operation. Spying, not to put too fine a point on it. In a chat after the lecture, I asked an attendee whether trashing might work. I received a swift briefing on the theory and practice of trash covers. Police trash covers, like mail covers or like wiretapes, require the agreement of a judge. This obtained, the trashing work of cops is just like that of hackers, only more so and much better organized. So much so, I was informed, that mobsters in Phoenix make extensive use of locked garbage cans picked up by a specialty high-security trash company. In one case, a Tiger team of Arizona cops had trashed a local residence for 4 months. Every week they showed up on the municipal garbage truck, disguised as garbagemen, and carried the contents of the suspect cans off to a shade tree, where they combed through the garbage, a messy task, especially considering that one of the occupants was undergoing kidney dialysis. All useful documents were cleaned, dried and examined. A discarded typewriter ribbon was an especially valuable source of data, as its long one-strike ribbon of film contained the contents of every letter mailed out of the house. The letters were neatly retyped by a police secretary equipped with a large desk-mounted magnifying glass. There is something weirdly disquieting about the whole subject of trashing, an unsuspected and indeed rather disgusting mode of deep personal vulnerability. Things that we pass by every day, that we take utterly for granted, can be exploited with so little work. Once discovered, the knowledge of these vulnerabilities tend to spread. Take the lowly subject of manhole covers. The humble manhole cover reproduces many of the dilemmas of computer security in miniature. Manhole covers are, of course, technological artifacts, access points to our buried urban infrastructure. To the vast majority of us, manhole covers are invisible. They are also vulnerable. For many years now, the Secret Service has made a point of caulking manhole covers along all routes of the presidential motorcade. This is, of course, to deter terrorists from leaping out of underground ambush or, more likely, planting remote control car smashing bombs beneath the street. Lately, manhole covers have seen more and more criminal exploitation, especially in New York City. Recently, a telco in New York City discovered that a cable television service had been sneaking into telco manholes and installing cable service alongside the phone lines, without paying royalties. New York companies have also suffered a general plague of a. underground copper cable theft, b. dumping of garbage, including toxic waste, and c. hasty dumping of murder victims. Industry complaints reached the ears of an innovative New England industrial security company, and the result was a new product known as the Intimidator, a thick titanium steel bolt with a precisely machined head that requires a special device to unscrew. All these keys have registered serial numbers kept on file with the manufacturer. There are now some thousands of these Intimidator bolts being sunk into American pavements wherever our president passes, like some macabre parody of strewn roses. They are also spreading as fast as steel dandelions around U.S. military bases and many centers of private industry. Quite likely it has never occurred to you to peer under a manhole cover, perhaps climb down and walk around down there with a flashlight, just to see what it's like. Formally speaking, this might be trespassing, but if you didn't hurt anything, and didn't make an absolute habit of it, nobody would really care. The freedom to sneak under manholes was likely a freedom you never intended to exercise. You now are rather less likely to have that freedom at all. You may never even have missed it until you read about it here, but if you're in New York City it's gone, and elsewhere it's likely going. This is one of the things that crime, and the reaction to crime, does to us. The tenor of the meeting now changed as the Electronic Frontier Foundation arrived. The F, whose personnel and history will be examined in detail in the next chapter, are a pioneering civil liberties group who arose in direct response to the hacker crackdown of 1990. Now Mitchell Caper, the Foundation's president, and Michael Godwin, its chief attorney, were confronting federal law enforcement mano a mano for the first time ever. Ever alert to the manifold uses of publicity, Mitch Caper and Mike Godwin had brought their own journalist in tow, Robert Draper, from Austin, whose recent well-received book about Rolling Stone magazine was still on the stands. Draper was on assignment for Texas Monthly. The Steve Jackson /F civil lawsuit against the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force was a matter of considerable regional interest in Texas. There were now 2 Austinite journalists here on the case. In fact, counting Godwin, a former Austinite and former journalist, there were 3 of us. Lunch was like old home week. Later, I took Draper up to my hotel room. We had a long frank talk about the case, networking earnestly like a miniature freelance journo version of the FSIC, privately confessing the numerous blunders of journalists covering the story, and trying hard to figure out who was who and what the hell was really going on out there. I showed Draper everything I had dug out of the Hilton trash can. We pondered the ethics of trashing for a while, and agreed that they were dismal. We also agreed that finding a Sprint bill on your first time out was a heck of a coincidence. First I'd trashed, and now, mere hours later, I'd bragged to someone else. Having entered the lifestyle of hackerdom, I was now, unsurprisingly, following its logic. Having discovered something remarkable through a surreptitious action, I of course had to brag and to drag the passing Draper into my iniquities. I felt I needed a witness. Otherwise nobody would have believed what I'd discovered. Back at the meeting, Thackeray cordially, if rather tentatively, introduced Caper and Godwin to her colleagues. Papers were distributed. Caper took center stage. The brilliant Bostonian high-tech entrepreneur, normally the hawk in his own administration and quite an effective public speaker, seemed visibly nervous, and frankly admitted as much. He began by saying he considered computer intrusion to be morally wrong, and that the F was not a hacker defense fund despite what had appeared in print. Caper chatted a bit about the basic motivations of his group, emphasizing their good faith and willingness to listen and seek common ground with law enforcement, when possible. Then, at Godwin's urging, Caper suddenly remarked that F's own internet machine had been hacked recently, and that F did not consider this incident amusing. After this surprising confession, things began to loosen up quite rapidly. Soon Caper was fielding questions, parrying objections, challenging definitions, and juggling paradigms with something akin to his usual gusto. Caper seemed to score quite an effect with his shrewd and skeptical analysis of the merits of telco caller ID services. On this topic, FSIC and F have never been at loggerheads, and have no particular established earthworks to defend. Caller ID has generally been promoted as a privacy service for consumers, a presentation Caper described as a smokescreen, the real point of Caller ID being to allow corporate customers to build extensive commercial databases on everybody who phones or faxes them. Clearly, few people in the room had considered this possibility, except perhaps for two late arrivals from U.S. Westerbox Security, who chuckled nervously. Mike Godwin then made an extensive presentation on civil liberties implications of computer searches and seizures. Now, at last, we were getting to the real nitty-gritty here, real political horse trading. The audience listened with close attention, angry mutters rising occasionally. "He's trying to teach us our jobs. We've been thinking about this for years. We think about these issues every day. If I didn't seize the works, I'd be sued by the guy's victims. I'm violating the law if I leave 10,000 disks full of illegal pirated software and stolen codes. It's our job to make sure people don't trash the Constitution. We're the defenders of the Constitution. We seize stuff when we know it will be forfeited anyway as restitution for the victim. If it's forfeitable, then don't get a search warrant, get a forfeiture warrant, Godwin suggested coolly. He further remarked that most suspects in computer crime don't want to see their computers vanish out the door, headed God knew where, for who knows how long. They might not mind a search, even an extensive search, but they want their machines searched on sight. Are they gonna feed us? Somebody asked sourly. How about if you take copies of the data? Godwin parried. That'll never stand up in court. Okay, you make copies, give them the copies, and take the originals. Godwin championed bulletin board systems as repositories of First Amendment protected free speech. He complained that federal computer crime training manuals gave boards a bad press, suggesting that they are hotbeds of crime haunted by pedophiles and crooks, whereas the vast majority of the nation's thousands of boards are completely innocuous, and nowhere near so romantically suspicious. People who run boards violently resent it when their systems are seized, and their dozens, or hundreds, of users look on in abject horror. Their rights of free expression are cut short. Their right to associate with other people is infringed. And their privacy is violated as their private electronic mail becomes police property. Not a soul spoke up to defend the practice of seizing boards. The issue passed in chastened silence. Legal principles aside, and those principles cannot be settled without laws passed or court precedents, seizing bulletin boards has become public relations poison for American computer police. And anyway, it's not entirely necessary. If you're a cop, you can get most everything you need from a pirate board, just by using an inside informant. Plenty of vigilantes, concerned citizens, will inform police the moment they see a pirate board hit their area, and will tell the police all about it, in such technical detail, actually, that you kinda wish they'd shut up. They will happily supply police with extensive downloads or printouts. It's impossible to keep this fluid electronic information out of the hands of police. Some people in the electronic community become enraged at the prospect of cops monitoring bulletin boards. This does have touchy aspects, as Secret Service people in particular examine bulletin boards with some regularity. But to expect electronic police to be deaf, dumb and blind in regard to this particular medium rather flies in the face of common sense. Police watch television, listen to radio, read newspapers and magazines. Why should the new medium of boards be different? Cops can exercise the same access to electronic information as everybody else. As we have seen, quite a few computer police maintain their own bulletin boards, including anti-hacker sting boards, which have generally proven quite effective. As a final clincher, their Mountie friends in Canada, and colleagues in Ireland and Taiwan, don't have First Amendment or American constitutional restrictions, but they do have phone lines, and can call any bulletin board in America whenever they please. The same technological determinants that play into the hands of hackers, phone freaks and software pirates can play into the hands of police. Technological determinants don't have any human allegiances. They're not black or white, or establishment or underground, or pro or anti-anything. Godwin complained at length about what he called the clever hobbyist hypothesis, the assumption that the hacker you're busting is clearly a technical genius, and must therefore be searched with extreme thoroughness. So, from the law's point of view, why risk missing anything? Take the works. Take the guy's computer. Take his books. Take his notebooks. Take the electronic drafts of his love letters. Take his Walkman. Take his wife's computer. Take his dad's computer. Take his kid sister's computer. Take his employer's computer. Take his compact discs. They might be CD-ROM discs, cunningly disguised as pop music. Take his laser printer, he might have hidden something vital in the printer's 5 meg of memory. Take his software manuals and hardware documentation. Take his science fiction novels and his simulation gaming books. Take his Nintendo Game Boy and his Pac-Man arcade game. Take his answering machine, take his telephone out of the wall. Take anything remotely suspicious. Godwin pointed out that most hackers are not, in fact, clever genius hobbyists. Quite a few are crooks and grifters who don't have much in the way of technical sophistication, just some rule of thumb rip-off techniques. The same goes for most 15-year-olds who've downloaded a code scanning program from a pirate board. There's no real need to seize everything in sight. It doesn't require an entire computer system and 10,000 disks to prove a case in court. What if the computer is the instrumentality of a crime? Someone demanded. Godwin admitted quietly that the doctrine of seizing the instrumentality of a crime was pretty well established in the American legal system. The meeting broke up. Godwin and Caper had to leave. Caper was testifying next morning before the Massachusetts Department of Public Utility, about ISDN narrowband wide area networking. As soon as they were gone, Thackeray seemed elated. She had taken a great risk with this. Her colleagues had not, in fact, torn Caper and Godwin's heads off. She was very proud of them, and told them so. "Did you hear what Godwin said about instrumentality of a crime?" she exulted, to nobody in particular. "Wow, that means Mitch isn't going to sue me." America's computer police are an interesting group. As a social phenomenon they are far more interesting, and far more important, than teenage phone freaks and computer hackers. First, they are older and wiser, not dizzy hobbyists with leaky morals, but seasoned adult professionals with all the responsibilities of public service. And, unlike hackers, they possess not merely technical power alone, but heavy-duty legal and social authority. And, very interestingly, they are just as much at sea in cyberspace as everyone else. They are not happy about this. Police are authoritarian by nature, and prefer to obey rules and precedents. Even those police who secretly enjoy a fast ride in rough territory will soberly disclaim any cowboy attitude. But in cyberspace there are no rules and precedents. They are groundbreaking pioneers, cyberspace rangers, whether they like it or not. In my opinion, any teenager enthralled by computers, fascinated by the ins and outs of computer security, and attracted by the lure of specialized forms of knowledge and power, would do well to forget all about hacking and set his, or her, sights on becoming a Fed. Feds can trump hackers at almost every single thing hackers do, including gathering intelligence, undercover disguise, trashing, phone tapping, building dossiers, networking, and infiltrating computer systems, criminal computer systems. Secret Service agents know more about phreaking, coding and carding than most freaks can find out in years, and when it comes to viruses, break-ins, software bombs and Trojan horses, Feds have direct access to red-hot confidential information that is only vague rumor in the underground. And if it's an impressive public rep you're after, there are few people in the world who can be so chillingly impressive as a well-trained, well-armed United States Secret Service agent. Of course, a few personal sacrifices are necessary in order to obtain that power and knowledge. First, you'll have the galling discipline of belonging to a large organization. But the world of computer crime is still so small, and so amazingly fast-moving, that it will remain spectacularly fluid for years to come. The second sacrifice is that you'll have to give up ripping people off. This is not a great loss. Abstaining from the use of illegal drugs, also necessary, will be a boon to your health. A career in computer security is not a bad choice for a young man or woman today. The field will almost certainly expand drastically in years to come. If you are a teenager today, by the time you become a professional, the pioneers you have read about in this book will be the grand old men and women of the field, swamped by their many disciples and successors. Of course, some of them, like William P. Wood of the 1865 Secret Service, may well be mangled in the whirring machinery of legal controversy, but by the time you enter the computer crime field, it may have stabilized somewhat, while remaining entertainingly challenging. But you can't just have a badge. You have to win it. First, there's the federal law enforcement training. And it's hard, it's a challenge. A real challenge, not for wimps and rodents. Every Secret Service agent must complete grueling courses at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. In fact, Secret Service agents are periodically retrained during their entire careers. In order to get a glimpse of what this might be like, I myself traveled to Fletch. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Center is a 1,500-acre facility on Georgia's Atlantic coast. It's a milieu of marsh grass, seabirds, damp, clinging sea breezes, palmettos, mosquitoes, and bats. Until 1974, it was a Navy air base, and still features a working runway, and some World War II vintage block houses and officers' quarters. The center has since benefited by a $40 million retrofit, but there's still enough forest and swamp on the facility for the Border Patrol to put in tracking practice. As a town, Glencoe scarcely exists. The nearest real town is Brunswick, a few miles down Highway 17, where I stayed at the aptly named Marsh View Holiday Inn. I had Sunday dinner at a seafood restaurant called Ginebright's where I feasted on deep-fried alligator tail. This local favorite was a heaped basket of bite-sized chunks of white, tender, almost fluffy reptile meat, steaming in a peppered batter crust. Alligator makes a culinary experience that's hard to forget, especially when liberally basted with homemade cocktail sauce from a Ginebright squeeze bottle. The crowded clientele were tourists, fishermen, local black folks in their Sunday best, and white Georgian locals who all seemed to bear an uncanny resemblance to Georgia humorist Louis Grizzard. The 2,400 students from 75 federal agencies who make up the FLETC population scarcely seem to make a dent in the low-key local scene. The students look like tourists, and the teachers seem to have taken on much of the relaxed air of the Deep South. My host was Mr. Carlton Fitzpatrick, the program coordinator of the Financial Fraud Institute. Carlton Fitzpatrick is a mustached, sinewy, well-tanned Alabama native somewhere near his late 40s, with a fondness for chewing tobacco, powerful computers, and salty, down-home homilies. We'd met before, at FSIC in Arizona. The Financial Fraud Institute is one of the 9 divisions at FLETC. Besides financial fraud, there's driver and marine, firearms, and physical training. These are specialized pursuits. There are also 5 general training divisions: basic training, operations, enforcement techniques, legal division, and behavioral science. Somewhere in this curriculum is everything necessary to turn green college graduates into federal agents. First they're given ID cards. Then they get the rather miserable-looking blue coveralls known as Smurf suits. The trainees are assigned a barracks and a cafeteria, and immediately set on FLETC's bone-grinding physical training routine. Besides the obligatory daily jogging, the trainers run up danger flags beside the track when the humidity rises high enough to threaten heat stroke. Here's the Nautilus machines, the martial arts, the survival skills. The 18 federal agencies who maintain on-site academies at FLETC employ a wide variety of specialized law enforcement units, some of them rather arcane. There's Border Patrol, IRS Criminal Investigation Division, Park Service, Fish and Wildlife, Customs, Immigration, Secret Service and the Treasury's uniformed subdivisions. If you're a federal cop and you don't work for the FBI, you train at FLETC. This includes people as apparently obscure as the agents of the Railroad Retirement Board Inspector General, or the Tennessee Valley Authority Police, who are in fact federal police officers, and can and do arrest criminals on the federal property of the Tennessee Valley Authority. And then there are the computer crime people. All sorts, all backgrounds. Mr. Fitzpatrick is not jealous of his specialized knowledge. Cops all over, in every branch of service, may feel a need to learn what he can teach. Backgrounds don't matter much. Fitzpatrick himself was originally a Border Patrol veteran, then became a Border Patrol instructor at FLETC. His Spanish is still fluent, but he found himself strangely fascinated when the first computers showed up at the training center. Fitzpatrick did have a background in electrical engineering, and though he never considered himself a computer hacker, he somehow found himself writing useful little programs for this new and promising gizmo. He began looking into the general subject of computers and crime, reading Don Parker's books and articles, keeping an ear cocked for war stories, useful insights from the field, the up-and-coming people of the local computer crime and high-technology units. Soon he got a reputation around FLETC as the resident computer expert, and that reputation alone brought him more exposure, more experience, until one day he looked around, and sure enough he was a federal computer crime expert. In fact, this unassuming, genial man may be the federal computer crime expert. There are plenty of very good computer people, and plenty of very good federal investigators, but the area where these worlds of expertise overlap is very slim. And Carlton Fitzpatrick has been right at the center of that since 1985, the first year of the Kalukai, a group which owes much to his influence. He seems quite at home in his modest, acoustic-tiled office, with its Ansel Adams-style Western photographic art, a gold-framed senior instructor certificate, and a towering bookcase crammed with 3-ring binders with ominous titles such as Data Pro Reports on Information Security and CFCA Telecom Security 90. The phone rings every 10 minutes, colleagues show up at the door to chat about new developments in locksmithing or to shake their heads over the latest dismal developments in the BCCI global banking scandal. Carlton Fitzpatrick is a fount of computer crime war stories, related in an acerbic drawl. He tells me the colorful tale of a hacker caught in California some years back. He'd been raiding systems, typing code without a detectable